we are good to go. All our are here that are going to be addressing us in this start of the second day. Thank you very much. Let's have a bit of music, my brother. Andile. Compatriots and friends, can we rise and welcome the Minister of Electricity and Energy in the conference hall? Can we rise, please? Let's put our hands together. We also have the Deputy President of Contralesa, Khoshinyala Lapilane. We also have the Deputy Minister in the Presidency, Comrade Seiso Mohai. And we have the former President of Contralesa, Kgoshi Stlamura Khotobejane. And the Administrator of SITA, Mr. Zugile Mvalo. We may be seated. Well, we are continuing with the summit, and this is the second day. For us to get into the business with speed, I will just ask for 1 minute of meditation. Let's just observe. You pray silently. You choose to close your eyes or to open the eyes. After that minute, then we rise. Can we then do that? Just 1 moment of meditation. Thank you very much. Allow me to invite Mr. Zugile Mvalo, who is the administrator of the Local Government Sector Education Authority. We have partnered with the LG SITA in this Rural Investment Summit, not just for this year. We have partnered for the long-term perspective of what we will be doing going forward. And in fact, all the institutions of state that are participating in this summit, including land reform and rural development, electricity and energy, we have selected them through the eye of the needle so that we partner with them because the work that they do has so much bearing and impact in the rural communities of our country. And therefore, strategically, they are going to be playing a very key role in the investment perspective that we have as the leadership of Contralesa in partnership with the Institute of African Royalty. We have also partnered with CACTIL, which is an international developmental organization that is responsible for skills development and capacity building focused on the youth in developing countries so that they assist us with their experience and infuse that within the context of our area of authority, which is the indigenous knowledge system. We want to learn from the best in order to enrich our processes, but we remain grounded in terms of who we are and what we stand for and what we want to do going forward in order to change the complexion of our rural communities, transform them into smart villages and communities of hope. And this conference is about that, is to bring government as a critical instrument of people's power, supported by traditional leaders as custodians of land, culture, and wealth of our communities, and also attract the private sector to come on board and not romanticize the urban spaces, but look at balancing between urban and rural. One person will ask, why have we come into the city? We have come to the city to speak to town fellows, not to look away from the rural spaces, because that is their point of origin. And therefore, for this country and for this continent to change for the better in a post-colonial order, It is only when you have an intentional and an intelligent focus in rural areas so that you put more resources in the infrastructure, then in that way you open the pathway for investors to come there when we have good road networks, solid electricity, running water, and everything that is related to that. Ladies and gentlemen, Your Majesties, Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, I now invite the administrator who, through his office and the LGCTA, have put resources already in this Rural Investment Summit. Mr. Zukile Mvalo.
Well, thanks very much, Program Director. The last time I was with you, it was at UWC. Those were the earliest in 90s. And we're meeting now after so many years and committing me, the SETA, and I must say the entire post-school education and training system. Esteemed kings, queens, Royal Highnesses and traditional leaders, Honorable Minister, Deputy Minister, representatives from government, leaders of Contralesa and the Institute of African Royalty, distinguished investors, social partners, youth, and women leaders, colleagues from business, labor, civil society, ladies and gentlemen, very good morning. I must say it is a profound honor for me to address you this morning as the administrator of the local government SETA. And I must make mention I was just appointed on the 19th August, 2025, with the direction that the work that I'm doing within the SETA must be done within 12 months, by the 19th August, 2026. I must leave the SETA. And I have no appetite to overstay my mandate. I know you can stay for extra 12 months, but then I want to finish my business before 19th August 2026. That would have meant then, therefore, that the board will be in place, the CEO will be in place as well of the local government SETA. We gather today around a powerful idea, quote unquote, reimagining Africa's rural future. To us as the local government SETA, this is not just a summit theme. It is a moral obligation and a socio-economic imperative for us. If we are truly committed to accelerating Africa's growth and global economy, rural development must become the focus of our investment, policy, and skills efforts. The Local Government Sector Education and Training Authority is here today because it is one of 21 SETAs established in terms of the Skills Development Act in South Africa to promote skills development across the local government sphere. As we implement our skills development interventions, we are guided by core values that are very important to rural development. To mention amongst others, responsiveness, being close to communities and their realities, integrity, stewarding public funds honestly and transparently, collaboration, working with municipalities, traditional councils, and social partners. passion, a deep commitment to service, innovation, embracing new solutions, including fourth industrial revolution and green technologies, customer centricity, treating citizens, workers, and learners as our core focus. To us, this summit responds to one of the national government strategies, the Comprehensive Rural Development Strategy, which is an integrated approach to improving socio-economic conditions in rural areas, focusing, amongst others, on agrarian transformation, rural development, and land reform. It aims to reduce poverty by improving access to basic services, creating employment, stimulating enterprise and industrial development in villages. It is important for this summit to note that we as the local government SETA, we are very much aligned in terms of our strategic focus areas, which include, amongst others, enhancing good governance, leadership and management capabilities, enhancing municipal planning, infrastructure, and service delivery. Surely we will all agree that Africa's rural landscapes hold the soul of our continent, our land, our languages, our heritage, our sacred sites, and our community values. They also have immense untapped economic potential. Yet these are the very spaces that remain underserved in infrastructure, investment, technology, healthcare, and education. We view, therefore, this Rural Investment Summit as a bold and a decisive response to improving socio-economic conditions of rural life in Africa, convened through the leadership of the Institute of African Royalty, CONRALESA and CACTEL, together our strategic partners. This summit brings together traditional leaders, government, private sector, NGOs, academics, investors, and innovators to co-create actionable pathways for rural transformation that, amongst others, are rooted in African customs and indigenous knowledge and aligned with modern development models and global best practices. It is also fitting that this summit forms part of the official side programs of the G20 summit hosted by South Africa and our wonderful continent in 2025. To us, this summit signals that our continent is no longer content to be spoken about. We insist on speaking for ourselves about our rural economies on a global platform. If we are to succeed and prosper as the African continent, we must embed in our genes that traditional leadership and local government are natural partners in our rural sustainable development. Rural Investment Summit, therefore, arrives at the right time for all of us. Its objectives resonate deeply with the local government SETA mandate to promote skills development for local government sector and to build a capable, ethical, and developmental state from ground up. I want to single out 3 of the summit's objectives that speak directly to us as the local government SETA. Mobilizing investment into rural industries and infrastructure, empowering traditional leadership as a key motive force in development, enhancing education and skills for rural youth and women, including energy, mining, and digital literacy. To us, this is not about abstract ideas. They are precisely where the skills systems, local government, and traditional leadership must meet. The Rural Investment Summit has identified key focus areas for 2025. Each of these focus areas has a skill dimension and a local government dimension. You cannot, for example, build smart villages without planners, engineers, technicians, and artisans who understand both technology and community realities. You cannot expand rural tourism and heritage economies without skills in hospitality, marketing, cultural management, and conservation. You cannot drive green energy and climate resilience without electricians. I know a Minister of Electricity once said he needs about 20,000 electricians. I know at that point I was saying to the minister, as the country we're producing about 20,000 minister. But minister was saying, no, we need 20,000 electricians. Then I discovered that I'm in trouble with the minister. And then now he is here listening. Rural Africa is not a charity case, but a strategic investment frontier with unlimited opportunities. We need all of us to embed traditional leaders and their councils as strategic partners in skills planning and project design, in line with the district development model, amongst others. Traditional leaders play a critical role in the promotion of the local economic development as they champion the sustainable use of land, natural resources, and cultural heritage, such as promoting tourism or advising on agricultural practices. We want investors to know that when you invest in rural infrastructure and industries, LGCTA can help ensure that skills development is in place to sustain your investment. So there should be no excuses then, therefore. The local government will only succeed in rural areas if it respects the authority of traditional leaders and meaningfully includes traditional institutions in planning processes, from integrated development plans to skills audits, from economic corridors to land use decisions. In that sense, this summit is not just about money flows. It is about reclaiming Africa's developmental narrative and reaffirming that cultures, languages, and institutions are not obstacles to development. They are the very foundation of a humane and sustainable development model. An African proverb reminds us, quote unquote, "The child who is not embraced by the village will burn it down to feel its warmth." If our rural communities are excluded from opportunities, if their talent, ideas, and aspirations are ignored, then all our national plans will remain fragile. But the opposite is the truth. When the village invests in its youth, in its women, through education, skills, mentorship, and opportunities, the entire nation is stabilized and strengthened. As I conclude, to our continent, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go with who? Go together. Together, yes. And agree, in particular with traditional leaders. Today, in the presence of African royalty, traditional leaders, public servants, investors, innovators, and the next generation of youth leaders, let's then choose to go far. It means let's go together. With these words, therefore, it is my humble honor to have been invited to be party to this occasion. Well, I must say, especially to Contralesa, I know I was saying this to the General Secretary. The SETAs combined last year in April. They convened a skills summit and came up with 6 SETA integrated impact programs. Then I was saying to Nopala, you'll need to then as Contralesa to convene the SETAs to say when you met 2024, 23 to 24 April, you came up with 6 SETA integrated impact programs. Amongst those programs, not by any sequence, because I see rural development is number last, but there is no sequencing that is not planned to be number 1. The very first one, the SETAs agreed to support infrastructure development and public sector institutional delivery capacitation, significant reduction of unemployment of unemployed people, especially young people and graduates, sustainable entrepreneur, SMMEs and cooperative development, holistic digitization and advancement of technological infrastructure, research and development. Well, I won't count number 5 because it's more internal within the post-school education and training system. But then the last one, rural development for community impact. So it means then, therefore, all what we require is to get everybody and then to say, you committed this, and then want to see the results, want to see the impact. And I normally then say that if we are training people, we must train them for opportunities. It must not be a training for the sake of training. I've already made my point at local government SETA when I was told that there is about 400 learners who are going to be trained in China. In fact, they're already going to China. But if you look into those areas, those are key skills that are required to occupations by our economy. But then I said, well, my interest is on the exit strategy. When they come back after 3 to 4 years, they must find something. It's either employment or they must create their employment. Ladies and gentlemen, thanks very much. Ndiyabulela.
Thank you very much, Administrator. I'm going to invite Maria Lloyd to make an intervention just for 5 minutes. She's on the program. And then Maria is an author, but also she is one of the people that have already invested in small businesses here in the country. So we invited her just to come and motivate the other people in the diaspora, but also to motivate our own people on the need to connect with our diaspora. We want to give a special focus to the diaspora for obvious reasons, because we want to bring them here. They must be the first cohort of business people who come to our spaces to invest. Traditional leaders have land at their disposal. All we need is to partner with those with money and capital. So she is one of the people that we have selected together with Professor Byron Price to be our ambassador to do that work to the civil rights movement as well as the Black Business Caucus in America to bring them here. So Maria, we invite you now to migrate to the podium. Let's welcome her with a warm round of applause.
Greetings to your majesties, your royal highnesses, esteemed elders, distinguished guests, and all protocol observed. Thank you for your time, your attention, and your engagement. Also, I'd like to thank His Royal Highness Zelani Mkiva for this opportunity, Dr. Byron Price for being a connector, event sponsors, as well as my friends who are here to support me. You are deeply appreciated. Whenever I'm offered an opportunity such as this one to speak in front of an audience, I know we have our respective titles and all of that, but I kind of want to know who I'm talking to. So if you don't mind, I'm going to ask for a small favor. Would you please raise your hand if you have one of these? Please raise your hand if you have one of these. It doesn't have to be an iPhone, just a phone, right? Everybody's like, I think I have it. Okay, so this device, which is arguably one of the most important pieces of equipment in your hand, is made possible from cobalt that was mined from the Democratic Republic of Congo, which is a country that provides approximately 70% of the world's cobalt supply. My next question is, would you please raise your hand if you like chocolate? And if you have a stomach like mine, you have proof of that. Okay, so I see some hands raised. Once again, we can thank the Côte d'Ivoire or Ivory Coast and Ghana for supplying approximately 60% of the world's cocoa to make our favorite chocolate treats. Last question. Would you please raise your hand if you arrived to this hotel by car? And if I don't see hands raised, I'm going to assume that you know how to teleport from the couch to the conference. I need to talk to you after this. Excellent. Your commute via car was made in part by essential car parts that were made from platinum. And South Africa is home to 80% of the world's platinum production. Without rural communities and skilled youth, it may not be possible for these big industries to exist. As you participate in day 2 of the Rural Summit, Investment Summit, I challenge you to focus on 3 transactions while you're here, 3 transactions. The first one, your intellectual capital, because giving and receiving information is a form of power. The second one, your social capital, because you are literally one conversation away from creating and or expanding wealth. The third one, your venture capital, because without cash, your big ideas are merely wishful thinking. My people, our combined intellectual, social, and venture capital in this room is worth trillions. Please do not let your time here be spent in vain. Before you leave this building today, I challenge you to draft those MOUs. I challenge you to schedule those follow-up video conferences. And I challenge you to make those key introductions that will lead conversations into conversions. In closing, I stand before you as a representation of resilience of Africans. Having traveled more than 13,500 kilometers, I was born and raised in a country that intended to strip every memory of Africa from the souls of my ancestors. But thankfully they failed. Because while I wasn't raised in Africa, Africa was raised in me. As I look at each of you, guardians of culture, land, and history, I'm reminding that it is our collective responsibility to ensure that Africa is represented and represented well, no matter where her children reside on this planet. Africa is the promised land. Africa is the milk and honey, the land of milk and honey, So let's make Mama Africa proud by leveraging this moment to expand our intellectual capital, our social capital, as well as our venture capital. Let us build industries that our grandchildren will thank us for. And once again, thank you for your time and your attention.
Now, can you come back on stage, Maria? I'm going to invite the Zulu warrior, who is the Treasurer General of Contralesa, to come and do a presentation to Maria together with Princess Bongi Mahlangu. This is just our token of appreciation for you having come all the way from the US to support this inaugural edition of the Rural Investment Summit. Nkosi Malinga here is the Treasurer General of Contralesa and is accompanied by the National Organizer of the Youth Wing of Contralesa. They are officially presenting this certification of appreciation to Maria Lloyd. Let's give them a big round of applause. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you so much. Now allow me I want to invite a gentleman who comes from the center of the country. He has served this country in many capacities. He comes from the province called the Free State Province. From the humble beginnings, he has been in leadership for many years. He has served as a member of the legislature in that province. He has also served as the MEC in different capacities in the Free State Province. He has also served in the National Assembly, and he continues to serve there. He served as the Chief Whip of the National Council of Provinces. He also served as the Chairman of the National Caucus of the governing party, the ANC, for a period of 5 years. From last year, he was then appointed as the Deputy Minister for Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation in the Presidency. Let's welcome the humble Honorable Seiso Mohai.
Thank you very much, Program Director, with a warm words of welcome. Indeed, I'm from the provinces which we commonly refer to in South Africa as a political heritage of South Africa, political and historical heritage. That's where the liberation movement was founded, and also the oppressor organization that crafted the apartheid architecture was founded. So it is correct to say that we are from the political and historical heritage of South Africa. The President and Deputy President of Contralesa, I see the Deputy President Tate Pilani, and also greetings to all the traditional leaders, kings and queens in this August forum, the local government sector education administrator, Mr. Zukile Mvalo, the founder and executive director, Sherry Knowles, representatives of the Malma Knowles Family Foundation, and representative from the investor community, business and industry leaders. I also want to really recognize Maria for the inspiring words on what should be the focus of our continent in driving our development. Civil society and community leaders, ladies and gentlemen, would like to extend our sincere gratitude to my former colleague at the Second Chamber of Parliament, the National Council of Provinces, Mr. Zolani Mkiva, for kindly inviting us to participate in the Rural Investment Summit. I see that Contralesa has got many of those who served, and Hosi, who serve in the NCOP. I believe that it is a strategic choice that Contralesa makes to deploy in the Second Chamber of Parliament, because it has got a final say in the legislation. So it will continue to be very important for Contralesa to be focused in its deployment to Parliament. It is an honor to be part of this important gathering, focused on advancing sustainable development and economic opportunities in our rural communities. The theme of youth leaders shaping a prosperous future for Africa is embracive, encompassing, and above all, inspiring. I do, of course, am with the Minister of Electricity, Dr. Khosientsho Ramokgopa. So I didn't mention Dr. Khosientsho Ramokgopa because as I was proceeding, he had a call from the presidency. So I think I'm happy to be joining hands with my colleague, the Minister, Dr. Khosientsho Ramokgopa. This summit is taking place at an extremely critical moment in the history of the continent, when the G20 countries are converging on our shores with a common objective of advancing solidarity, equality, and sustainability in the continent and the world. In essence, the Rural Investment Summit taking place under South Africa's G20 presidency is a historic opportunity to bridge divides, empower rural communities, and set a new standard for inclusive, sustainable development in the region and African continent. Distinguished guests, South Africa entered the period of multi-party governance in the 7th administration, called the Government of National Unity at national level. This moment in history has implications for existing arrangements for planning, monitoring, and evaluation. The National Development Plan remains South Africa's long-term plan towards 2030. Considering that we are now at the last 5-year term towards 2030, there is a greater need for acceleration, both in the implementation of programs and greater efficiency in achieving results and development outcomes. Planning for the 7th administration is proceeding apace with the inherent but necessary contradiction for social progress. The Ministry of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation is at the center of coordination of government in the development of medium-term development plan. Very concrete 5-year plan to change course in South Africa. President Cyril Ramaphosa pronounced during the opening of Parliament in 2024 three main strategic priorities: inclusive growth and job creation, reducing poverty and tackling high cost of living, and lastly, building a capable, ethical, and developmental state. This Rural Investment Summit provides a vital platform for dialogue, collaboration, and innovation based on the fact that Africa's young youth will lead in its future. The Department of Planning, Monitoring, and Evaluation strongly supports Rural Investment Summit theme aptly, youth leaders shaping the prosperous future for Africa. These summits support our national and continental development agendas, particularly the NDP Vision 2030 and Agenda 2063, that emphasizes inclusive growth, rural transformation, and youth empowerment as key drivers of sustainable development. The summit is aligned to NDP and Agenda 2063 that places emphasis on inclusive growth, rural transformation, and youth empowerment for sustainable development. Based on our shameful, divided, and unequal societies, past histories and predicated on race, this summit is positioned correctly, may turn our continent demographics dividend into rural economies that sustain thriving economic development centers. Rural areas are key to food security, natural resource management, and equitable development. In South Africa, in all 9 provinces, there are places the president has designated as special economic zones and also industrial zones, particularly in rural areas. And we are aware many of these places were hijacked by criminal activity. The government has resolved that they should be places for small scale, even develop into large scale manufacturing centers. So it's important that gathered here, we look into those areas and we respond accordingly as government to discuss specifically those areas and their development with your contribution. We enable sustainable livelihoods and equitable progress by investing in rural infrastructure, technology, and skills. South Africa and Africa's socio-economic development depends on rural economies. They underpin food security, environmental protection, and culture. Rural areas suffer structural issues such as poor infrastructure, market access, and youth unemployment. Targeted investment policy coherence and multi-sectoral alliances are needed to realize rural areas' a growth potential. Young people have capacity to reinvent development paradigm with their ingenuity, resilience, and courageous entrepreneurship. Government is committed to create enabling policies and partnerships that allow youth to lead in agriculture, green energy, digital innovation, and social enterprise, areas that will determine Africa's global competitiveness. This transformation relies on youth leadership. Government and private sector, civil society, and development partners must collaborate to make rural investment a driver of inclusive growth, job creation, and social cohesion. Let the youth and women lead this transformation, not as recipients, but as creators of Africa's future. The summit that have convened government, business, civil society, and development partners for strategic engagement. This initiative must result in practical commitment to boost rural investment, inclusive economic participation, and social cohesion. Policy, coherence, and integrated planning frameworks like district development model, which support localized development, are government efforts to solve these issues. The President has allocated all ministers, all deputy ministers, into various districts of our country with a purpose of ensuring that there's coordinated planning and also that we work with traditional leadership in particular and many other civil society organizations so that in each and every district in South Africa there is one plan, one budget. So there's clarity in terms of which projects are being implemented and what are the policy objectives of such projects in terms of creating productive assets, creating job opportunities, and developing our people for the better. We focus on skills development, digital connectivity, agro-processing, and green economy projects to rural youth for innovation and entrepreneurship. We really applaud organizers of this important meeting and urge stakeholders to use this platform to align progressive interventions and national and continental agendas. To conclude, together we can create a prosperous, inclusive, and sustainable Africa powered by youth, energy, and women leadership. We appreciate the work of the organizers of this important initiative and wish all participants productive discussions. May our efforts today have a lasting influence. We can create a thriving, inclusive, youth-led Africa. Ndolevoa, thank you very much, Raleboa. Nangomso.
Now let's give him another big round of applause. Let me invite Khoshis Tlamra Khotobejane and Ms. Ayanda Ngwane to come on stage and present our token of appreciation. You don't have to declare this one in Parliament. It's no problem. It comes from the royalty and the traditional leaders of the country. I will not tell you the value, but it is priceless. Thank you very much. Well, the next gentleman is a leader who has shown us true exemplary leadership in South Africa. At the height of load shedding, he was appointed to go in there to sort out the mess. And he has also served this country in many capacities. He's been the executive mayor of our capital city, the city of Tshwane. He has also been a member of the legislature in Gauteng province. He has also been the MEC in Gauteng province. He is the member of the National Executive Committee of the African National Congress. He also serves as a member of parliament in Cape Town. President Ramaphosa appointed him at the height of the storm when there was darkness in our land all of a sudden. And then he didn't waste time. He rolled his sleeves and went in to solve the problem. Within 3 months, we saw him turning around Eskom, and today we have not experienced load shedding at all. The problem is not over. He is still working on it. But we want to acknowledge the talent that we did not need to go elsewhere in the world to hire brains when we have brains in our society. And one of the reasons why I'm foregrounding this gentleman was born in a township, grew up in a township, studied in township schools, but he rose and actually encouraged himself to go to university and study. He achieved a doctorate. He's a doctor, not an honorary doctor. This gentleman has written theses and dissertations. And therefore, it's very important that we have leadership that is balanced. He is both an organic intellectual because he gained the Master of Art in politics on the ground. And he balanced that by educating himself through our tertiary institutions. I have confidence in this gentleman, and the Congress of Traditional Leaders has confidence in this leader. We want him to be part of the leadership that must take our country forward. We don't want to be led by Mickey Mouses. We want people who deserve to be in leadership to lead us. We don't want people who scratch their heads and break their jaws. This gentleman, you have seen him, he's very articulate. And he knows what he's talking about. He has proven it on the ground. We have invited people that we have confidence in this conference because we are starting a new path. We don't want to complain. We just want to work with those that share our vision and allow us to lead our country into the right direction, and they must give us support. Government belongs to us. Government accounts to us. Government must take instructions to us in terms of what our country must take direction in terms of going forward. That is what we are about. So, Minister, I declare in this inaugural Rural Investment Summit that we are going to be working with you not only this year, but going forward, you will be our partner and we will sign an agreement to that effect. Let's welcome Dr. Kgosientsho Ramokgopa.
Okay, thank you. No, thank you very much, SG. Let me take the opportunity to acknowledge the leadership of Contralesa and single out the Deputy President, Kgosi Pilani. The leadership, all in your eminence, the Kgosi, the Khosana, and those from the diaspora. I was making the point that when I was coming through here that you shouldn't refer to me as a minister today in your midst. That's it. Now I've got royalty. Elia butoko kwa barunwa Ramokgopa elitsena ka mosatra ke ka hae ka kwa. That's right, yeah. So I'm not lost. I'm in a company of friends. So I am going to journey you through a presentation, but I'm making a proposition. That proposition is the following, is that rural spaces are fast becoming frontiers of economic growth and inclusion. So that's a proposition. And I'm going to support it with evidence. So I'm going to scientifically just excavate what the facts are so that there's a common appreciation in the room that you are exceptionally rich. You know, I make the point that you are as poor as you think and as rich as you acted. And I'm going to show you that there is no need for us to lament that we are not getting assistance from government, whether central, national government, provincial and local. Of course, it's ideal that we work together. I want to share with you that you've got all the cards, you've got all the aces. In case you don't believe it, I'll show you what science is saying. If you want to repudiate or refute what I'm saying, you have an obligation to bring your set of facts. Yes, you bear that obligation. So it must be substantiated. I agree, the last 2 days, when I switch on TV, we are subjected to mabarebare. Someone just says, there is no facts, the peasant just speaks. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. The rest don't know what I'm talking about. Yes, so I'm moving from mabarebare. I think that's the west of South Africa on display there. But that's fine. That's a conversation for another day. But SG, I want to congratulate you and the leadership of Contralesa for occasioning this conversation on the margins of the G20. It's significant because South Africa, as you all know, is the only sovereign country on the continent that is a full member of the G20. So we made the point that during our presidency of the G20, we are going to prioritize issues that are opposite or specific to the continent, so that we don't lose the opportunity, we seize the moment. And you'll see that some of the priority conversations are around critical minerals. And I want to congratulate Ms. Maria Lloyd, who gave a very incisive intervention, very powerful, when she was asking us, lift your cell phone, the car, and all of that. And the cocoa that is used processed to produce chocolate. She was making a very powerful point. That powerful point is that Africa is very rich. But I think the problem is that the relationship of the developed and industrialized North was that of colonial extraction. And I'm going to show you that for us to reverse that projection, or if you like, the framework of colonial extraction, rural spaces are going to be very key, and the attitudes of traditional leadership in those spaces. Because people come into your space, they promise cash or will build that school. But what they extract out of your land, it's exponentially higher than what they are giving in. So that time is over. And I'll show you how you hold the aces. I'm going to use the lens of energy to make my point. I'm sure if you had to invite Minister Tau, we can use the lens of trade to make his point. So remember, I'm using the lens of energy, and I'm also using South Africa because I appreciate that we could be talking about the continent, but I'm going to use South Africa. And then not just South Africa, and emphasize on the role and place of rural areas. So you just remember, when I make the point, I told you, I framed it. So essentially, I've designed the parameters of my argument. So if you want to repudiate my argument, don't come outside those parameters. You must remain within the discipline of the argument. No, I'm protecting myself. So that as I leave here, no, he said the following is not true. I've told you. I use the lens of South Africa. I use the rural lens also to make the point. So I'm just saying what Ms. Lloyd said is exceptionally powerful. Thank you. And Ms. Lloyd then does something without knowing that is very powerful. We were told that in the G20 in South Africa, there will not be Americans. I've just discovered, no, there's an American here. So thank you very much, Ms. Lloyd. The Americans are here. So we're very proud. Thank you. There's also Professor. Oh, yes, thanks, Prof. Sorry about that. Because I had not been. Thank you very much, Prof. Thank you. No, it's very powerful that some of the major superpowers thought we were on our own. So you must make a distinction between government's position and the position of the people. So the Americans are here. That's the point I'm making. The officials might not be here, but the Americans are here. And they know what the conversation we're having. Now, I know I'm standing, some of you won't see what is behind me. But just allow me, I'll try and explain it in simple terms. Because I'm building a case to show you that you are rich. That's the point I'm making. And I'm also going to make a proposal of what should happen going forward. And the SG makes the point. I've had extensive engagement with him. Of course, we're trying to facilitate a conversation where I will share with the leadership of Contralesa. But I'll still make the point, and that conversation will happen. So I've got two graphs here. So the one on the left. So what it does, it maps the relationship between what we call per capita electricity consumption. That is the amount of electricity consumed by individuals in a country. So it maps it on the y-axis. And then on the x-axis, the horizontal, it then maps GDP. So GDP, the wealthiness of a country. So what that graph tells us is that the more electricity you consume, the higher the GDP. So there is no GDP-rich economies that are energy poor. You will not go to the most affluent and rich industrialized north country and you find that they have load shedding. And you find that there are communities that don't have access to electricity. On the continent, we are 1.4 billion people. 1 billion people on the continent, of the 1.4, don't have access to clean cooking. By that I mean a young child, and it still happens in our country, especially in the rural areas. The girl child must wake up in the morning or afternoon after school, if she's likely to go to school, to go and fetch the wood so that they can prepare food. So what that does is that it diminishes the quality of life of the girl child. So clean cooking means you have access to electricity, you can connect the gas, you are not subjected to the harmful effects of the emissions when you use coal or when you use wood or when you use paraffin. So there's 1 billion people on the continent who don't have access to clean cooking. But it gets worse. There's 600 million people out of the 1.4 billion people who don't have electricity. So they are living in the past. So they can't have a relationship with getting into a room, switching a plug, and suddenly you can boil water, or suddenly the lights could be on, or you can press a remote and the TV comes on. They don't have that relationship. Their encounter with the world does not extend that far. So that's the level of deprivation on the continent. But I'll still explain to you and show you that we're exceptionally rich. So that's the relationship. So if you look at the top right-hand corner of this, it's only the rich countries that are there. They have electricity, the economy is performing well. At the bottom of that graph, you will see a lot of blue. That's where African countries are. We are poor, we don't have electricity. There is no country that industrialized. You will not open a factory when the owner of a factory doesn't know where they are going to get electricity. It just doesn't happen. And I'll show you its manifestations on the South African geography. And then the graph on the right, it makes another point. It says there's a relationship between per capita electricity consumption, the amount of electricity that the individuals in the country consume, and what they call the Human Development Index. What's the Human Development Index? The fact that the literacy levels are up. Kids are able to go to school, they learn post-secondary learning, they are able to acquire that. Now, a child born here in Sandton, when he or she comes back from school, she'll have access to the internet. She's able to research, Google, whatever the wording you use, and then suddenly he or she discovers the world, just using his or her cell phone. But here he'll have a laptop, he'll have an iPad. But a child in rural Garamkgopa, same grade, doesn't have that benefit because there's no internet access, there's no electricity. And then when the child in Haramkhupa does not progress, the one in Sandton progress, then we think that the child in Haramkhupa, really there is something very wrong with him or her. But what is wrong is the fundamental arrangement of society, that others have got access and others don't have. And those are located, those are your subjects. Their ability to grow and realize social and economic mobility is stunted by the fact that they don't have electricity, they don't have connectivity. So we can talk of the skills, but you need to acquire and transmit the knowledge for you to get the necessary skills. And that's why rural spaces are still considered very poor. So remember, I'm saying there's a relationship between that development, human development, and also electricity consumption per person. So that's a problem statement. So I've shared with you that relationship. Then this slide, you might not see it, I'll explain to you. Of course, you know this is the map of South Africa. You might not see the legend. Let me explain it. What I mean is that you see, you see where it's green, like here. See, there's green there, there's green there, there's green here, there's green here, there's green there. Let me come to the mic. So what that does, where you see green, it means that over a period of time, since 1994, the location of investments in the country are located in those areas. And where you see red and orange or amber, there has not been any investment. So what do I mean? The first green I showed you is a place called Gauteng. So there are 3 metros there. There's Tshwane, where I was the mayor, there's Johannesburg, and there's Ekurhuleni. So you can see there are buildings, they are new. You are seeing cranes. You will not see that in your villages. The next green I've shown you here, this place is KwaZulu-Natal. That green, it's not the whole of KwaZulu-Natal. It's a place called Durban. And then the next green I'm showing, just remind me, well, that is Gqeberha, ne? It comes before PE. PE is further south. The other green, it's a bit light green. That's Port Elizabeth. And then you see East London. And then the next green here, it's Cape Town. Not Western Cape, Cape Town. So what am I telling you? Since 1994, we defeated apartheid, came into power. We did not fundamentally alter the spatial structure of apartheid. So opportunities are in 5 areas. Let me say 4, and use Gauteng as just one space. It's Gauteng, it's Durban, and really Cape Town, and perhaps PE and East London. And that's why you shouldn't be surprised when people come to, in my language, now, when the firms close, you will see the villages will be buzzing. I like what the Premier of Limpopo says. She makes the point, you know how there's this thing called an equitable share. Like Minister Godongwane, we collect the taxes through SARS, we all pay, those who can pay, and then he allocates the budget. And there's a component of that allocation, we call it equitable share. How they calculate it, like how much must we give to Gauteng, how much must we give to Eastern Cape and all these provinces, is also a function of the size of their population. And then the Premier of Limpopo makes an important point. He says, you know, if you were to do a count of the number of people in Limpopo, if you had to do it between the 15th of December and the 5th of January, the population there is much bigger than Gauteng. And then she says use those numbers. Of course, in Gauteng they'll refuse. They'll say, no. You must use from the 5th of January to the 15th of December. Calculate the numbers. Drive here in the next 4 weeks, 5 weeks, come to this place. There will be nothing on the road. Because we have gone home. But what is the bigger point I'm making? The bigger point I'm making is that Rural spaces will continue to be labor reserves. Metro areas are going to be islands of prosperity and opportunity, and the rural areas are going to be seas of poverty. That's what it is. If you want to see poverty, experience it, as they say, palpable, just go to a rural area. You know better than I do. So we must change this. That's the simple point I'm making. And then we want to work with you to change this. You know, I always make the point that our problem in the country, and it's a self-critique. When I say self-critique, because since 1994 to today, of course, things have changed a bit since the last national government election and provincial, but the point still holds true, is that it's really an ANC government that has been in charge. We spend a lot of time theorizing and planning, and we have not mastered the art of doing. Just start, ne? And accept that as you do, you are going to make mistakes. Those who do, I always tell my son, if you don't want to make a mistake, my boy, you are guaranteed, just fold your arms. You will never make a mistake because there's nothing you are doing. Those who do are the ones who make mistakes. And let me tell you, as an engineer, I don't know in social sciences, there is no perfect system. There is no 100% efficient system. Even if you see an aeroplane, there's always room to tinker with the rotating parts to make it more efficient. There is no system that is perfect in the world, in the engineering sense. Like I said, I don't account for social sciences. It doesn't exist. But what we have been doing in the country, we've been searching for a perfect system. And in the search, so what we do in the country is that we come with a plan. Someone critiques the plan before we can implement this. No, man, let's revise it. There's something missing. We do the revision. And after the revision, we want a revision on top of that revision. Before you know it is 31 years, we have not done anything. I am not suggesting, we have made tremendous progress. You have seen we have changed this country. I am making a different point. I'm saying we could have changed it much faster. And then we could have changed this picture. That's the point I'm making. That conscience are a democratic government, but it's fine. It's okay. But I'm making the point that we can change this picture. Now let me explain to you how we'll change this picture. I'm going to use these are real facts. Remember I told you, I'm not talking examples. I'm talking to you what the science says. So there is this thing called a decarbonization agenda. This afternoon at 2, we'll accompany the president. We are meeting the EU leaders. In the summit itself, you'll see there's something called the just energy transition, and all that says is that it's important that we find additional sources of energy generation. When I say additionally, in our country we are using coal. We are not going to abandon coal. But we must, oh yes, we are not it's not going anywhere. No, it's not going anywhere because the industrial north, they were able to industrialize burning coal, fossil fuels. It's our time to grow. You can't tell us we have no right to use it. But what we'll do is to address the emissions, and science will help us to address it. So coal remains. But then it says you must add other sources. You must add wind, you must add solar and the like. A study has been done, going back to what Ms. Lloyd was saying. The projection is that solar energy is going to grow 2.4 times between now and 2050. It's going to grow, the demand is going to grow because more and more countries want to produce electricity, converting the sun to electricity. And then it goes further to say wind is going to grow about 2.7 times. So using wind, you convert the kinetic energy into electricity. Then you get the electricity. And then EV, that which you generate during the day when the sun is out, you are not using all of it, you store it. And at peak, when people comes back from work, there's no sun, you draw the storage, what you have stored from the batteries. And also the electric vehicles are going to grow. More and more people are going to move from internal combustion engine to electric vehicles.
And then it computes to say, for us to build this PV and the like, there are minerals that we need to build. We need copper, we need silicon, we need lithium, nickel, cobalt, manganese, graphite, zinc, chromium. Half of those minerals are here in South Africa. And all of those minerals are in your land, on your land. So the world says we need this. They don't have it, you have it. That's the first point I'm making. The second point I'm making is that for you to convert the sun into electricity, it means your primary energy, what gives you the electricity is the sun. So the first thing you need is the sun. As all the European leaders that are here, when they left home, it is freezing. It's going to be freeze dark for the next 6 months. So they don't have the primary energy. We have it. The third thing that you need, even if they had the primary and they had the sun, you need land after land after land to roll out this solar PV. The Europeans don't have it. You have it in abundance. So you've got three things. You have the minerals, you have the land, you have the sun. The fourth thing that we have, that they don't have, is a youthful population. You need labor to work and beneficiate. Go to the European and industrialized countries. Their populations are aging. Who are sitting on gold is young people. I mean, you can't reproduce kids. You don't manufacture kids in a factory. All of you, you know the process. Yes, you know how you manufacture. Where you have difficulties, you go to Limpopo, there's Moringa. We are resolving the problems of society. We have a way of producing. Hey, Ellen Tlapela Matso, I'm on it. I see everyone is smiling when I talk about this. Yeah, that's what God has given us. But the point, and then the fifth thing you need is money, which we don't have. We have 4 of the 5 things that are required, and we are still begging. There is something fundamentally wrong with us. You know, in my language, it's Casto Kori Khosistamrao can identify with. In my language, when you are trying to explain something, and the answer is obvious, and we don't use that answer to solve that problem, and you keep at it, like what Einstein says, you use the same methods to try and resolve the same problem, and the answer is the same, you still continue to use the same. Yeah. In my language, when you do that, when you can explain why is it that you can't solve this problem when the answer is so obvious. That's the most convenient way of explaining it. No, man. Hi, man. I went about loile, man. Muto loile, I say, oh, no. No. No, I get about loile, no, bulela fela. So the point I'm making is that's, and then this thing goes further. They've done a study and say, the projection is that this demand that we're talking of minerals and the like, they make the point that up to 30% of this demand will not be met. So the world wants to transition. The European leaders are here. The major industrialized countries are here. They've committed that they want to transition, but they don't know where these minerals will come from. And we know that these minerals are with us. So the conversations must be different. It's not beggars talking to those who have. It's equals at the table. I have my minerals, you have the money. Let's see how we meet each other halfway. Because I also have an ambition to grow the economy of my country. And you are going to help us to resolve that problem going forward. I'm also explaining to you what are some of the issues, the DRC, Mozambique, Limpopo, the huge minerals. Go to Sekhukhune, there's Khosistamrao. There's a lot of activity. There's chrome ore being mined. You can reprocess it into, further process it into ferrochrome, and you are able to improve or contribute towards the manufacturing of these inputs of the finished products, rather, that are going to help us to transition, whether it's on PV, wind, and also battery. But I also want to make a different point. That different point is that you might have the minerals, you might have the renewable energy sources, that is the sun, you might have the land, you might have young people who should be trained and therefore provide the kind of skilled labor that is going to support this transition. But as host, you have an obligation to stand up for your people and knock at each and every door and say, I want to work with you. I'm going to use something I did say. I'm not giving you any examples. I had an encounter with Kgosi Pilane. So we went to visit him. I'm not mentioning him because he's a deputy president. We went to see him for other things that are related to the other KEPA of the party. There's something we needed to discuss with him. So when we were there as the leadership of the party, he says, I have a vision of developing this place into a city. And then for the first time, I must be the first one to also admit that I never thought that and I'm saying this respectfully, he's here, I'm happy he's here, so I will not be misinterpreted. I would never could have imagined that a chief in a rural area could put together the most technically sound and comprehensive vision on how we want to turn around his village into another city. He took us through a lot of planning, engineering work that went into. You can see that millions have been spent to get to that point. Then Kgosi Pilane says, this is a vision I have, and of course, I agree. At the time we were going to an election, he says, no, Kgosi Pilane, you must see me, you must talk. Okay. And then we left. So then he calls me after the election. Congratulations. You remember you promised that we will talk. Now I'm talking to you. You said we'll work together. And of course, I mean, at the beginning of the political period, it's very difficult to find a date. So I say to him, no, let's adjust. Maybe in 2 months. He says, because I must travel to him. In my culture, Kgosi aitli mo wena o ya go Kgosi. Yes, so I still carry those values. He says, no, I'll come to you. No, Kgosi says, no, I'll come. And indeed, he comes. And so here's a vision, and then he focuses on the issues of energy, how we can power the energy requirements of the city he has, the vision he has. Remember, there is no economy that grows in darkness. If the lights are off, there is no economy. During the periods of load shedding, we're losing 1.2 billion rands a day. The South African economy barely grew as a result of load shedding. So he says, no, but the lights must be on. So I'm happy to say to you, we have gone back to him, of course, to announce officially to him and Lekgotla. We are partnering with them. We are going to produce renewable energy on his land. He says, here's the land. Here's the demand, because there's leisure tourism and hospitality. We will also take that demand as Eskom. And then as the Bakhatla, we are not going there to take their assets. They are invested in that project. In English, they say, this capital raising, we call it skin in the game. So he has not relinquished ownership of the land. He says, I'm co-owning this production with you. What that does, it guarantees him annuity income for the life of the project. He takes that income to redevelop his community, his subject, and is able to realize the ambitions of his city. What is the message I'm giving to you? Don't wait for me to come to you. You have every right to come to us. And he kicked the doors. Not literally, he didn't kick the door. Like he just came and said, I'm coming. So in my language, you have the assets. But we go and have this conversation. And then I can tell you we'll resolve this problem. I think that's the one message I really want to give to you. This is the slide I wanted to show you. So if you want to know the quality, how you compute where to put your solar park and that, you look at the quality of the sun. So look at these areas. You remember those places I told you about, this coastal area. There's Cape Town, the Eastern Cape, Devon, and the like, going to where you see red, it means that that's where you can put your solar farm. You are going to get the best returns. And guess what? The majority of what is red there, going up to the northwestern part of Limpopo, they are really traditional spaces. So I'm saying you are sitting on gold. So don't wait for us. You have the land, the sun is there. For as long as we are alive, the sun will rise from the east and it will set in the west. And then that sun will be available to you. When you do this computation, you do three things. It's the number of days where you have the sun. So in Europe, I can tell you, I think only a quarter of 360 days. That's when they have the sun. The rest of it is cloudy, it's misery, it's wet, it's rainy. Hey, go in there, it's very terrible. We have the best country in the world. That much I can tell you, in case you didn't know. So it's the number of sun days in a year. In 365 days, how many days do you have sun days? The second question it answers is, on the day where the sun is, how many hours do you have the sun? And then the third question it answers, when you have the sun, what is the quality, what is the intensity of that sun? I was saying to Josipilan the other day, when we went, it was very hot. Everyone was blowing themselves. And I was saying to her, Josipilan, once we put this solar park, you'll be smiling because you are printing money. The more the sun comes, your relationship with the sun changes. It's not that of displeasure and anger. You let the sun beam, I'm printing money, I'll reinvest it back in my people. That's the point that we are simply making. And then there's work we are doing with the ferrochrome. I will not bore you on that. And then what this slide says, as I conclude, is that we have approved what we call our electricity plan. In fancy language, we call it the integrated resource plan. Look at what this plan is saying. It's saying in South Africa we are going to get an additional 25,000 megawatts of solar PV. We are going to get 30 megawatts of wind, gas and the like, but I want to focus on solar PV. We have included nuclear. What this slide says is that government needs you more than you need government, because you are sitting on those assets that are going to give us that 25 gigawatts. And I really want to convey to you, when someone comes and say, we are from Europe, we are from this place, we want to put a solar farm there, we'll take the kids to school, we'll build you your nice royal house, we'll buy you a Mercedes-Benz. On the surface, it's very attractive. But let me tell you, they're pickpocketing you, because you are exponentially richer than what they suggest. So it's important that you craft what your answer is, because you are sitting with 4 of the 5 inputs for us to realize that. Remember, I said you have the land, you have the sun, we have the minerals, we have the young people. All they have is money. So why do you call the shot? Because I can get money from anyone, but you can't get the sun from anywhere. You can have billions and billions, be the richest person in the world, Elon Musk, be the most educated scientist. You will not reproduce the sun. The minerals is a function of the tectonic shifts. That's why you find these seams where they are located. No one can undo it. So I'm saying we have these things that are irreplaceable, and they have something that is replaceable. It's money. If you don't want my terms, I can go to the next person. But you can't go to another place that doesn't have the sun, because you need the sun. That's the point that we're making. So we're going to ensure that we work together to resolve this. The last point I want to make. There is no person who invests in a place, like I told you, where there is no electricity. We have solved load shedding, but we have problems of load reduction. So no one can come into a village when you have load reduction, because we'll tell you, but Josipilan, you want me to invest here, but there's load reduction. We have made a commitment. We are ending load reduction in the next 12 months. But you are important. You are important because when we come into a village, we knock at your doors to announce ourselves, introduce ourselves, and work with you. We have done that with Josipilan. Saint-Fontaine, I'm sure in the next this week or next week, there will not be load reduction. We move from the next village to the other. And I want to, as I conclude, the last point I want to make, as I say thank you to you. On the, I think it's the 18th of this, of next month, or early next month, not even earlier than the 18th. We are going to a place called, in Musina, 2 villages, is Madave, I forgot the other one. This is a rural area. They've never had electricity before. We went to the chief, they directed us to the donors, we sat with them. We introduced what we call a microgrid. So we bring solar, we pair it with a battery, and then we are connecting those people. And then we go further. We say each and every public space, a school, a hospital, a clinic, a park in that area, they are going to have free Wi-Fi. And this is a 5th-generation Wi-Fi. And then we also make it available to each and every household. Of course, there they will pay a fee, but that is reduced. What is the message I'm conveying? Is that connectivity is very powerful. After the 18th, I forgot the date, but we are done with the project. We want the president to go and unveil it. Those people are going to have a different experience of life. Before we went into that place, in the morning, kids had to go and fetch wood so that they can burn it for heating, for cooking, for bathing, you mentioned. That is gone out of the window. The child must focus on her studies. When she comes back, she doesn't have to go and fetch the wood. But we're saying that's not sufficient. That we know that this thing called a cell phone is very powerful. You have the world at the palm of your hand. You can visit all countries sitting there. Because you just Google, who's this country, GDP, demographics, the history, and all of that. We say that the rural child has got every right to enjoy that benefit as the urban child from an affluent area. And that's how we're going to transform these spaces together. And we say we're going to identify villages across the country. I said to the SG, this partnership is talking about Honorable Mkiva, is to work out, we must move with you from one village to the other. Change the lives of your subjects. They are going to hold you in high esteem. Remember, the issue is not the position, the title. No one will take it from you. You are not elected. You are born in those positions. But they are going to respect you more when you change their lives in the most meaningful fashion. And energy will do that. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
No. By virtue of the powers vested in me, as the Secretary General of the Congress of Traditional Leaders of South Africa, I hereby ask you to rise and give him a round of applause and a standing ovation. Thank you very much. Thank you. Minister, it's very difficult to tell a man that we love you. Because we are Africans, it's very difficult to make that expression to another man. But it is not me personally. It is the NEC, the National Executive Committee of Contralesa, has that expression. And we will do everything within our power to make sure that in 2027, you continue to be part of the National Executive Committee. And your centrality there, we will guarantee as the Congress. Because we want you there. Let me invite the following young people to come forward and do the presentation to you. Prince K. Zulu, can you please join us on stage? Kwazgwenkosi. And then I ask Vinolia Mabele to come forward. Princess Nandile Ndamase, please come forward. Minister, this is a token of appreciation from the leadership of Contralesa. we have young people who have full confidence and are proud to be part and parcel of the institution of traditional leadership. This certification is priceless. As I say, there's no need to declare it because you will not have anything to put in terms of numbers as to what is it worth, but it is priceless. Let's take the picture and keep it going. No, thank you very much, Minister. I also want to say, Minister, together with the Deputy Minister and the other leaders in the room, that we have Miss Sherry Knowles, who is the leader of the Kektil project that we have partnered with here. She comes from America. She did not only attend here, but we partnered with her, like I explained at the beginning. And she has put hundreds of thousands of dollars into this equation. And she is part of us, and she has committed herself that she's going to work with us on this. I want to ask you, Sherry, to rise so that we can acknowledge you in the room, because the minister was not here yesterday and the deputy minister was not here, and maybe some of the leaders were not here. Thank you very much. We are now going to, now that we have done with the official part, we will have the panels continuing from where we ended yesterday. And I'm going to invite Guguni from Kenya to moderate this session. And we will take the ministers behind so that we can have a conversation with him together with the leadership while these panels are continuing. I am not saying that they are taking leave of the summit, but Minister, we got a very good report that you informed the main session of G20 yesterday about this summit. Someone has just came to me and said, yesterday the minister made the same presentation that he made now. And he also told them that today he will be presenting in the Rural Investment Summit, where he will be talking to traditional leaders and their communities. We appreciate that. The other thing that I did not warn you, Minister and the Deputy Minister, before you came here, I didn't tell you deliberately because I wanted you to be yourselves and to be honest in what you are presenting to us. We are live on YouTube and Facebook and Instagram. Okay, I'm inviting you, Guguni, to come forward and you can give us music, my brother, and then you will introduce the panelists, which include Her Royal Highness Queen Skudadi Seiso Mabena in this session. Very important that you listen to this session. We will be part of it. Yeah, Guguni, over to you. Let's welcome Guguni from Kenya.
Thank you so much, His Royal Heritage Mkiva. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. To those ones who are not there yesterday, I'll introduce myself. My name is Wycliffe Guguni, and I support Kektil as the country director in Kenya, and also I serve in the Kektil board, building the Kektil alumni community. Thank you so much, the former Speaker, Minister for Trade and Energy. Such an interesting presentation, especially on how rural communities can contribute to development when it comes to production of energy. For those of us who are not from South Africa, when you speak to South Africans, most of the time you hear about load shedding. And today I've come to understand where that comes from and how you're solving that problem. Now, this panel discussion is on something that is connected to the heart of this summit on traditional leadership. And we are going to be discussing the question of how can traditional leadership ensure youth development and avoid destructive cultures. So with this, on this question of traditional leadership, youth development, and culture, I have with me guests, panelists who are going to dig deeper to help us understand how traditional leadership can help promote youth development. And the first speaker in line is Inkosi Lutuka, which is a young person from the Contralesa Youth Wing. Please give a round of applause to Nkosi as they come on stage. A round of applause until he arrives. Welcome. 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 The second panelist is Queen Sekhothali Mabena from the Ndebele Kingdom. A round of applause to the Queen as she comes on stage. Keep clapping until she arrives. Thank you so much, Queen Mavena. And the third speaker is coming all the way from Peru. And her name is Andrea Falcon from the Peruvian Youth Activist and Advocate for Indigenous Knowledge System at the Quechua-rooted cultural strategist. Welcome, Andreas. Great. So our conversation today will focus on three main themes: traditional leadership, youth development, and culture. And we're going to dissect and ask ourselves the question of how can traditional leadership promote the development of young people using the experiences that our panelists have today. And just like we did yesterday, we'll start with the opening remarks. And in these opening remarks, I'm going to throw in a question, perhaps a spanner in the works to get us started from a high note. Traditional leadership for youth development and culture. Is traditional leadership a gateway for the prosperity of young people, or is it a gatekeeping structure? Please introduce yourself and what you do, and then you can respond to that question. We can start from our brother on the other side.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. Greetings to our distinguished guests. Acknowledge the presence of the Deputy President Contralesa, the TG of Contralesa, the officials that are working with me on the youth structure, my African brothers and sisters, ndiniki mbeko yam kwizikumkani zelilizwe. I greet you all. My name is Inkosi Ndumiso Lutuka. I'm here moderator as the chairperson as the national chairperson, Contralesa Youth. I represent the institution of traditional leadership, of course. I want to rise on your question. Of course, the traditional leadership is a way to go, especially on the question at hand. But it is very unfortunate that I will start on a back foot. Very fortunate. I will touch on the facts, on factual issues, on what is happening currently vis-a-vis the ideal situation that we ought to have. As we speak, 60 to 70% of my presentation, it is unfortunate that it will be negative because the experience that we encounter, especially as the institution, we are on a back foot because we lack resources, mainly because for me, if you talk any development, I was happy that in the midst, I listened on the presentations. For us to be where we want to be as the institution, also being in a position of being able to develop the youth, especially of the country of Africa, we need to have more of Mr. Mvana, the gentleman that was speaking here from the SITA. We need to have more of that, because I believe if we can have more partners, we will be able to unlock all the doors that are blocked as we speak. So without partners, because if we're being honest, traditional leadership alone cannot be the solution on the problems that we encounter.
Thank you so much, Nkosi. Over to you, Andreas.
Hello, my name is Andrea Falcon. I am Peruvian, based in Switzerland. I would like to start acknowledging the royal families and every important players and stakeholders here. Coming from this space of reverence and gratitude for hosting me in your land. This is my first time in Africa, and I come with some visions of South-South collaboration. So I wanted to say it's such an honor to have been able to arrive and touch your land and get in touch with each one of your lineages. So my background is in public consultancy in the infrastructure sector in Peru. That's the work of my family. Also have been political leaders in the regions for some generations in important regions of Peru where cultures like Xavin and Inca had existed and shaped our landscape, cultural landscape and economy. I grew up very westernized, and later on my professional journey abroad is that I realized how important traditional leadership and identity it is for shaping a prosperous and peaceful future for the whole humanity. And this is what drives me. So now I am an activist, but I'm also a consultant with some companies working on agri-tech and fintech. But the title that I identify myself the most is an activist to regenerate human soul globally. And for me, traditional leadership and remembering the identity of our cultures, but also of our biologists, it's a crucial piece that we've been missing. And I'm very hopeful today to see that we can achieve this together as brothers and sisters from the South.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Andreas. And I'll hand it over to Queen Mavena.
Thank you very much. Greetings to Your Majesties, Your Royal Highnesses, distinguished guests, civil society groups. I am Queen Sekgothadiso Mabena from the Ndebele Kingdom. And you've asked us to explain what we do. Even if I take 10 minutes, is that okay? All right.
Yeah.
I'm an activist and I am an ambassador, but I mainly work with the United Nations in ending child marriage and FGM, with the AU, as well in retaining women and children in the education system. I'm a sexual reproductive health rights advocate with the AIDS Foundation of South Africa, a menstrual hygiene ambassador with the Princess D Cup, and an overall gender-based violence and femicide activist. So I can say that I'm an overall powerhouse, I guess, for young women in this continent.
Excellent. Thank you so much. And I would like us to start with you, the first question, because you've mentioned some of the things that you do with women on menstrual hygiene, trying to end some of the harmful practices that are happening. Based on traditional practices that have been there before, what would you define as a harmful traditional practice?
Perhaps let me not specify particularly, but we do know, because of the different ethnic groups that we come from, that there are norms and customs that we need to get rid of, because the life that we're living today is not like the one before. For instance, alternative use for menstrual products. It's still a very deep and sensitive discussion, especially to have with men around in the room. Traditionally, this was something that would never be done. It was a conversation for both mom and daughter. But now we're encouraging men to be part of these conversations, because we're living in a world where women are dying on a daily basis. Every second, there's a woman that is being murdered in this country, unfortunately. So fathers are left with their daughters, and they need to understand the importance of understanding the female anatomy and what it needs, so that it grows in a healthy environment for it to be able to thrive. And for children not to be seen as vessels, I guess, of sexual production, because we do know that we are faced with a lot of rape amongst our youth, which is something that traditional leadership really needs to stand out and start talking more on. And especially within the menstrual hygiene sector, which is inclusive of, the reproductive health and the rights of the girl child, for us to know and understand the medical needs of the girl child. The vaccines that we should be having, like the HPV vaccine, a lot of us traditionally don't even understand what that is. But then the lack of that type of vaccine, I'm just making an example, leads to cervical cancer, which we are seeing a lot more now in women between the ages of 35 and 50. So if we are going to say we want to be a progressive nation where women are able to reproduce without having any issues, then what type of discussions are we having, and what are we really trying to portray?
Wonderful, wonderful. And I would like the other two panelists also to give us a definition of traditional harmful practices. It could be in a general sense, or you could give examples. Over to you, Andrea.
You said traditional, harmful? So I would try to make this definition from my perspective from South America. So I would say some traditional harmful practices that I've observed there are very similar to what Queen just mentioned. A lot of trying to hide sexual awareness. There's no conversations regarding sexuality. There's no conversations regarding female body. And this also creates very violent ecosystems for us. We are also murdered. It's very common in the rural areas, in the cities, in all kinds of social classes and education. For many years, it was normalized. And I grew up being told that it was not safe for me to be alone in the street, that I couldn't trust my classmates. Instead of, I think one of the dangerous or the bad practices that we had is make women responsible instead of creating gender-to-gender awareness. We were being blamed. In my culture, we are blamed. If something bad happens to us, we are the ones to blame because we provoked. Even in court, there's been some sound cases of rape, and where judges would say, okay, what was the victim wearing? So this is also something that in rural areas is very sounded. So I would say is this part, and also the lack of contraception culture that creates a lot of young motherhood. Like in my case, I was a mother at 16. And because of this, I also got to see a lot of teen mothers from different realities in my country, and I could see how our system was violent to us from a legal perspective and also medical perspective and educational perspective. So I would say that being a woman, being capable of whole life in our bodies, nothing would exist with a female body, right? So I would say that part, to not honor the mother body, is one of the most saddest practices that I have seen, that sadly still traditional leaders have been not acknowledging, at least where I come from.
Thank you so much. And finally, to our brother.
Thank you very much, Kukuni. My response will be very simple. Let me first apologize to my brothers in the house. What I'm going to say is very critical, and I'm sure some of them will feel they're betrayed. There is a tradition of ukutwala that has been happening. In that process, a girl child will be taken by force and made a wife without even a consent, despite considering if the person was at school, despite the fact that the person maybe was busy with developing herself. But as traditional leadership, we're the first ones to champion, to say no, that cannot happen like that, because we have noticed that back in the days, the issue that I'm raising was not a problem. Some of us are the products of that because our mothers were not given a chance to give a consent when they had to be married to our fathers. But because we are in this dispensation, we are living in the space where there are prescripts, so it cannot be correct for us as traditional leadership to promote such traditions. So we're the first ones as the institution to champion the protection of the girl child, because we could see the problems that we encounter as a result of that practice. So we say no ukutwala. The age must be considered if one would regard himself as having a wife. I know there's a high pressure because in traditional leadership, if you don't have a wife, there are things that you cannot perform. You can't be in the position of leadership, because in the process of leading or of your leadership, you're expected to lead people that are having problems with their wives. So you ought to have a wife. We understand that and we're clear, but we're saying no to ukutwala because there's a lot that break in the process of one beneficiating. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And based on the responses that all of you have provided, there's a heavy inclination towards women on the responses that you've all provided. But at the same time, men and boys also face perhaps some of these harmful practices. But then, before we dig deeper into these harmful practices, I would like us to talk about something positive also, about the traditional African practices that we have in our cultures. What are some of the values or important values that we derive from these practices, traditional African practices that the youth can embrace? We could start from Nkosi as we come back to the Queen.
Thank you very much for that question. There's a lot positive that we could invest on. Like if you can think of the people that are professional singers today, they started to sing cultural songs in the villages. So if we could invest on that, we could see more of our young people taking the space, the professional space, being artists. So there's just a lot. If you go to the inland of the Eastern Cape, there used to be a school of traditional leadership where people would be exposed on values of what transpires to become a leader, so that if you get to meet one of a person that is defined as a traditional leader, without that person explaining or identifying himself, just by looking at the posture, then you are in a position of being able to say, this is a traditional leader. So we could be investing more also on programs that will make young people to identify themselves. Because at times, if you allow someone to identify you, at times they cannot define you as you would want to be defined. So there's a lot that we can do. Like I said earlier, if we can invest on our cultures, there are people that were singing at an early age, singing cultural songs, but those experiences disappeared because there's no one that bothered to archive that information.
Thank you so much. Andreas, what values can the youth derive from traditional or traditional cultures?
I will build on this part of the art, the expression. I think just by existing, even if more people recognize themselves as traditional leaders and put themselves out there in different forms of expression, whether it's through music or social media or paintings, just by reminding the world that we all come from these expressions and colors, and I think that's one of the most positive, because it reminds us how nature actually works, how diverse, how rich, how if I can see something in common that from our territories where traditional leadership is still sounding, is that we receive people from all over the world, right, coming to our territories looking for this colorful and this vibrant movement, dance, songs, instruments, connection with the foods. So I would say that that expression of alignment with nature and life is one of the most precious and positive things that effortlessly traditional leaders are keepers of.
Thank you so much. And over to the Queen. Same question.
Okay, thank you. I think some of the positive cultural norms or even practices, and I don't want to reiterate too much of what has been said, but truly through song and dance. Like what was explained yesterday, I think on one of the panels somebody did mention, when we sit around the fire as girls or even boys, we've chosen to get rid, because we know in our cultures, there were those songs that oppress women, or rather align them to a particular way of life because we deemed it as culture. But we are trying to stray away from that and look for the positiveness of how we're going to groom our young girls and boys into becoming prominent women of society within traditional customs and norms of a future that we want to see. So for instance, I always like saying, and even on international platforms, there's a saying in Sesotho that says, and it grows across the board, but our languages may differ, Mosadi o tshwara thipa ka bohaleng. And this for many years has been the downfall of our parents, because women tolerate the very, very least of what they were expecting, either out of a union or out of just their singular livelihood. So we need to start redefining these terms and aligning them with the positivity that we keep talking about and chanting. Because if we are going to sit and lay ourselves on these connotations and these terms that our parents and our great-grandparents were raised with, what type of future are we saying we want to see? There's a very thin line between positive and negative masculinity within the traditional context. Because if we talk on an international basis, all of us can say, all right, we understand what positive masculinity is. But there are a lot of traits that need to change. For instance, Andrea, you did mention the dress code. Dress code for many women is still a very big issue. But we need to align it with how also it makes a woman feel proud to be a woman, not because they're being oppressed to feel like they're going to be less, or rather for them not to be seen. But I don't want to also get too deep into that, because it's difficult sitting here as a young traditional leader, having progressive thoughts and minds, for me not to be quoted tomorrow in the wrong way, but truly speaking through the setting of how we sit with our children and the level of communication that we have with them in languages that they too will understand, because everyone is now on the internet. So we need to also try and start aligning ourselves and understanding them so that we also understand ourselves as parents, and we understand one another as a family and as a united community.
Thank you. And based on the two questions that I've asked, I would like now to connect these to what you've just mentioned. Sometimes it becomes challenging as a leader or a traditional leader to advocate for customs and traditions that have existed over a period of time, but in the modern times, they become a barrier to progress. So how can traditional leaders be able to speak about some of the negative cultural practices and address them without losing their position as traditional leaders, and ensure that they have the buy-in of the community and the support of the community as they address these issues?
Mental health intervention. Mental health intervention in traditional communities is a necessity. I cannot begin to start unpacking this, but we need to start dealing with our psychological before we start even discussing how we are going to set out the norms and practices that are going to be healthy for all of us. As a traditional leader myself, and within the work that I do, I had social workers there at the office in KwaMhlanga who were there present every single day for the use of the community. But because of some of the toxic cultural traits that exist in households, women and children, please hear me, and I'm going to say this the third time, women and children were not able to access because the men said there is no way our household issues are going to be discussed with someone else. I had to beg the king to have a community outreach and talk to the men so that they understand the importance of what it is for them as well to speak out about issues. It is so sad that we are seeing the high rate of suicide amongst men because they are dying internally. They have problems and issues that they were never able to talk about because of the toxic cultural traits that we've been carrying all these years. But also, like I'm saying, I'm a very bold individual, and I think this was built on where I come from. But I can guarantee you, the minute I leave this room, there are going to be people calling me and texting me and asking why I'm discussing such issues in such platforms. Because there is still that element of toxicity that we need to really, really start addressing and getting rid of. It is not going to help us at all.
Thank you for having the courage to speak about it. And as I ask this question to Andreas, I want to talk about one of the programs that KECTIL runs called the Male Promise Keeper campaign. And this is a campaign that was initiated by Sherry when she visited Nairobi, and she met young girls who had gotten pregnant and they had stopped going to school and they didn't have anyone to take care of them, and the fathers of those children were nowhere to be seen. So the Male Promise Keeper campaign is addressing some of these cultural issues that especially women face, not here in South Africa only, but across the continent. And it states that if a man sees a woman who they want to be involved with, and if they should ask themselves this very important question: if they get pregnant, are they willing to take responsibility of taking care of the child and the baby and the lady? If the answer is no, you put your hands in the pocket and walk away. And if you're willing to do that, you follow the right process and support. And you should not lay a hand on a woman if you're in a situation where it's compromising and your anger or your emotions are high. You should be the first one to leave as a man and not to beat a woman. Number two, you teach this to other men around you, not to beat women. And then number three, you're going to use your male protective instinct to protect women in public spaces. If you see a woman being beaten, you're going to protect them. So this is a Male Promise Keeper campaign that has been running. And I want to ask Andrea, because some of these challenges face women, others face men. So how can men and women work together as allies against harmful practices that they experience individually?
So I would answer this question also as a mother, because I have a girl and a boy. And it's been through my experience there and also my experience as a mother that I mentioned what I faced and the experiences of other mothers that I met, because I was a volunteer in Teen Moms Shelter in Peru. And we are, like Africa, big and very diverse. So seeing girls my age also pregnant from different regions, their experiences with their male partners, the fathers of their kids, sometimes same age, sometimes older men. I would say, and also to connect with the mental health part, what we can do as men and women is remember that we are not separated. We're not against each other. And a lot of the time we separate with the men go to one side, the women go to another side. And we forget that we are part of a united divine intelligence that, yes, gave us a different role to each and different biologies and different roles in society and different strengths and capacities and even cognitive capacities, because the masculine brain and the feminine brain operate and see reality very different. And this is a neuroscience-based statement. But we don't have the full picture. Not only the man or not only the woman. We cannot create life. We cannot create anything. Just if you have only women in the world or only men, humanity wouldn't survive. If you go to nature and you see only male animals, or if there are some plants that are also divided in masculine and feminine, nothing would survive. Only for every creation, for life to stand, we need masculine and feminine. So, and also from the mental health perspective, what causes a lot of people to hide things and pretend that the problems that are in our face are not happening. And the reason why we say, no, we don't discuss our problems in the public hospital or with other people is this very thing. Like, we have interiorized, because of our war, colonial, displacement past, division and fear. And all of these behaviors that we're talking about are based on fear. And if I may address some spiritual teachings that I encountered my way, they say that you can make decisions out of fear or out of love. And that's basically the two feelings that drive decision-making. So I would say that what we can do as men and women and as humanity is to start looking around and seeing that we have more abundance, more things to be happy about, collaboration, technology, more safety, and there's no more or less war and less like colonial practices than before. So we can start tapping into our memory and our bodies and realize that we can start releasing the fear and start making decisions more out of the love for each other and our love for life, and stop hiding ourselves, stop holding on also to identities because we are afraid to lose ourselves. And I think this is the rigidity in a lot of traditional leaders comes from there, because we are so rigid and holding on the very little that is remaining in our cultures, because from that fear that at any point it could be taken away from us, our dances, our traditions. So let's not act from fear anymore. We are safe and we can collaborate and support each other, and let's start speaking out, sharing and collaborating and supporting each other from love.
Thank you so much. And speaking about fear, speaking about inability to express yourself with courage, there are cultures that downplay the role of young people. You're told you're a young person, you have no experience, you know nothing, so listen to what I'm telling you. So young people are not supposed to speak back or even to negotiate with older people, or women are not supposed to negotiate with men. So we see these power imbalances and struggle that prevent sometimes good ideas from coming out. So I would like you to speak about how traditional leadership can open up more avenues and opportunities where youth can speak, youth can participate, youth can make decisions for their development and progress. How can the traditional leadership system provide more avenues like those ones?
Thank you very much. The first of the most, if we need to strengthen the awareness. And if we do that, as traditional leadership, as the institution, we need to hold the center stage. I know on the olden days, there are things that were made to be fashionable. Like for instance, where I'm seated, there are things that I'm not expected to say. Like let's go to what is happening. There's a program that I'm part of that is run by Department of Health. They say it's men's health. In that program, there's a lot that is happening. If you get to hear, get to listen to men crying, sharing experiences. In the olden days, we're coming from a culture where we were told that a man is not supposed to cry. We are coming from a culture where we were told that even when you feel pain, you must bottle it. Then where I'm seated, I'm in a position which I believe is a better or a strategic position. Because if you look at my age, today or in the olden days, you wouldn't expect someone of my age holding the hot seat that I'm occupying, that is being in the forefront of issues, or in a space where uncomfortable issues are being raised. So I would appeal to the House, in particular the institution of traditional leadership, to strengthen the awareness, say the uncomfortable things so that, or even start a conversation. You know, in the olden days, there used to be conversations where you would expect my father to start talking to me at 5 years in terms of what is it that I must expect as I will be growing. We are interfacing with a high number of initiates dying through the manhood passage because of the issues that we have lost, and some of those issues are the values. There are no conversations between ourselves and our kids. And very tricky, if you get into the space. We were told that you cannot have sex without being married. But we are surviving in a very cruel society. People have turned into something that I don't know. They are so impatient. They want to taste things that we're told not to. So we need to go back to basics. And traditional leadership must take the center stage into that. So that going forward, we must take the policy position in terms of what transpires or in terms of what needs to happen. So if we can do that, also integrate it, because government have programs that are in place, but the only thing that was lacking was the participation of the institution. We need to be with them so that we give the direction in terms of how do we get to the masses of the country so that we can share the information. Like if I can make a literal example. As a man, it was not made fashionable for me to know my status. If my wife went to test for HIV, if her results is negative, it means I'm also negative because of the logic that I have. But with the programs that are in place, the program that I just made mention of, the men's health, and if you can check across the country, if you check the statistics, the high number of people that are mentally disturbed, the high number is men. And if you look in terms of the factors, it's because of the issues that I've made mention. Because we are always depressed, but we don't have platforms to ventilate.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. So, yeah, you can clap for him. So the takeaway point is that the kings, the youth, the women need to have a conversation. And this conversation has to be about mental health. It has to be about protecting the youth, protecting women and children, so that they can have a better society through a conversation. So to the traditional leaders who are listening to us, the encouragement is that you should speak and bring these people together and have conversations with them. Now, before we close, I want to give a chance to each one of you to make their parting short message, your last remarks before we end the panel. And I'm going to start with the Queen 1 minute parting short message, please.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to also note something. When we're talking of youth development and the positive norms and cultural traits and practices, Jose Pilane and many others in this room will remember there was a school for royal children. I think it was in Buputatswana. I might be subject to correction. The people who went past that schooling system for traditional leadership are remarkable people right now. The downfall was the ending of such a system. If we can create platforms where we are able to teach and live and breathe from a young age, because I can tell you some of the princesses, it's a little bit of a mess. And I'm talking from experience because I was once one, and you know, during high school there are certain things that you realize at some point that, okay, I shouldn't be there. But because the masses are going, you end up forgetting even who you are and where you're from, but then somebody else comes and pulls you back. Because we are humans, we're not perfect, whether you're royal or not. But the bottom line is we are people, we make mistakes and we learn from them. But if we could have something of an institution for royalty, because these customs need to be related to young people from a very young age so that they grow up and they're able to even groom their peers in the way of life. I think even these issues that we're seeing right now of drug and alcohol abuse and all these rapes and all of these horrible things that we are seeing today, we might have a decrease of them. And maybe in 10 years, we could say we're living in a better and healthier and more positive traditional institution, together with teaching also even our governmental counterparts of how we prefer to see a generation that will be suited for South Africans, by South Africans, and by Africans, and for the continent, because we are children of the soil. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Andres?
Yes, I would like to close by making a remark on how traditional leadership holds the power and the opportunity to hold information that can be medicine for many people. And not because it's medicine that comes from outside, it's even me observing the ways that other cultures carry can remind me of the ways of my own culture, that my body knows that those ways can be medicine for my own biology. In my own personal journey, I also went in for this loss of identity during my high school, because I went to a British school and I thought I was supposed to be in certain ways. And lately, when you don't feel this fulfillment, that is when the destructive behavior comes, because any person that feels like they're living a life that doesn't belong to them, then you don't hold value for, if you don't love your life or your body, then naturally that makes you vulnerable to pick up on any type of destructive tools that are put in your face out there. So I would say identity, close with this identity can be the medicine to prevent that a lot of our youth engages on the first place or fall in the temptation, even find attractive any of these destructive things that are out there. And how in many of our cultures there is concepts already on how what we call ways of life. In Quechua there is this summa causa, the way of the good life. And those are very simple principles that when I grew up, I really wished that, and I even inquired my parents, why you never shared this with me? About summa causa or aini, which is a form of reciprocity. And I would close with encouraging to look into your ancestral languages and cultures. What are these very simple concepts that can be translated into the modern ways and easily implemented by all of the youth around you?
Thank you so much. Nkosi?
Let me conclude. I will touch on three critical issues. One of these issues would be, I want to appeal to all the stakeholders that are here that can we continue with our partnerships? Because I'm having an idea where I would be seeing a very structural traditional council which can be used as a multi-purpose center where you would take anything that you could think of in terms of developing youth. At least if you have that infrastructure, it would be easy for anything that you would think of. So let's strengthen our partnerships. Also, to improve the relationship between the institution with government. As of now, it's a very abusive relationship where one would call you when he feels like. So we need to improve that, because if we don't, we will continue having the problems that we are facing. Like, for instance, I'm having a soft voice back of my mind. There is a business opportunity that was identified in the coast of the Eastern Cape, where people are practicing farming, where they've been busy with the hemp. But if you look at the process of the licensing, it makes it difficult for even the one that was plowing the hemp that we're talking about. So if we strengthen the relationship between ourselves as the institution and our government, it will be easy for traditional institutions to be in the forefront. Also, you shorten the process of the licensing. I heard yesterday we're talking about mining, but if you can go around and ask, or even in the house, how many traditional leaders that are owning the mining rights, the response will be less than 5. I know the DP has one, but I'm not sure who else does have that. So we need to strengthen the relationship between the government and ourselves. And thank you very much for the programs that are in place. I know there is a program that we're busy with NSG, but I want to appeal, the other departments must follow the suit so that in the near future, we have the youth that we want to see. Lastly, we need to take a policy position and do away with this thing of being more theoretical. There are nice policies in the country, but it takes forever for them to take off. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And before you leave the stage, I want to give a chance to the audience, one member of the audience, to make a comment. I think it's a very burning comment. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Nyamande, right? Thank you very much. My name is Queen Kazeka Nolbaba Lomcinga, serving under 2 royal kingdoms, the Abatemu Royal Kingdom and also the Xhosa Kingdom. I'm very excited about this topic today because King Buyelekhaya Dalindyebo usually says that traditional leaders are not supposed to be served. We are servants of the people. We're supposed to serve the people. So gathering here today and brainstorming and also having international guests, it's a beginning of us serving our people, because we have so many ideas that we have discussed. And I just want to comment on the culture as a development tool, because I think that was one of the questions that you asked the panel, right? Yesterday, Chief Fortune Charumbira, the president of Pan-African Parliament, said, no country has ever developed by abandoning culture. So culture is not decoration. It is a source of power. It's a source of identity and the economic direction. Because we know that there is no country that is well developed in the world that abandons its culture. That's why we in South Africa, we are in this mess. Because even today, we are speaking English. So I would like to recommend in the next summit, next year, we speak our language and then we have someone who is going to interpret for our international guests. I'm also a former member of parliament, and I was serving in the International Relations Select Committee and also in the Trade Committee. And I just want to ask that next time when we have this summit, we have the Minister of Tourism here, Because when you're talking about youth, there are no jobs. Yet there's so much money coming into the country through tourism. And our rural areas have so much heritage and history, but the tourism department, it's not addressing or it's not advertising our traditional heritages like the kingdoms. When you land at OR Tambo, the first thing that you should see, it is the kingdom of the Ndebeles, the Xhosa kingdom, so that the first thing that tourists do, they go to our kingdoms to go and learn about our culture. They go and eat our food and not just come to Africa like the lady from Peru. She came to Joburg, but she has not eaten umngqusho, samp that is cooked by Zulu people, and we are here and we are eating food that you know. So that's what I would like to recommend, that next time we speak our language and we also make sure that we involve the Department of Tourism. I'll just make an example. In 2024, the State of South Africa says that there's 9.5 million tourists that came to South Africa, and they left 95 billion. That money should be coming to rural areas, to our kingdoms, so that our children, our youth can be the ambassadors of rural tourism, so that when they land here, we train our kids. The SETA was here. The SETA is supposed to be training the youth in our rural areas about our culture, so that when Peru and America and other countries that are here, when they come to our villages, our youth are the ambassadors that will tell them that this is a grave of King Itza, even though his head is still in Europe. I don't want to become a politician now. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Please allow me to end it at this point. Please forgive me for those ones who want to speak, but I'm not giving you a chance. Please forgive me. Allow me to end it at this point. And you've heard it for yourselves. Following up from the previous presentation from the Minister of Energy, that your wealth is not just in the sun, it's not just in the minerals, it's not just in the people, it's not just in the culture. Your wealth is vast, and your economy can be diversified. So don't just think about the mines and the minerals. There are a lot of avenues through which you can earn a living. And there are problems, by the way, that comes with an economy that only depends on one sector. So explore all these other alternatives that you have and build a prosperous community. Thank you so much to our panelists for gracing us and giving us valuable knowledge. A round of applause to them as they exit the stage. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So I'll hand over the program back to the director.
I like the salute. Bayete ngwenyama. Bayete ngwenyama. Thank you very much. We must always be proud of our traditions. Without any waste of time, we're going to go straight to the next session, which will be handled by our esteemed partner, Ms. Sherry Knowles, who is the head and founder of the CACTIL program. She will introduce the panelists and the topic for the next session. As she comes on stage, can you allow me to acknowledge the presence of the executive committee member of the African Energy Chamber that hosts on annual basis the Africa Energy Week, one of the biggest instruments in the continent. He has been delegated here by the leadership of the African Energy Chamber to come to this Rural Investment Summit, Mr. Benoit Bogart. Can we acknowledge him in his presence here? Also, a gentleman who is in the automotive industry. He is a South African and an African who is making headways in producing the first African vehicles. They have established an industrial park in Botswana, working with the Botswana government. They will be producing electric cars from that country, Hala Motors. Let's welcome the chairman and founder of Hala Motors, Mr. Siphiwe Dlomo. It is my honor to invite Sherry to moderate the next session. We have two panelists on this session, and Sherry will introduce them. Let's give her a big round of applause.
Is this on? Okay, are we having a great day today? Listening to some really good ideas. And I've met lots of friends today. As I did yesterday, we're having, I'd say, amazing sessions. It's interesting, in the conference, we hear a lot about black versus white. We hear about North versus South. We hear about issues of developed countries, right? But here I am, I'm standing before you. I'm a white female from the United States, okay? And we're here not to lead you, but to support you in what you want to do, okay? And to learn from you and to have a discussion today. Come up, please, the panelists. We're going to be talking, we had a great conversation from, please sit down. Okay, Lennox, are you going to join the panel? You're on the panel. Okay, we have two speakers today, so we're going to have a panel which is somewhat shorter than the other two panels. And we're going to be talking about something that I love to talk about, which is intellectual property. Okay, we have two experts who are going to help us with this subject. We have Dr. McLean Sibanda, who's with us, who's been a good friend of mine for, at least 20 years, maybe 20 years, probably more than 20 years, of a very long time. And we met through the intellectual property system and you can give a little bit of your background about the different positions you've held for the Republic of South Africa and then in the private sector. He's an author talking about ways to develop intellectual property. He's also a regional director of Beacon, which is a global company or a company that practices all over Africa. He's had many different jobs, and we're very proud to have him today. Then Lennox Omondi is a wonderful example of an entrepreneur from Africa who has come up to help work on problems of female hygiene, which is, again, something that we don't always talk about in conferences, do we? Sometimes that's a subject that we kind of keep on the side. However, menstrual hygiene and female products are essential to giving women freedom to do what they need to do, to go to school. Sometimes you can't go to school if you don't have the right products. Sometimes you can't go to a social life, or you can't go to a party, or you can't, or you may not have the right clothes if you don't have these hygiene products. And Lennox has stepped in to help with that, and his company is doing very well, and it's also eco-friendly. So we're going to hear about that. The Minister of Energy, who spoke this morning, who gave such a wonderful performance and comments that I think we all learned from and were encouraged by, Dr. Ramakoba, he was talking about the assets that you have in Africa, right? He was talking about the minerals. He was talking about the sun. He was talking about how you're blessed, how you are enriched by all these wonderful things that you have that others want. But there's one thing that he didn't mention in his talk, and that is your creativity, your intellectual capacity, okay? That is actually an asset, and it's something that each one of you has, and that's what we call intellectual property, okay? Each person here today has intellectual property because you have it in your mind. Okay, you're creative. You may be a writer. You may be an inventor. You may be a dancer. But you have intellectual property, which you may be able to take advantage of, and you may be able to even monetize, right? Just like you can monetize your minerals, just like you can monetize the sun that comes into South Africa, intellectual property. So I'm going to start the first question with Dr. McLean Sibanda, who, by the way, is the very first black person in South Africa to become a registered patent attorney. So he has a huge honor for that, and we're very proud of you. You're both a lawyer, you have a PhD, and he is acknowledged as a leader in his field in intellectual property. So kudos to you, Dr. Sibanda. So I'd like to turn it over to you and say, tell us what intellectual property is and what are the various different categories, and how does everybody in this room have intellectual property?
Yeah, thank you very much, Sherry, and all protocol observed. And it's actually an honor to be invited to be a speaker in this important conference. So I think when we talk about intellectual property, so I like to say that intellectual property is everywhere. It's around us. And just to illustrate is that all of us, we slept last night, right? Right? And then we woke up this morning and we went to the shower or to the bath. There is a particular soap that you used. And it's probably the same soap. So you go to the shop and you buy that very same soap. You put on your lotion or Vaseline or whatever it was. It's the same one. You probably had breakfast this morning, right? If you had breakfast, you probably pulled out Jungle Oats or you pulled out Rice Krispies or something like that. You all have a cell phone, and it's a particular cell phone. Some of you drove here, some of you slept in the hotel, but before you left your room, you decided to dress and you selected a particular piece of clothing. Some of it has got a brand on it. So all of you today have actually consumed intellectual property, because intellectual property is in the names, in the brands. So some of you are using a Nokia phone or using a Samsung phone or an Apple phone, so that is trademarks. In some cases, you might have drunk a Coke like Sherry. In Coke, there is intellectual property, which is in the brand itself, Coca-Cola. That's a trademark. But inside there is a formula, which is a secret formula, which no one knows other than the people at Coca-Cola. And that is a trade secret. So if you look in front of you, there is bottles of water. Now, that bottle of water has got a particular mechanism for opening it. That mechanism was patented at some point because it was new, it was an invention. That is intellectual property. Now, there's also intellectual property in terms of indigenous knowledge systems. When the minister was talking, he referred to Moringa and the various properties of Moringa. That is indigenous knowledge systems, which is also part of intellectual property. So, quite often, people believe that intellectual property is for lawyers. It is not for lawyers, it's for everyone. It affects us every day. When you go and choose what type of a car you buy, you choose at times because of the brand, at times because of the goodwill behind the name. So intellectual property is everywhere. It's around us. And the major difference today between the developed world and the developing world is the extent to which we appreciate intellectual property and also the extent to which we use intellectual property. So just to end off this part is that in 1959, there's a country called South Korea. South Korea was poorer than Mozambique in 1959. But what South Korea did in 1959 coming out of the war is that they placed a lot of emphasis on creating intellectual property, on using other people's intellectual property. And over the years, South Korea has become a major global player because of how they use intellectual property. There's another country called China, which I think a decade ago, when I met Sherry, we used to joke about it and say that China copies everybody. China does not respect intellectual property. But China has used intellectual property to become what it is today. And you can see it. I mean, Mercedes-Benz and BMW used to be the dominant automotive brands. But today, they are not. Because that intellectual property which they had has been used by the Chinese, who have built up on that intellectual property, and today they're actually quite competitive.
Yeah, thank you. Dr. Sibanda, yeah, and you and I have had many talks over the year, and we've compared, say, India and China in terms of intellectual property. India and China have about the same population, right? However, what China did about 10 years ago or 15 years ago is decided that they wanted to be a leader in intellectual property. And the way they did that was to strengthen their laws on patents, trademarks, copyrights. They revised their patent statutes. They revised their trademark statutes. They revised all the statutes to give more protection for innovators. And by doing that, that was a motivation, because if you can protect something, you can monetize it, okay? And that's what you want to do. You want to be able to monetize the value of what you can get. Now, in India, they decided to go for a weak intellectual property system. They weakened their rights in terms of pharmaceuticals and in terms of many other things. It's hard to get a patent in India right now. I'm a lawyer. I'm an intellectual property lawyer. I actually specialize in pharmaceuticals and biotech. I've got a master's in organic chemistry, then went to law school, and now I have my own law firm in Atlanta, as well as running the Kechtel program. So I actually have, I'd say, 2 full-time jobs. And in doing this, I've traveled all around the world, and I've seen the intellectual property systems as they've developed in different countries, and over time, the ramifications of those for the people themselves. And it's kind of counterintuitive. Sometimes you think that if you strengthen, say, patent rights or trademark rights, then other people can't use that. Then you can go to court and keep people from making a certain kind of car or making a certain kind of mechanical thing or a certain kind of drug or something. But actually, what it does is it becomes a motivation, and we've seen that over time. It's played out historically, as it did in South Korea. In South Korea, there's a very strong intellectual property system, and there's a very strong court system. And that's another issue, that intellectual property is only as strong as the court system in that country, okay? If you have a court system that's corrupt, if you have judges that are corrupt, if you can pay for justice, if the person who pays the most to the court wins the case, then you're going to have a problem enforcing your rights, and you're going to have a problem enforcing your contracts. So that's why we say having a strong judicial system is one of the most important things to having a very strong business. Now, Lennox, you're an example of a youth leader, a Kechtel youth leader, who became not just an innovator, but an inventor. And tell us about your journey, and then tell us how intellectual property played a role in what you did.
All right, thank you so much, Sherry. So my innovation journey started in 2019. And I think it's one of the reasons I would say usually that COVID was a blessing in disguise, because through that period, there was a lot of free time that I was having, and looking at how the former Minister of Education was announcing the results of class 8 students, and about 2/3 of girls who sat for the examinations that year never got to finish the examinations. And so Kenya, we are bullies on Twitter a lot. And so it was trending, and people were bullying politicians that they've eaten the money that was meant to be for pads. And so to me, who was reading those kind of tweets, the only thing I knew was either going to be part of the bullying, but then I looked at it in a very different way, because so many people were talking about how the government needs to set aside some money for girls to get menstrual products. And at the same time, I've never bought a pad my entire life. And so I was wondering, what is this pad and why is it very serious? And so the first time I actually bought a packet of a pad, I was very, very traumatized. And I think the way I carried it, even the cashier laughed at me because I bought it.
You were embarrassed?
Yes.
You're embarrassed to buy it.
I
Okay.
did, because I bought it, and when I was going to the counter, there was a number of females and people there. So I waited until they had gone so that I can also go and then cash in that sanitary towel. And so when I looked at it, when I bought it, it didn't hit me exactly how such a piece of a single product means so much to so many girls and so many women across the world. And so digging deep into why is it that there's these menstrual products in the market, and yet so many girls in Kenya alone, it's being recognized that 65% of Kenyan girls and women don't have access to menstrual products. And you look at that number keeps on rising, and there's these NGOs or community CBOs that are still doing the community programs. And what we realized was that it's not a matter of accessibility or those products being there. It's a matter of price. Some of them are very expensive. And to them who are very expensive, some of them are made of plastic. In Kenya, we have products, conventional pads made of 91% plastic, an equivalence of 4 plastic bags in one pad. So that is why oftenly there's that burning, itching, and irritation effect. And so for us to change that, we looked at innovation in a very different way. We looked at, first of all, Kenya has a backbone on agriculture, and most of the earnings of smallholder farmers are from products like the banana stems or the banana fruits. And so to us, when the banana fruit has been harvested, the stem is either left to rot on ground or it is being fed to cows or to goats, etc. And so that is what we used to engineer it and change it to fibers, made the pulp, and then now we are using that pulp to make biodegradable sanitary towels. And the way intellectual property played a big role for us was, before that we had stories of how, you guys know M-Pesa. M-Pesa is a tech giant in Kenya, and it's in East Africa as well. And so M-Pesa there are stories of how M-Pesa was formed, that a young man from university had the M-Pesa knowledge, and then somebody stole it from him for a very small amount of money. And so in Kenya, people are very aggressive. Innovators take the innovations very seriously. And so for me, when I was starting and meet up with Guguni, and we were looking at how can I protect my innovation then. And so we have systems that allows you to get your patent, but you don't get it without knowing somebody to help you get it. It is not like an opened way that you go register a patent and then tomorrow you have your patent. So it is a long process, and the systems are not very favorable for you as a young person who has a very good innovation. So we go through government programs like KIRDI, which is the Kenya Research and Development Institute. So you go to KIRDI, they give you the machinery for you to test your innovation, and if you prove that the innovation is right and working, they can advise you on how to patent it. And in the process, if you're not keen enough, the innovation might slip your hand. And so what we did, first of all, was to do a trademark of our company name, which is EcoBanner Limited. So after the trademark, we went for the copyright. And after the copyright, we went for the patent in itself, which took around 60 gazettement days. And what that does is, now that when the innovation is growing and the business expanding, nobody can go and take that away from you.
And you got your trademark very quickly. Why?
Yeah.
Explain that.
So we got our trademark the same week the World Intellectual Property Forum was being hosted in India. And Sherry and I and Guguni, we were in India that time. And when I left Kenya, I left when I'd registered for it. And I was waiting for my trademark to come out. And so within a week, while still at the conference in India, our trademark came out through the conference. And it is because I'd met somebody in between the conference and told them that I'd just applied for a trademark. If you know somebody in Kenya who could pull a string, please do so. And so when that guy made some phone calls, within a week before the conference ended, I got my trademark. And so that is how I've we managed to protect that innovation.
Not everyone can do that, probably. And I think it was also because the Kenyan government was very proud of what you're doing. And they heard that you wanted a trademark on this product, and they helped facilitate it through the trademark office.
Yeah, so what happens was that in Kenya, we don't have any company that manufactures pads in the country. All the menstrual products that are being sold in Kenya are being imported. And so when we got that prize from the HAL prize from Clinton Global Initiative, the president made an acknowledgement that Ecobana Limited was going to be the company to provide menstrual products for the all schools in the whole country. And so when we reached out to get a patent or to get the trademark, it was very easy for the government to support us and to help us, because the president had already made an acknowledgement nationwide. So that is.
And are you now expanding into other countries? And how are you doing that?
So the way we're expanding into other countries, specifically even here in South Africa, is through white labeling. So white labeling is a contract agreement between us as manufacturers and an organization or a company that wants to sell the pads here. So perhaps you might have a company or an organization, but you don't have the right machinery to manufacture biodegradable sanitary towels. So for us as a company, we will be able to manufacture that for you, brand for you on your own colors, on your own company brands, and then we allow you to get certification for the product here. And because we also have a certification that allows us to sell in SADC, COMESA, and ECOWAS, the product has been tested and approved of biodegradability. So it's easy for us to do business in any other part of the world. So we give you the certification, we give you the good products, and then you register your organization maybe here in South Africa or any other place, and then you're just able to do business.
Yeah. So this is an example of a youth leader from the Kektel program who came up with an idea in the Kektel program to create an invention for menstrual hygiene, knowing nothing about menstrual hygiene, okay, gets a $1 million prize and is now using that as an African product to help women in other countries in Africa. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Okay, I'd say that's very cool. Now, Dr. Sibanda, can you, and I'm gonna let all of you in just a minute have an opportunity, if you want to, if you have a new idea or you have something and you want to know whether there's any intellectual property in it, we're going to let you raise your hand. You've got 3 experts here, right here on the stage. We'll listen to your idea and tell you how you might protect it. That's pretty cool too. So let's start out like this. Dr. Sibanda, can you tell us what is the difference between a trademark, a patent, a copyright, and a trade secret? Just in simple language, please.
So I mean, a trademark is a brand. Earlier on I referred to Samsung, Apple. So a trademark is any brand. It can be a sign, it can be a name, it can be a logo, it can even be a sound, it can even be a smell or a color that helps distinguish one's goods from another. So for the South Africans, the color yellow in telecoms refers to MTN. Nobody else can use the color yellow for telecommunications because that is reserved for MTN. And so in clothing, you've got the 3 stripes. The three stripes, we know that it is Adidas. Now, there's another company that tried to use 2 stripes. And in fact, they used 4 stripes. And it was actually found that it was so confusingly similar. And they were struck out. So that's a trademark. And the trademark is very important for many businesses in Africa. Because many of our businesses are informal, but also a trademark is easier to get because you also obtain it in terms of a particular class. The main issue there is that it must not be descriptive. And then when it comes to a patent, I've already explained in respect to the bottles that are in front of you, it's really an invention and it must meet certain requirements, which means that it must be new, and that means that it doesn't exist anywhere around the world up until that date that you go and apply. The second requirement is that it must be inventive. meaning that it is not obvious to a person of ordinary skill in whatever trade it is. So if it is automotive, they would ask a person in automotive whether this is actually obvious, to them. And then a trade secret, it can be any information, it can be a recipe, it can be a customer list, it can be any information whose value is, because of that information, is kept confidential. And so KFC, for example, the spice for KFC is also a well-known trade secret. And then designs refers to how things look. So, if you actually look at the glass that is in front of you, there are different type of glasses. So the design is for the aesthetic looks, the aesthetic features of a particular, product. And then copyright, which he referred to. Some of you might be taking notes. You have got copyright in those notes. So copyright does not require registration. You get copyright as soon as you have reduced it down to writing. So for example, some of you might be singers, musicians. When you compose that song, you have copyright in that song for as long as you live. And then for 50 years, 75 years after you pass on, you still have copyright, you still have rights in that particular music.
Yeah, thank you. So they may be confusing, but that was very straightforward. It's a name versus an invention, okay? And if you look over on the wall over here, you'll see the word Kechtel, right? With the world. That's trademarked. I'm an intellectual property lawyer, and I trademarked the word Kechtel, okay? And I've trademarked the MKFF and Kechtel just because we do it out of our own office. It was free, why not? Okay, because we're our own lawyers. So we wrote, so Kechtel is a trademark term now. And it's because it's not descriptive. When you think of Kechtel, it doesn't remind you of anything else. It's actually the Knowles Educational and Charitable Trust for International Leadership. That's what it stands for, Kechtel, okay? But it's a trademark name, okay? We just got another trademark. I haven't told you this. This is exciting. We just got a very broad trademark in the United States called, and it's AI for Good. That's it, just AI for Good, okay? And that's because we're using artificial intelligence, we're using AI in the Kechtel program. We have a lot of youth who are coming in to our program from South America. We have Andrea from Peru, she's part of that group, and we have a lot of other really great, talented youth leaders in Peru and Colombia and Bolivia and Ecuador and others. But what's the barrier there? The barrier there is English is not their first language. That's their second language. Their first language is Spanish. Okay, so we had a huge barrier about how are we going to bring in youth leaders, wonderful people like Andrea and others from South America, and get them into the Kechtel program and network them with these talented youth from developing countries all over the world when their basic language is Spanish. So we turned to AI for that. And we actually now have an avatar. It's called Kai, Kechtel AI, Kai. And if you go into our website, you can find Kai right there on our website. And if you ask Kai a question in Spanish, she will answer you in Spanish, okay? And we now have a way to have youth apply for the Kechtel program in Spanish. And then kind of on the back end of it, we can see what they're saying in English, okay? So we have that translation. That's how Kechtel is using AI right now. And so we applied to the US Trademark Office. AI for Good is an extraordinarily broad trademark because it doesn't say Kechtel, it doesn't say MKFF. You know, we looked online, just said, gee, who else is using AI for Good? Actually, Microsoft has a program that's called AI for Good. Now, should we write Microsoft a letter and tell them they're infringing our trademark? I don't know, that sounds expensive. That sounds like might be a big litigation. I don't know. But instead of that, we might write to these companies that are using the term AI for good and say, hey, can we partner with you? We have the trademark on that. We'll give you a license to AI for good for not much money, and then we'll work together on it because we do have the trademark on it, and it was actually just given to us, registered and finalized actually just this year by the U.S. Patent Office. So the U.S. Patent Office, and the way they had to give us a trademark is we had to prove that it was in use. It has to be a word used in commerce. So on our website, on the KECTL website, we have our favorite Kai, who is our AI avatar, who can speak in English and Spanish, and we may add other languages after that. And on it, it has KECTL, and under that it says AI for good. Okay, that is using that term in commerce, and by using that, the U.S. Trademark Office in Washington, in the United States, had to go to the KECTL website to see if we're actually using the term AI for good and using it in the right way and in a way that matches the description of what we told the Trademark Office that we were doing. And they agreed with us, and they granted it to us. So all over the United States, there's not a single company that can use AI for good without coming through us for a license, although we haven't tried to do that yet. But it shows you that if you're creative about the kind of things you put together, there's intellectual property in that. Now, if any of you have any comments, questions, if you're thinking that you might have any intellectual property or trademark and you want to talk about it, you've got three. This is Stump the Band. You can ask us right now. Now, what you should not do, don't tell us about an invention before you filed a patent application on it, okay? Don't do that, because one of the rules of patenting is if you make public disclosure of your invention before you file a patent application, you lose the right to that invention. You've dedicated it to the public. So please, nobody raise your hand and say, oh, I just came up with a new invention on how to, a new kind of soap to clean clothes, or a new kind of this or that, okay? But please tell us about ideas or innovations or things you might be able to trademark. Feel free to, okay, we've got the first person here. Don't tell us about an invention, but anything else. Please.
A good afternoon to everyone. I'm standing up because, as a matter of culture, I cannot speak sitting down. We're in the presence of my kings and queens. My name is Kayakazi Dasi. I hail from both the Mpondo Kingdom and Abatembo Kingdom. My parents come from either of the two. So the question I want to ask really is not specific to an idea. It's specific to an issue that I think relates to rural economic development, as we have been speaking, and tourism. Now, you find the beautiful Ndebele blankets, for instance, that you see behind me. Somebody somewhere, without any consultation with the royal house, suddenly sells this blanket for 50,000 somewhere else, and yet there is no beneficiation to the kingdom and the people. You find the same thing with the Xhosa kingdoms. You find the grass, I was amazed, Royal Highnesses, the other day, I saw a broom, the grass brooms that our mothers make in the villages being sold for like 30K on the internet. And I was asking myself, how can we be able to turn it around? It is an idea that's already out there. But how does it benefit our people? How does it benefit us, in line with the conversation that Her Majesty raised concerning, tourism? When people come in, buying and actually interacting with our culture and cultural exchanges, how is it that, I always ask myself, how is it that our people don't have, and when I say our people, I mean the different tribes and nations that exist under the South African flag, they don't have the rights to anything because it's an idea that's already out there. But somehow, by some miracle of God, somebody ends up being the one that owns those rights and those ideas, and suddenly it's the carpet, we call it ukhuko ngesixhosa, the grass mats, You go on the internet, you're finding them. Somebody has now patented the idea such that Her Majesty Queen Mabena can develop her people all she wants, but it's already somebody's idea. And yet, her people have been developing these blankets. I'm using them as an example because I think they're looking beautifully displayed behind me. So it's that. How is it, and where does the barrier stop? And where can we actually be able to break through for our different peoples and make it, because it's essential, I think, to our rural development. That's our culture, is our heritage, and it's a weapon in the people of our hands that other people are using.
I think that's a great question. Look around the room. Look at the beautiful patterns, the beautiful clothing patterns that you're wearing. Look at the designs you're wearing, right? I see, in fact, when I walk in the room, one of the first things I see are all these beautiful designs and all the beautiful clothing that I'm seeing here. Right? It's amazing. I talk at a lot of conferences. I've never seen anything like this. I have to tell you. It's the best. And it is protectable, and it should be protected. And we can ask our expert, Dr. Sibanda, how you can protect patterns of clothing, because you can. You can protect that. I think in many cases, it's a lack of knowledge about the intellectual property system that maybe traditional leaders and those in tribes just don't know how to do it. But it's there. It's there. And in fact, you should be advocates to strengthen the intellectual property system in your country, because you have a lot to protect. You have a lot to protect. You're coming up with every single, my goodness, gorgeous pattern I've seen, and all this beautiful fabric, and the clothing and the colors and the designs. And that's something you should be able to protect. We're going to ask Dr. Sibanda about the details of that in South Africa, because he's a South African expert. The other thing is trademarks. You're talking about tourism, okay? There can be ways to use trademarks for how you're developing a certain either plant substance or something that you want to describe to tourists, right? You want them to have an experience, let's say, an experience, they call it. Well, you can trademark experiences. You put a name on it. And if you put a name on that experience, and then you put it out on the internet, and you trademark it, you put it out on the internet, then everything else is secondary. They don't want that one. They want the one that's trademarked. Because everybody just naturally wants something that's trademarked, because that's kind of like the brand name. So you have so many different things that you can trademark, and you need to be able to take advantage of this massively rich system that you have that's as good as any mineral you have in South Africa. Okay, send it over to the boss from South Africa here to tell you about it.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great question. I think the classical case for South Africa is the Rooibos one, where in essence people somewhere in the north decided they're going to register Rooibos as a trademark abroad. The South African government helped to fight that, because I'll come specifically to your question. So if you look at Rooibos, Rooibos is a particular shrub that grows in a specific region in South Africa. And that on its own makes it protectable by what is called geographical indications. Just like champagne. That's why we can't call our sparkling wine champagne, because champagne is a sparkling wine which comes from grapes that are grown in a specific region of France. So Rooibos, in a similar way, is actually, no one can claim exclusivity except that particular region in South Africa by way of geographical indications. I think about 2 months ago, Ghana, they obtained a collective mark for the traditional pattern, the kente is a kente, the very bright blue, yellow reddish one. So I think you can look it up on the internet. So when it comes to the beautiful Ndebele patterns, for the newer ones, they can be protected by way of a design because it's an aesthetic.
A design
or
patent.
In South Africa, we have design patents. We call it a registered design. So the only limitation of a registered design is that it has a period of time, 10 years, if it's a what you call a functional design, or 15 years if it's aesthetic, at the end of which everybody else can use it. So the better way of protecting it, in my view, is by way of copyright, because copyright is a reduction of that creative idea into something that is material, a material embodiment. So when the new creative designs of the Ndebele or the Xhosa are then put together, then it's a copyright in that particular pattern, which prevents any other person from copying that particular design. And that the duration of that is that it's the lifetime of the author plus 75 years after they pass on. So it's a much longer, protection. But you can obtain protection using designs, using copyright at the same time, and you let them run, together. One of the most recent interesting ones is in Botswana, up in the north, in the Chobe, Zambezi, area. There is baskets that the people they make, and they're quite unique because the reed that they use only comes from that particular area, and it's actually quite a difficult reed to manipulate, and they have passed this particular tradition down to to their children and what have you, and it's a beautiful basket. So they formed an association and established a collective mark for the Chobe Zambezi. And I think even within the Ndebeles, Xhosas, and the Zulus, there is also the possibility of establishing a collective mark and then marketing the products that are coming out of those societies using the collective mark. And that way, collective mark is similar to a trademark, but the only difference now is that it belongs to the community.
That's great. What a wonderful way to monetize your beautiful ideas, your clothing, your ideas. But what do you have to do? You have to act on it. You have to, number one, understand it, and number two, you have to act on it. So we also encourage anyone in here who thinks you may have a new pattern, or you're making new patterns, or making new clothing. Learn about it. You can learn about it on the internet also, and then you can call someone like Dr. Sabanda. I'm sure you'd love to take questions and answer. And we've got another question here in the front.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon to everyone. My name is Vinolia Mabele. I am former Miss Africa and Miss UN International. And I'm also a fashion designer and founder of Velaze M. We have a boutique in the Mall of the South, so if you want to look amazing, we can curate, and you can also get your ready-to-wear. Thank you. My first question, I've got two questions. My first question is about protecting our designs and brands beyond South Africa, because I've also recently became aware that another country can reach out to you and say, do you object to us using your brand? So how do you, because you can't keep on protecting in US, in Canada, how do you ensure that you are protected worldwide? That's number one. Number two is with regards to designs. As designers, you design each and every day. You've got a lot of designs. How do you ensure that you protect your designs so that others do not? Because in this industry, there's this thing of copying each other's designs. How do you then make sure, without having the three stripes, to avoid anyone having the same designs as you, because it's quite difficult. So those are the two questions that I would like you to address. Thank you.
Yeah, so I think the one thing that we didn't highlight, and thank you for highlighting it, is that patents, intellectual property is territorial. So the basis of protection is that it's an agreement between you and the government of that country, because enforcement can only happen in a country. So in the case of patents, if I can use it, is that the government says to you, tell us how your invention works in such a manner that anybody that is skilled in the art can read your description and reproduce it. Not for them to commercialize it, but for them to reproduce it and then see whether they can improve on it. And in return for you telling us, we're going to give you protection for 20 years. Now, so that's within a particular country. So let me use designs, because you've actually then...
And you might want to mention the international treaties like the PCT. Yeah,
that's what I want to go to. So if we look at designs, there's a Hague Convention. So in designs, you start protection here in South Africa, and then you decide, well, which countries am I interested in? Because you can't, again, there's no one application that covers everything, except you can have an application that covers all the countries, but eventually you have to choose the countries where you want final protection. So there are these international treaties. In the case of designs, it's the Hague Convention. In the case of trademarks, it's Madrid. In the case of patents, it's something called the PCT that allows you to then apply, and then eventually you have to decide which countries you want final protection in. I think the good thing about particularly trademarks is that it doesn't necessarily have to be new in that country. So you can have a trademark here, and then you decide, well, I'm going to expand into Ethiopia, and then you go to Ethiopia and you figure out, well, there's no one that is using the trademark. You can then start to use the trademark and register the trademark. The only problem with designs and patents is that it has to be new, and that new covers the entire world, right? So, and therefore the importance of these international treaties, because they buy you time. When you file that first application, it's deemed to be new everywhere for a period of time to allow you to decide where you want to file, for protection. So I think for coming to your designs, other than applying all the time, quite often what you can do is use copyright. So you got sketches of these designs. So what you're wearing right now, you can basically have that reduced to a drawing, and that is copyright. No one can be able to copy it, because if they produce that from a drawing, it's already infringement on the copyright. So I hope that actually answers the first question. What was the second?
Is there international treaty on copyright?
There is. You help. There is actually an international treaty that they've been working on copyright, but generally, I mean, copyright, the established rules is that it's a lifetime of the author, plus 50 years. Where the author is not known, then it's calculated 75 years from the date on which the work was actually made available to the public.
Yeah, and so as Dr. Sibanda is talking about, if it's a patent, and in the United States you can get a design patent as long as the design is new, okay, and that can be pretty powerful. So you file a patent application, and then within 1 year you have to file the international treaty application, which is the PCT application. That gives you, that's like a stake in the ground. That lets you wait another 1.5 years. So 2.5 years from the time you first file, that's when you have to enter all the other countries. And it can be expensive because you have to pay the filing fees in all the various countries. But you can also select the countries that you're interested in, where you think you're going to have a market. Or by that time, you can maybe get some venture capital, or you can get some money to get back for backing for it. And the same thing for trademark. as Dr. Zabanda said, there's an international treaty, so you can file on a trademark, and then within, I think it's 6 months or a year for Madrid?
What, designs?
No, for trademark.
For trademarks?
Is it a year? It's a year. It's the same thing as patents. It's a year. So within 1 year, then you file for protection all over the world, and then that gives you a chance to decide whether you really want it or not. Okay. So it's something that all of you should know about, because I'm sitting here looking at all of this copyrightable information, all these beautiful designs, everything. You can monetize that. People love your designs. They love your designs, okay? So you're sitting on money right here. Just like minerals, you're sitting on money. Okay, Andrea, you had a question.
Sorry, I wanted to mention to her something.
Okay.
I think if you have a copyright already on your designs and you're afraid of somebody from a neighboring country taking that design, then you need to obtain a certificate of origin, so that when the goods or the product lands in that country, already on your copyright there were sketches of how it's being made. So it's protected when it's going into a different country already. So you get a certificate of origin and you choose which countries do you want to do business in. So that when the origin is being originated to you as the original idea person, they have all those countries ticked. So when the product goes there, nobody can infringe that design that you have. So you can obtain a certificate of origin, which can also help as you process other documents as well.
And you have to pay a fee in each country.
Yes.
It's not cheap. You got to pay a fee in each. Nothing's free. You got to pay a fee, but if it's worth it, it's worth it. And hopefully you'll make more than you have to pay. Okay, one more question. Andrea has a comment, and then everyone, we need to break for lunch because I know you're hungry. I don't know what time it is, but we're probably way overdue for lunch. Okay, yes.
Yes, I wanted to tap in this topic because where I come from in Peru, we had this thing with a lot of tourism coming, and our healing modalities, our ways of prepare food, but especially our healing modalities have been starting to be blended with modern healing modalities. Like, for example, therapists come and they see certain rituals performed by our people, and then they blend it with something modern, and then they trademark it and sell it for thousands of dollars. So I wanted to ask, maybe WIPO or which ones of these laws or these international frameworks can serve to protect not only patterns or maybe some more evident things, but also these ancestral practices that have been kept, against war and colonization for generations and passed on. How can we have also, because this is a challenge that I encountered researching on this, and it's partially why I entered this world, because I saw it in a conference. So how can also we, from traditional leaders, be part of the discussions on this, how these laws are framed?
Yeah, and I know we're running out of time, so we're going to have to speed up. But that's a great question. If we can do it very quickly, like 1 or 2 minutes, because nobody will be eating lunch if we don't let you all go, because they'll close the restaurant. Then we'll have a lot of very angry, hangry people here.
I greet you all in the warm spirit of Ubuntu. I'm the chairperson of the National Heritage Council, and one of the key things that we are tasked with is preservation of our heritage. And one of the biggest challenges that we have right now is exactly what is happening. When we engage with our traditional leaders, they carry a whole lot of indigenous knowledge, which they are keeping to themselves to preserve, right? But the elderly are also dying, and we find that information is not being passed down. Now you understand why they are keeping it to themselves. It's exactly what my sister here is saying, that when information is let out, it is then stolen or borrowed or whatever happens. Now, what is key now is, what formula do we have? And I want to go back to the Rooibos example. They won the case because somebody else decided to register. But what if somebody didn't register? Because Rooibos is consumed worldwide. Now, how do we ensure that those that it belongs to, it stays? Yeah. And, we've got healing, we've got many other indigenous knowledge systems that we have.
Okay,
that
we're
we need
going to
to
have to,
preserve.
we understand the question. Okay, I'm going to give you a short answer to these questions, okay? And then we have to break for lunch or else I'm going to be in big trouble and you may not get your food, okay? Basically, there's been a discussion at the World Intellectual Property Organization, which is in Geneva, for the past probably 20 years from developing countries on how can they protect traditional knowledge and genetic resources, okay? And it's come up for a vote and come up for a vote, and it's always turned down. Well, last year, for the first time, there was a ratification, or there was a vote in favor of a treaty on traditional knowledge or genetic resources. Genetic resources are, let's say you have a plant that has a therapeutic effect or some other kind of effect. That's a genetic resource. Traditional knowledge is what you're talking about, passed down through generations, okay? The treaty right now, first of all, it already exists in South Africa. So when we file for a patent application in South Africa, we have to file, when we're representing a company that's filing in South Africa, we have to fill out a form, or the client has to fill out a form saying whether it relies on traditional knowledge or not. Now, and what that is. Now, that's not self-enforcing, but it may go to the group, the indigenous group that actually created that. Okay. It is in the process of ratification right now, and I think they need like 14 or 15 more countries to sign on to the treaty before it becomes law next year. It will only be law in the countries that ratified the treaty. So you can imagine, like Europe, the northern countries, Europe, United States, probably not going to ratify the treaty. Okay. However, you're going to have a lot of developing countries that are going to sign up for this treaty. And when they do, then you will have to fill out a declaration when you're filing for intellectual property protection to say whether you relied on traditional knowledge or genetic resources in that country. And that's the beginning of a sort of protection. If you want to read more about it, go look up WIPO, W-I-P-O, okay, W-I-P-O, traditional knowledge, genetic resources. Okay, and we got really
So I think
quick,
we've run out of time, but I think I'll work with Zolani to arrange maybe an online webinar, just a masterclass on intellectual property, and then we can take the discussion forward.
Yeah, okay. Okay, we're going to thank our great speakers. We're out of time. We know you're hangry right now. You need some lunch. So we're going to turn it back over to close this out. Okay, yep, thank you.
Can we give them a round of applause, and can they just, okay. Can we take the picture of the panel before we, okay. All right. Okay. I wanted just to say that we have the T-shirts for each and every delegate, the golf T-shirts. Can we just remain very disciplined on that part? Nobody must take a T-shirt for another person who's not here, so that everyone gets a T-shirt. Because it's going to be difficult for us to manage it in a manner that we can scan a person, because no person has a tag that allows us to communicate with our system, with the system of the person. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. You don't have a barcode as a person. That is installed in your body. So it's only trust that we are going to use in order to ensure that everybody gets a T-shirt. Now, we're going to have to go to lunch. The lunch is still in the 13th floor, where we had lunch yesterday. And the time now is almost 20 to 2. We would like to be back in the plenary latest by 2:30. So please, if you can just make sure that we do that. And I see that they are distributing these T-shirts. But let's go and have lunch. We're running late. We might have to do some amendments in order to try to fit everything in the afternoon session. Secondly, we have for the lack of the better word, I will call the closing ceremony, which is happening here in the same hotel, in the floor that has got a swimming pool. We have catered there. I don't want fruitless expenditure. We must come and enjoy that occasion. It's an occasion that does not going to have speeches. There's only one leader that will speak, the leader of the National House of Traditional Leaders, to make a summation. That's where we are going to network freely and exchange numbers and agree on the roadmap for 2026 to 2026. So on that score, don't forget that session, which I'm saying is a closing one, will happen after 6 p.m. We hope it will run until 8:30 in the evening. And then we will be done. But we want to have good time during that period. Thank you very much. I wish you a good lunch and see you after lunch. Thank you very much. lose time. We are Kingdom, Queen Khutadi Saiso Mabena. She is the one who's going to moderate this session. We had agreed that the Queen is the leader in her own right, and particularly, she is expected to do a lot for the young people and women in the kingdom. And therefore, leadership is not only about making speeches, but sometimes to engaging society directly, to hear the views of the people. So do not be surprised that why a queen would moderate. To give leadership, you must be an all-rounder. You must be able to navigate even difficult circumstances. So we are doing this to demonstrate leadership from the point of view of the institution of traditional leadership. So allow me to invite Her Royal Highness to come forward and moderate this session. She will introduce the topic as well as introduce the international guests that are part and parcel of her session. Please come forward, Your Highness. I don't see Andrea from Peru. She's also part of this. Mridul. No, come, we'll call her. Prince Role, can you help us with Andrea from Peru? Yes. As well as Hosin Swanisne. Oh, he's here.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. I hope all of us have aligned our stomachs accordingly and there won't be any napping. I'll try and make it a very fruitful and engaging conversation, because in dialogue we need to not only talk amongst ourselves, but to hear from you as well. Maybe let's just have 5 minutes, Hoshi, to wait for the other panelists. Unfortunately, it can't just be me and you. We need to hear the other voices, but can I please have Ridul here as well? Andrea and Mina. Perfect. Okay, so while we're waiting for Andrea, thank you very much. So this afternoon's topic is the effect of corruption on youth development. This is a topic that is very sensitive and that is very impactful and has a lot of unpacking to do, actually. I like that we are very versatile sitting here. I saw all the credentials of the different people on our panel, and that's what excited me. So let me begin by you, Mridul, and you can just introduce yourself.
Thank you so much. My name is Mridul. I'm from India, and I've been working with UNDP, United Nations Development Program, in its work on governance and peace building, especially related to young people. And the work also kind of touches upon the work around accountability, transparency, and anti-corruption. So with that experience, I'll be sharing my perspectives today. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And then can we hand it over to Mina to just introduce himself?
My name is Mina Fangari from Alexandria, Egypt, and I'm working with young people in the South Mediterranean countries, in different countries. Right now I'm working with civil society leaders, and you can't imagine how much corruption they face while implementing their actions and projects. And also I work it a little bit on good governance. And of course it includes transparency and corruption and a lot of stuff. And I'm going also to talk a little bit about how, from my point of view, the entrepreneurs face corruption in the Mediterranean region as well.
Thank you very much, and it's important to include entrepreneurs in this conversation as well, because we are motivating our youth to actually become entrepreneurs so that they're able to run their own businesses. Thank you very much. Hoshiaka, please introduce yourself.
Thanks, I'm Lungisi Nsangwis, I'm from Limpopo. I'm representing Limpopo in the National House, and it's an organization where they normally choose their volunteers. That's why I'm here today. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Hoshiaka. So let's get right to it. I think I had a look at the different spheres that you're all coming from, but please also just feel free to include anything that you might want to. But I directed the questions directly to your lines of interests and professions so that we get a clear understanding. So let me start with you, Mridol. So we know that unemployment amongst the youth, and it's very high, and we're very vulnerable to other forms of corruption, such as extortion and sexual exploitation, which normally leads to human trafficking, as we know. So what do you think are the measures, or what do you know as the measures that have been put in place as part of the SDGs with the United Nations that you can share perhaps, and maybe just include your own views in this?
Sure, thank you so much. So when we are talking about corruption, there are three things that we need to understand which defines corruption. One is the abuse, second is the interested power, and third is the private gain. So abuse for the power that you have been interested, and you are abusing it for gaining your private personal gains. Yeah. So if something needs to be done, you can work on these three things. One is maybe you can do, like you can have some laws or some policies in a manner by which you can reduce the chances of abuse happening. Second is there could be ways by which you can make the power in a manner which is very transparent and open and accountable for other people to also access. And third is you can also do something related to people feeling to gain the private gain or not. So there are three different kind of things that can be done. Now, first could be related to laws. You create very strong laws around anti-corruption. Another thing could be where you increase the accountability and transparency. So the information that young people or in general the community can access. They could be, I'm not sure if South Africa has a Right to Information Act. Many of the countries have that. So if you have that act enabled, that means that you can write to any of the government offices and you can ask them for any public information which possibly you don't have access to. For example, you can ask what was the budget for particular county last year, how much was really spent, and in what particular kind of work the money was spent, and then also you can ask which specific service providers were hired to provide this service, because all of this is public information. So there could be these kind of laws, and then which can enable more accountability and transparency in the information. If all of this data will be really available in public spheres, of course people will not have those favored kind of service providers procurement. There will be no hoarding of money. There will be no, like money getting getting scheduled to be spent on something, but it's not being scheduled because you will have all of this access to the information. But the third thing is private gains. So how community overall can understand what is good for them and what is good for the community itself. So how much do they really need to have for themselves? That's the third thing. Now, when we are talking about the money, it's actually a lot of money because of which corruption is actually taking away from the actual rural communities or actual communities' work. Until the last year, we have the number accounting to 3.6 trillion US dollars. 3.6 trillion US dollars. If I put it in an order, and if you talk about the GDPs of different countries, then only the corruption itself will become the 5th largest GDP in the world. 5th largest GDP. If you talk about South Africa's GDP, if I'm not wrong, I guess South Africa's GDP is about 400 billion, or 380 billion or something like that, which is like about possibly 10 times the world is losing. So 10 South Africans' whole GDPs, world is losing only in corruption. You see so much of money. If this much of money can come to all the rural investment, all the SDGs, a lot can be done, including education, gender rights, our climate impact, problem of water access, and also a lot of other things related, the things that we have been talking. So a lot of money is there, which the country is losing. Now, what SDGs are trying to do is, this is specifically related to SDG 16. So SDG 16 is about just institutions, peace building as well. So when we are talking about just institutions, it's talking about more of accountability, more of transparency in the institutions. And that can be done by making the decision making inclusive, making having the targets given to different countries to have different laws which gives access to its citizens to access the public information. Right, so laws like right to information, how open they can access the information related to any procurement or anything. So these are specific rules and related targets which UN has set in place for countries to really work towards and make decision making and these processes more accountable, transparent, by which hopefully slowly there will be also some change in personal belief systems and how things are done. I remember a lot of amazing stories from anti-corruption work where, I guess there was a colleague attending yesterday. They are working with Accountability Lab, and he was telling me an example from South Africa when I was having this discussion with him. And he was telling when a police personnel stops you at the traffic light, he or she does not ask for money, but ask for, can you buy me a Coca-Cola? Yeah, something like that. Is it true or not? Yeah? Yeah, it's very hot. How about we have a Coca-Cola? Something like that. Yeah? Something like that. So, there's, it's very much has become part of, culture itself now. It's given, in some sense. So slowly the culture will also change. SDG unfortunately does not talk much about how the culture will change and how countries should work towards changing that culture. But there are different laws and policies related to it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mridul. That was very insightful. And I like the fact that you talked about laws. And I will also just include there about porous borders as well that lead to the exploitation of our young people. Which then leads to this flawed information systems that we have that will then take us to the 3.6 trillion USDs that we're losing, which is quite a lot of money if you think about it. So I think this is a very good start. And Mina, I will also want you to perhaps touch a little bit on that as well, but include how we've just normalized in our country and in our communities, really. Corruption and how that affects the youth, and what type of leadership programs do you think would need to be in place that will be either implemented by traditional leaders or civil society? But maybe let's just touch on civil society for now. So what type of leadership programs do you think need to be in place for us to use this as a tool to ending corruption?
Okay, so let me first ask a very direct question. Who of you in the room here faced some person asking him for money or her for money, do something? Yeah. So yeah, the first thing that we need is to confirm that this is happening in our countries, because in some environments we don't say it. We don't say that we pay bribes. We say like, some other people actually pay, but we don't. You know, me myself, you know, I'm telling myself as well. But to go to normalization, we should ask another question: is it actually an intrinsic motivation that we want to pay bribe or do like this favorism and using our relations, or it's a response to the government failure? Because I think one of the lies that we might be told that, okay, those people are already corrupt, you know, those African people, they have it in their blood. They like corruption. But it's not that we like corruption. We are forced. It's a forced response. And sometimes normalization is forced on us as well. Imagine if you are going to issue a paper from the government and you got a scholarship from UK and you want to issue it from the higher education, the Ministry of Higher Education. And they started, no, we will not give it to you now. And then started, like in Egypt, they will not say about Coca-Cola. They will say, I didn't get my coffee today. I was like, and imagine if you are like this strict. I was like, no, I will not ever pay the bribe. Are you going, this is like an instant decision. Are you going to risk not getting your scholarship in UK just because you don't want to pay the bribe? No. Yeah. Yeah. So sometimes we are forced to normalize this. This is the point, because sometimes we are very hard on people that we think that in some, let's say, systems which has no complaining system, no reporting system, you cannot report what is happening. So you will lose your right to issue this paper, which is already your right that should be given to you without paying anything. But now you can't. And even if you try to go to the manager, for example, you will find that the manager is cooperating with this employee. So you will get nothing at the end. But what kind of projects or actions or things that, let's say, intergovernmental organizations can cooperate with the government if the government is willing, and also young civil society leaders, which they are now the most innovative generations that can actually bring something to the table. Why not to use digital platforms? We were talking yesterday about digitalization, because me myself, like, we had some things digitalized in Egypt, and those things that I can just issue my paper online, they are the only things that they cannot pay bribe. Okay, because you deal with computer, you cannot bribe the computer. So I think digitalization or using innovative tools. So it doesn't have to be at home. If you just go to issue your birth certificate from a machine, or you issue your ID from a machine, so you don't need to deal with human beings now. I don't say this is the final solution. Of course, we need to make people accountable. We need to have a reporting mechanism and all this stuff. But instantly, what we need is a solution that will make us get our rights without needing to do something extra for people.
Thank you very much. That was very, very insightful. So what you're really just saying is what needs to happen is we need to start getting motivation to hold our governments accountable. Correct, if I heard you correctly.
Yes, there is something that any citizen in any country, you have two things. You have your rights and your responsibilities. But one of the things when it comes to corruption, I need my right, but at the same time, I want someone else to talk about it. But it is my responsibility to talk about it. It's like, okay, I know it happens, but I will let my friend to talk about corruption because I will not talk about it. And one of the things also, maybe it comes with culture. I don't know if you have this culture here in South Africa or not, but sometimes you don't report these corruption attitudes because you feel it's bad that this person will lose his job. We say in Egypt he will lose his bread. So if he lost his job after I reported to the police, he will not have money, for example, to spend on his children. So, but we don't understand that he is doing this for him or herself. We are not the ones that we are getting them fired. They are getting themselves fired. So we have a responsibility to talk about it, to ask for our rights, but at the same time, don't tolerate it with any cultural things, with any feelings like I feel sorry for him, he needs money, he's getting low salary, you know, he's just helping his children. Don't tolerate it. He accepted this job, so he has to give you your right.
Thank you very much. I think then we still have a long way to go in terms of creating these programs that are going to assist our youth in diverting away from this toxic culture of corruption. Hosiaka, we've talked about accountability. And as traditional leaders, you know we are accountable not only for ourselves and our communities, but really the entire country. So what responsibilities and to what extent do you think people have expectations of traditional leaders to play as a pivotal role in the literacy of anti-corruption?
Thanks, my Royal Highness. Let me make a confession right at the beginning that I'm more of a backroom boy than a public speaker. And I grew up in a culture where we were taught that your deeds must speak. So please bear with me. My answers will be very short. You know, we do have a problem, but we do have a problem, maybe even here in South Africa or all over. But since I'm not money, I don't want to be loved by everybody. I'll just be blunt about this. That in our area, the corruption starts right at the top. So these kids grow up knowing that you can do anything to make money. And that's where the problem starts, because right now, you're all aware that there are these commissions going on, and big names are coming out. And there are those who want to emulate these people. But this guy is in a very simple position, but he's making lots of money, and their wish, you know, there's one young man that I once met, he said, what do you want? I want to be a pensioner. Because pensioners, they stay at home and they only go at month end to go and collect their money. So I think it would be best if I'm a pensioner. But then as traditional leaders, we do have problems in the sense that a lot is expected from us, and we don't get the necessary support from government. You end up having to pop out your own money to help some of these kids. For example, in my area, we do have school kids who have got good results, but they're needy. And we end up having to make means to pay for their fees. Because currently, right now, I think we've got 4 kids at varsity that we have to pay for. Give them pocket money, clothe them. Some of them are in Cape Town, PE and roads. So at the end of the day, you've got to pop out money. They'll call you that, no, the schools are closing next week. You've got to organize money for their transport to come home. But the biggest problem that we have is that we don't get support from government. And even in other fights that we have, we end up having to pop out our own money, defending our communities. In such cases where you find that it should be the government that is paying for these cases, let's say issues of land claim and illegal demarcation of sites, the community looks at you as a traditional leader to make sure that, but you should be protecting this area. And the young ones are coming to you that, but if these people just demarcate sites all over here, we still young families, you still need to have sites to build our homes for the young ones. But you don't have the money to fight these people, because at times you find that close to 100 people are busy demarcating sites and even selling them. So those are some of the problems that we're having as communities. But my main interest normally it's in education. I grew up in a family where I think from those who were educated by my family can fill this hall. Because it would come to our house, a 15-year-old said, "Ma'am, I need a job." I said, "No, it's all right, go and take your things, you'll stay here with me." The following day in the morning, she says to you, "There's a school over there." "But no, ma'am, I wanted a job." She said, "No, you'll work after hours." And you find that maybe we've got 4 or 5 people who are working in the house. So that's the way that you pull them in, pay for their fees up to university. So as an African, there's that thing that tells you that even when your parents have passed on, they normally come at night. What do you call it? Ancestral intelligence. They pay you visits to come and check if you continue with what they've started. So there's a lot of things that we have to be accountable for, because our parents left us in these positions. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Hoshi, and you're correct. Our deeds really and truly must speak for themselves. And corruption does start from the top. And, you know, as we were talking and I'm listening to all of you speaking, it's a very great concern if our children are aspiring to be pensioners one day. This is something that I think individually we can try and nip in the bud, because from there it will then stem into petty theft, and we know from there how the ball just trickles down, and it's just a downward movement from there. But how do we then, in this instance, strategize around the eroding trust between our communities and the public sector, this being the government? What are the measures that we could possibly try and maybe implement for our youth to understand? And this is open to the floor.
May I also respond to that one? I think in Contralesa we call it rural investment, and in the National House we call it Invest Rural. So, but it ends up being the same thing. I think if we manage to attract investors in our areas, we will create jobs, and most of the parents will have money to take care of their kids, take them to school. Because right now, we are the only ones as a senior traditional leaders who got to make sure that these kids go to school. One example that I had forgotten to mention was that there was a young girl who was working at my in-laws' place, and one evening we seated there, said, "I wish I can get," she was a 16-year-old girl, she said, "I wish I could get someone to impregnate me so that I can get these SASSA monies." And I had to sit down with her. There are a number of things involved in what you, it is fun, but there are other implications. No, there are many health issues involved in what you don't just look at the money part, but the process itself has got other problems. So maybe if we invest rural, or if we invest rural, I'm used to invest rural because that's what we're doing in the National House. If we invest rural, then maybe we'll create enough jobs to entice these kids to go to school, and also there won't be any need to come to Joburg, Durban, or Cape Town, because we will have made jobs in the area. I think those are some of the things that we can do. Hopefully one day government will be ready to help us, because there's a lack of political will right now. We've got to fend for ourselves and our communities. Thanks.
If I can respond to this, so our work has been primarily this question when government is asking us and how actually we should do it. So again, I fully agree with you. It happens top to bottom a lot. The culture also trickles down top to bottom. But it is also not only need-based. It's not also always forced upon us. So when we are trying to really address the issue of corruption, there cannot be just one single step that can help everything. We need to think very deeper into it, and we really need to address those situations one at a time, or possibly in concurrent ways. Again, I give you 3 different things that possibly we can work on. And that's what possibly we want also all the governments to work on. So first thing is the motive. Why someone doing corruption? You address those motives. There should be some need, right? No one is doing it for fun. Yeah? No one is getting pleasure out of it. Maybe the need, which is what we need to address. Maybe people do not have the money, and that's why they are doing it. Maybe their public salaries are less, corporate salaries are high, and that's why they are doing it. There are some good examples as well of how government have really addressed the part of need itself. From the top to bottom kind of angle, Singapore did it really well. So Singapore has public officials' salary so high that they don't need to do the corruption. Like literally high. In many other countries, including in India, whenever there is any bill that comes to the government, comes to the parliament, and which talks about increasing the salary of the member of parliaments, there are a lot of, it goes in the media, like why these MPs and these politicians want to increase their salary, they have already such a high salary and all of that, yeah. But Singapore did not listen to all of these kind of things. They really increased it high. So while they have like the strictest possibly laws on corruption, but they also reduced the need of doing corruption. That's how they started. The second point, other than the need, is actually the opportunity of doing it. Even if there is a need, yeah, but if there is no opportunity, you won't be able to do it. Very simple. Like you want to have possibly drugs. If there is opportunity of doing it, you might do it. If there is no opportunity, even if you want, even if you feel like having so much, you won't be able to do it. So how some governments are actually working on the opportunity part. And the opportunity part is, let's say, if most of these kind of, let's say, corruption happens in, let's say you want to register, you want to get a document from public offices. Now you reach to the public officials and you ask them for this particular document, and they ask for possibly some money to be able to produce it, because there is an opportunity of doing it. But now what government is doing, they are digitalizing all of these registration processes. So birth registration or passport or on your national voter ID or all of these kind of things. So now there is no public official involved who can really ask money. So there is also how government are trying to work on the opportunity part of it. And the third part that comes is, other than motive, which is need and opportunity, that is mean of doing it. Even if someone wants money, yeah, or like, okay, fine, Coca-Cola, coffee, you can still do it. Yeah, but let's say big land deal is happening. Mining contracts are being allocated. Yeah, for that, how much Coca-Cola will you send it to someone? How much coffee will you send it to someone? Right? So you really need cash for that. So if country can really work on that, and that's why a lot of countries are working on digital payments, because digital payments can be tracked. So that is also a way. We don't really understand that, but from the government point of view, that is a way of tracking where the money is going and why it is going. And when they are able to track it, possibly the means are also reducing of doing the corruption. So there are different ways how we need to see it. These means, these needs and motives can vary. We need to understand that. There could be multiple ways of doing it. We need to understand that and then slowly address one at a time or something.
So as I remember, the question was about trust. how to create the trust between, let's say, the people and the government. So I would only mention three things, like, and I think they are related to each other. The first thing is participatory approach. Like, if I include everybody in my planning as a government, people will trust me. Imagine you brought everybody to the table, everybody's represented, so I know what is written there. I contributed to what is done there. So I trust this plan, I trust this project, I trust this initiative that the government is taking, for example. But if I only did it alone, for example, I will talk from the point of view of youth. How can I trust you as a young person if I wasn't there? I wasn't represented. So this is the first thing. The second thing will be transparency. I cannot trust anything that the government say without transparency. Or let's say you are talking about the land. Many times, and I think Sherry always asks this question about any investment, any foreign investment, any cooperations between the government and other foreign authorities. She always asks, can you have access to the contract? This is the first thing she asks. So most of the time, I don't know the case here, but most of the time in my country, I have no access to any document, not even a document. It's just like a post on social media, you know? This treaty or this investment happened between Egypt and this country. So if I cannot read the contract, if I cannot know the details, how can I trust that actually it wasn't corrupted, this transaction? Yeah.
Yeah, this is an issue that we've seen. As you know, the KECTO program is in 100 countries around in developing countries, and we see this time after time after time, where the government will do a deal with the corporation, a lot of times for mineral rights, to like what you have, gas rights, maybe gems, other things, assets, these assets, where that contract should belong to the people. It should belong to the people. And if the contract belongs to the people should know the terms, right? We've seen contracts in countries where you have no idea what the company's paying. I saw one in Papua New Guinea where the foreign company came in, was doing mining with it. There were no taxes paid and no royalties paid on the mining. So where was the money going? Under the table, right? Under the table, all the money for the assets. The contracts, any contracts with the government, they belong to all of you, right? Because you are the Republic of South Africa. You should ask for the rights to see these things, okay? You should know, and if there's a gap, if there's an obvious gap, somebody's getting something in the middle there, right? And then one other thing I'll just say, and I don't want to usurp your panel, but one thing that we say to the youth in around the world is that the most important branch of government is the judicial branch. Because if you have a strong, unbiased, fair, smart court system, you can take people to court. You can take the government to court. You can take companies to court, and you can get contracts. And you can see, or if it's if you're being asked for a bribe, that's probably criminal, okay? So the most important system in making a fair government is the court system, is good, smart, independent, unbiased, and non-bribed judiciary. So I think that's really important, and we have to keep that in mind.
I will give very quickly an example for the transparency on a very practical way. For example, I'm not going to talk about the contracts, which is a very big thing. I remember when I was working with the government, we were doing programs for entrepreneurs. And one of the things that, in Africa, nobody trusts the government. So the only thing that they think about if they weren't chosen for this program is that it is corrupted. Of course, we were bribed. That's why we chose those people, and we didn't choose them. But to make sure that they trust us and they trust the procedures. We wrote everything in the website, the criteria of evaluation, everything, and we wrote at the end, you can ask for the feedback if you weren't chosen. So anybody, even if we receive thousands of them, I remember back then, like I was told by the senior, anybody asks you, you have to give them the full feedback from all the experts and all the judges. The full feedback, we have to send it to them. This is transparency. I'm sharing why they weren't chosen. Because next time they know, I trust, I will apply, they are not corrupted. The last thing, which is accountability. If I see the government makes people accountable, and I see every now and then they arrested this person was judged for what they did, they went to prison, I will, by time, of course, build my trust with the government. But if I stay my whole life, I didn't see anyone getting like judged or accountable for what the corruption they did, of course I will not trust the government.
Thank you very much. I think we were just actually warming up, but unfortunately I'm being prompted to very abruptly end our session, and I'm a little bit sad that we can't even ask the floor for just one question. But I do understand. It's always sad for us to have panels and one, and I'm going to be...
It's a very spicy topic.
Okay, it's 3 gentlemen, great. So we must just pick one. Which one? Oh, okay. At least I had eyes here. The gentleman in the blue shirt was the first one with the tie.
Well, whilst he's going to him, I just wanted to find out, how long are you staying in South Africa?
Till the 21st.
Tomorrow
I'm leaving.
It's a very short time. I think you would stay a month or 2. You would understand our situation.
Sanbonani, ngibulisa amakhosi wonke abahlonishwa. Ake ngithi nje all protocol observed. To His Royal Highness Zolani, Bob Zolani, these engagements are important. I think 2 days is not enough. We need more, you know. When it comes to this issue of corruption, it strikes a nerve, because in South Africa, my beautiful panel, you need to understand this one thing. A normal man steals a loaf of bread, he goes to prison. A congressman steals billions, he goes to parliament. So how are we dealing with that, right? How are we dealing with that? And also, how do we protect young people from being victims of inkabi and these other things? Because where we come from, we've got projects that are for young people, that have got solutions for young people, but the people that are funding these projects, they want kickbacks. Do you know how much kickbacks are setting us back? Because if I have a project that is 100 million, I have to give you 50% of that. Then how am I achieving what I need to achieve? So the kickback system is killing us, right? So I think, where's the other question? So again, how are we addressing the issue of having people in positions of power who don't qualify to be there, but they're doing it for the salary? Because I think that's why we are in a mess. If you are not passionate about what you are doing, and you are doing it for the salary, you are taking the country backwards. And in this whole corruption thing, it's the one that puts us in this position that we're in as young people. So I'm of the view that, you know, you gotta ask us, and maybe on the next, I don't know when it's gonna be the next G20, but we actually need to have our own, where we can also have a panel of young people that can be there speaking for themselves. Because speaking on our behalf doesn't give us solutions. We need to be there so that we get to tell you what is it that we feel. Because our lives are at risk, and we are being told we are lazy, we can't think, we have ample ideas. And Chris Hani and Steve Bikos died because of ideas. So can our ideas live? Can our ideas live?
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, you just didn't even mention your name, but that was very profound and it was very necessary. And thank you for giving us that so that we're ending off on a very high note. We've got a lot of issues, and if I wasn't a moderator and I was a panelist, I would have probably unpacked some of the scary stories that we have. But thank you very much. You've been a very great panel, and we hope you travel back safely. And this is the end for us this afternoon. Thank you all.
Thank you very much. We're going to move with speed to the next panel, which is chaired by a CACTIL board member from Zambia, and he's also a board member for CACTIL continentally. He will moderate this session. His name is Roderick Mutale, and as he comes on stage to introduce his panelists, I also wish to take this time to acknowledge some of the youth leaders of the country that have joined us this afternoon. We have the General Secretary of the South African Youth Council, Comrade Mosuli Cwele. Let's acknowledge his presence here. CACTIL had instructed us, has actually made a plea that we must make sure that the youth leaders of the country and the continent are here. So that's a very important, critical stakeholder for us. And secondly, we have Prince Siya Mabandla, who is the KZN Secretary of SAIC, South African Youth Council. He flew all the way from KZN to join us here. Roderick, let's welcome you to South Africa, my brother. You are a neighbor. You did a lot for us in our struggle.
Good afternoon. I think today has been fantastic. A lot of sessions, and my name is Alodrick Mtale from Zambia. I'm just like HLIH introduced me. I'm part of CACTIL, and I'm a board member for the CACTIL global program, as well as a country director for CACTIL Center for Youth Excellence in Zambia, where we are training young people in entrepreneurship and leadership in our 3-month program. And we have trained over 2,000 entrepreneurs in Zambia. So I'm very excited to be here and to moderate the next session. But I think we talked about a lot about mean laws. I think the minister talked about, and I just wanted to know in the audience, and I'm going to give an example because as CACTIL, we stand for authentic conversations and taking responsibility. So I'm going to give this example. On this hand, I am holding emerald. That is worthy $5 million. But you don't know that it is worthy $5 million. On the left hand, I'm holding $100,000 cash. And I come to you now that pick one. Honestly, which one are you going to pick as an African? Emerald or $100,000 cash? $100,000 cash. Emerald or $100,000 cash? Okay, we are going to find out in the next panel. So I would like first to introduce the first panelist. I think she's going to give a short presentation before we dive in. Her name is Unathi Manjita, Executive Director for Communications and Stakeholder Relations for Petroleum Agency of South Africa. Please, you can come forward.
Your Royal Highness, Mr. Mkiva, all your majesties here this afternoon that are present here today, traditional leaders that are here, the Cactil Foundation, business partners, distinguished guests, and I think I can safely say all protocols observed. I don't feel lost here. Whilst they're busy beaming my presentation, I'll be very, very brief with it. But I think if I don't do a brief presentation, you will not catch what I want to say. All right. So, like I said, I don't feel lost here. I am a princess myself. Ndizalwa kwaNjokweni, ndinguMadlamini, omnombo usengqushwa. And ngunkosazana uSibabalwe xa ndibizwa ekhaya. And it is quite a pleasure, and thank you very much, Mr. Mkiva, for organizing this important summit. I come from the Petroleum Agency SA. I was supposed to be here supporting my CEO, Dr. Saidini, who unfortunately caught the nastiest cold and he cannot speak, so he's asked me to come and speak on his behalf. Now, to make it very quickly, because I have a flight to catch back to Cape Town, I want to say that it pains me when I hear the numbers that about 63% of our youth, almost 64% of our youth, are unemployed. 34% of South Africa generally is unemployed. That's a serious economic crisis. It's a serious economic crisis, and it's even more worse when people like ourselves know that this country is endowed with the most richest oil and gas resources that have not been tapped. Now, a gentleman called James Lorimer from the DA, from the Democratic Alliance in Parliament, once said, after the advent of diamonds, the discovery of diamonds and the discovery of gold, which were the biggest mining resources that this country has ever had, that changed our lifestyles and socio-economic conditions. The third biggest jackpot this country has, and which is the largest, biggest jackpot this country has, it's its oil and gas resources that remain untapped. And this is because of anti-developmental activists that are always disguising themselves as environmental compliance activists, yet they do not want this country to proceed and develop. So when we talk about platforms like this, where we talk infrastructure, rural development, I'll take you through what we have to say as the Petroleum Agency, having done a research on petroleum resources of this country. I suppose this is what I need to use. Oops, you can't see this, but I'll quickly take you through it. So who is the Petroleum Agency SA? Many people confuse us with Petro SA. Petro SA is the first company that we, as the regulator, gave a license to operate. When we tested the first gas resources of this country that we found in the Mossel Bay deep oceans, and that refinery was licensed by the Petroleum Agency, which is a licensed agency mandated by the Department of Mineral and Petroleum Resources, Section 70 of the MPRDA, that says there shall be an agency that is going to find out whether South Africa does have its oil and gas, where is it, and regulate that industry, because it's one of the biggest industries that this country needs to tap into. So what do we do? I'll try and simplify it. There are four things that we do. The first one is resource evaluation. When I say resource evaluation, we're a small agency of less than 80 people, but that agency has got all the geoscientists, geologists, petroleum engineers, environmental engineers, it's all the intelligent people, all the scientists that go deep down in the sea to go and find where oil and gas is. They go to the rocks in the Karoo and check where oil and gas is, and then they plot it into little blocks called, or little pockets called blocks. We call them blocks. And once we've done that resource and evaluation, we use state-of-the-art technology to confirm that there is indeed oil and gas in this country. Secondly, because there is oil and gas, we have to regulate in terms of making sure that when we have investors that want to come and explore oil and gas in South Africa, like Shell, who spent over 2 billion rands in the Wild Coast, only to be turned back because someone said they did not speak Xhosa when they were consulting. So that kind of investment is still in court today, and it's still halted, and many more others have been blocked. So those investors like Shell would come, and then we would regulate them using the MPRDA, as well as the National Environmental Management Act, which is NEMA, which talks about the environment in terms of how to manage the environment and make sure that whoever is investing in South Africa does not do what the NGOs are saying, to say that if you come and explore our oceans, you're going to blast our oceans and kill the fish and make them paralyzed and make them deaf and do all sorts of funny things. I've never seen a deaf fish in my life. We've been exploring in Mossel Bay for the last 28 years via Petro SA. They still fish even today. We have countries like Norway that live on the back of oil and gas and fish as their main industries that support their GDP. So I don't know why can't we coexist in South Africa. The third part is that that information of where this oil and gas is called the country's data resource, which is our asset as the country, because it's so expensive. It is the biggest asset that we have. So we sell it to the prospective investors that would come and invest in South Africa, and then the likes of Shell, Total, Eco Atlantic then come and buy it and spend billions and billions investing in exploring whether there is oil and gas. And when they find it, then they build business cases so that we can give them production licenses. And then lastly, from time to time, we have special projects that the minister would say, PASA, as you have experts and scientists, please undertake this project for us. For example, some of you will remember that in 2012, there was a moratorium on fracking, which is gas hydraulic fracturing. And that was done because of the fact that the country was not comfortable with the safety protocols that are involved in shell exploration, as well as also trying to get some guidelines and experience from other countries, and also making sure that the other departments that are involved, like your Department of Water, what is it called? Department of Water and Sanitation, DFFE, they've got regulations to make sure that that kind of fracking is done properly. Right now, we're busy with a study, which is a project of really understanding what is the geological surface in the Karoo, where there is a lot of oil and gas, so that we can be able to determine what are the real figures, as well as send it to Parliament for consideration in line with the two departments, with the DFFE, as well as the DWS, in terms of their regulations, in terms of how we should continue with the shell fracking. Most importantly, these are the different licenses, and I'm not going to go through this because I'll send you the presentation. So you've got a year for your TCP, which is basically a desktop study, reconnaissance permit, and for you to explore once we've given you permit, depending on whether your proposal meets our requirements. And then once we have satisfied the two, then people can apply for exploration licenses, which means then it's like a baby now that they can scan the ocean and check whether the baby is indeed there, which is the oil and gas. And also they use state-of-the-art technology, which is like infrared cameras or whatever that, we can actually fly some of them through aerodynamic, surveys, as well as we can also use seismic surveys, which are done in the ocean, which is what was said to have been blasting the ocean, when we're merely taking a scan of the ocean just to find out where exactly is this oil, so that we can, plot it into a block and be able to determine the size. And then once they have found that indeed it is there, they have tested this and they've got a commercial case, they will still come and apply for a production license, which is then the 30-year license that they get so that they can be able to do what Moss Gas has done, which is Petro SA back in the 2000s. So, and then that's when then they can actually develop. So we haven't done much. We've only got Petro SA basically as an example, because everything else has not been, explored, because it has been blocked by people who want to create a wrong narrative about the exploration of oil and gas. For which interest, I have no clue. Now, that Upstream Training Trust is a fund that we manage, that all potential applicants, it doesn't matter whereabout in your applications. If you are an investor, we know you are rich. You must come and put money in the kitty, because we have a country whose legacy is so bad that unemployment is so high, inequality is so high, poverty is so high. We need to start building our own timber and take our own kids to school. So we've got a bursary fund called the Upstream Training Trust. I also happen to run that. And that bursary, we take about 80 students a year to go and study these disciplines, which are going to be relevant as we develop this oil and gas industry. So you've got your geoscientists, you've got your engineering, maths, environmental scientists, information technology, and social sciences, because they're so important, because we are going to need these. So this is a bursary fund that we run to make sure that we build the skills or the talent for the future industry. Now, I'm not going to talk about this quickly. I did say that we are guided by the Constitution to make sure that whatever we do is ecologically sound, environmentally safe, and socially responsible. We're guided by MPRDA and NEMA. I won't go through. But this is the most important slide. If anything that you can remember, please remember this slide. Now, I'm so used to having my own little mic. Thank you very much. So if we talk about Petro SA, just an example, because that's the first license that we issued out back in 2002. Petro SA basically, here's a laser, was somewhere here, Mossel Bay. So they got a block there in Mossel Bay. That block, I'm going to use a unit measure called a TCF, which is a trillion cubic feet. Petro SA, which employed and changed the complexion of Mossel Bay, George, all those areas, was built at the back of 1.3 TCF. 1 TCF. Do you hear me? 1 TCF. Built Petro SA that lasted up until today, built that big GTL refinery, and taken all students, given students in the Southern Cape everywhere bursaries. Even my CEO, who is a geo engineering, what is he? He's everything actually. He's also a lawyer at the same time. So he is a petroleum engineer. He comes from Petro SA. He's our CEO. He was a CEO at Petro SA at some point in time. He's a product of what Petro SA could do at the back of 1 TCF. Now, if you look at this side of the Eastern Cape where I come from, 8 TCF of gas is there. So that's 8 times the size of Petro SA that we can build. Imagine 8 refineries. What can we do in terms of employment, development of skills, empowering our people, and alleviating poverty? That's 8 TCF and 2 billion barrels of oil that is estimated in the Eastern Cape. Southern Cape, you're talking 29 TCF. That's, if you estimate it, another 29 types of refineries that we can build, at the size of, what do you call it, Petro SA. I have not even spoken about the West Coast. Everybody talks about the West Coast. In fact, the entire world is looking at South Africa as the biggest, most attractive frontier for oil and gas. Because of why? Because Namibians, whom we share the Orange Basin with, and they have only about 30% of the Orange Basin, and we've got 70% of the Orange Basin, have decided, actually, you know what? We're open for business. No NGO is going to stop us from exploring this country. And they started drilling their first holes about 3 years ago. They've drilled 22 holes. They're already contributing about 4% to their GDP. We're sitting and we're still fighting here. Now, without wasting more time, we have an estimation of 209 TCF in the shale, in the center, which is onshore, which is basically shale gas. Right around the Karoo, parts of the Eastern Cape, Northern Cape, Free State, the entire part here. We can plot it, but I won't plot it for you today. I don't have much time. But we've got 290, imagine 209 refineries. That's changing South Africa to Dubai. And we're busy fighting. Our youth is unemployed. So this is very important for me, and I'd like you guys to start noting that we have a huge resource that can change the complexion of this country only if we pursue it. Now, this is a very funny slide. Many people say, oh no, we want renewable resources only. But I'm just thinking, what can you do with wind and solar energy? Of course, we need it. It's part of our energy mix because we need to transition to cleaner fuels. However, if you talk about what oil and gas can do, everything, just about everything. We came here driving cars with petrol, didn't we? Put on products that are made with oil, gas, lipsticks, everything, phones that we use every day that are made, from oil products, everything, the clothes that we wear, the flights that I'm going to take now. That flight is not flying on wind energy that I'm going to take. It's going on jet fuel, dude. So a lot is just misunderstood. I mean, when you make a cup of coffee, you use electricity. Electricity is what? It's coal that has been converted into power. So I can't talk about the importance of understanding the integrated energy plan, which means that we need to coexist both cleaner technologies and traditional technologies. Most importantly, there's gas in the middle. Which we need to actually just embrace as a country because we've got so much gas. I mean, I was just showing you the TCFs here. So I'll leave you with this. But just to talk about potential benefits, an independent study, 2 minutes, Your Royal Highness, and then I leave. An independent study that was done for Block 11B, 12B, which is one of the possible exploration blocks that we're looking at in South Africa, suggested that during the exploration and drilling stages, that one production can yield to about 1,000 jobs and 5,000 indirect jobs. That's for the Southern Cape. Now, that's, the rest of your logistics, hospitality, everybody else that's dealing with, washing for all those people that are working there. So over a 10 to 20 year period, we're looking at about 40,000 jobs when our children are sitting at home and not working. Now, what that one project would do in terms of commercial estimations is that it can contribute around 22 billion per annum to our fiscus. When our country is battling with economic recovery and economic development, you've got 22,000 sitting there because some greenie decided to tell you that you must, push Shell away out of this country and Total away from this country. You're losing out 22 billion rands. And also about 25 billion rands in terms of, tax and royalties that can be paid to government on an annual basis, and also balance of payments of about 26.5 billion rands. I'll leave it at that. It's not new. That circle there just goes to show you that we've got all these other minerals that we've looked at. They're so small, but the biggest one, which is $1.720 billion is oil. So the biggest has not been tapped, and we have not done any damage to the land. Yet we've drilled over 200 wells over the last 5 decades, if I may say. And luckily enough, this industry is booming. We're starting to have our own law or legislation that is going to govern the upstream petroleum sector, which is the UPRDA, which was assented into law in 2024. And that brings me to the end of this big oil resource that we haven't tapped into as this country. And I want the youth to assist in making sure that no one silences South Africans in terms of what God has blessed us with. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think the story of South Africa, I think it is the same story of Zambia as well. We talk about how much that we own in terms of mineral resources. But again, our people still are poor. The young people are unemployed. Then I ask myself, like, what is the problem? Because if you travel to countries like France, you find that they don't even have all these minerals, but they are developed. But us, we are still poor. Is it a conversation of maybe being accountable, holding ourselves accountable, and stop blaming maybe our colonial masters and take ownership of what is ours? So, because we are running out of time, I would just love maybe to introduce Prince Shole just to give the closing remarks so that we have more time for other events.
In the interest of time, I would like to stand on the existing protocols that have been established. What I would like to touch on, we've dealt with LNG. Now we're going to go to what drives everyone crazy now. We call them minerals of the future. And we're fortunate that the minister, when he was here, the Minister of Electricity, covered broadly what I would have presented before you. But I'd like to say that our government, I believe, has really heard us. There's actually a gazette that is out right now that is inviting South Africans to comment on the export control of chromium in terms of the Trade Administration Act, Section 6 of the 2002 Act, which then empowers us as a people, especially those of us that live within the western limb of the Bushveld complex, the Bushveld Igneous complex. And that is where you would then find your chrome, that is where you'd find your nickel, that is where you'd find even other platinum group metals, including iron ore. Now this thing is presenting a great opportunity to all of us, because in the chrome mining space there are a lot of economic spin-offs. Once we have done washing the chrome, so chrome from the mining stage, it's ROM. We're trying to ban the export of ROM or control it rather. We move from that space, there are young people that can benefit with crushers. The existing big 4 mines in the country, their assets are oversaturated, I can tell you without a fear of favor. So it means a lot of us, government must assist us to get water use licenses, they must assist us with environmental certificates, they must assist us to access financing that is there, so that you are able, because in the chrome industry, for example, you don't need to become a miner. You can own a crushing plant. A person who owns a crushing plant charges 130 rands per ton. And imagine if a mine has mined, I know someone who has mined 1 million tons in a year. Now you calculate that 1 million tons in a year, times it by 130 minus your other costs, diesel and all of that. Those are low-hanging fruits that exist. A crushing plant is around 400,000. It means your IDC must then come in and assist us with that. You go to the wash plants are expensive. I have a quotation for a wash plant is around 50 million. So I need 50 million, please assist me. I need 50 million ASAP. And I need, I think, around an additional 30 for me to mine properly, comfortably, in our own land, in my own land. Which is something we're already doing. I'm a beneficiator and a miner. I run a company called Orifiletlo. And I'm an example of that. I started with 0 cents. 0. But I leveraged on the relationships I had. I don't own a wash plant. I didn't own a mine when I started. But facilitating the deals, I then realized, oh, it's not so difficult. I started by crushing. I then realized there are existing dumps. They're called historic dumps. That old mine houses, big mine houses, they give to the people, to the communities. We then went to them, we said, look, we can wash this thing, we can make it chrome concentrate 4042, that we can sell for quite a significant amount and supply to China. Standing before you have supplied over 10,000 tons. Now, this is just an example. You go to the ones we have smelted once we have washed the chrome, and it's now ferrochrome slag. Once we extract our ferrochrome, the slag that exists, that's what you use for our roads. So it then means that all other, you don't need to have a mining license to supply slag to road construction companies. South Africa is a rural country. There are more roads that need to be built. This is a good opportunity for us, especially in the rural areas where there are no roads at all, and that's where the mines are. So in closing, I'd like to say there is room for growth. There are a lot of opportunities. South Africa is always open for business, but this time it's different business. It's business where we are partners. It's not a bottom-up approach. We are equal. I have the land, I have the mineral, I have the intellectual property. Like the minister said, you have the money. You and your money, we must be able to sit properly as equals. And with those remarks, Pula.
That is the National Youth Secretary of the Congress of Traditional Leaders. There's no question. There is no confusion about succession where we are, because we've got this talent. And we open up. We have sent him to China, he does wonders. We send him to Russia, he does wonders. So, Sherry, your next guest in the United States of America should be Prince Shole and Inkosi Zwelizolile Lutuka. I now want to invite the moderator for the next session. It's also going to be straight to the point, and this session precedes the last one. So stay right there. We are on course in terms of time. We have managed to cover up. I want to invite a soul sister from the South Americas in a country called Peru. She is part of the Inca, the indigenous communities and the indigenous people of South America. Let's welcome our lovely sister who will moderate this session, Andrea Falcon. You can use the mic or you sit down, it's up to you.
Okay, I'll use the mic. Hello, thank you very much for the introduction, Solani. I'm very happy to be able to moderate this panel. So I will, because time is pressing, I will start quickly inviting our panelists. So I am inviting now Princess Nadili Damase to come forward. Also Lennox Omondi. And also Sanele Sungu. We're missing Lennox. Okay, we will move forward. So this panel will be around youth personal finance and how raising money for business initiatives. So I would like to also start diving into this topic, coming a bit back from also some of the comments that we heard earlier. So for this, I would like that you can maybe introduce yourselves a little bit on what you are doing before we proceed with the questions.
Is this mic on? Oh. Sanbonani nonke, Uzanele Zungu, Nyadibigelega, all protocol observed in the interest of time. I am a certified financial planner, a member of the Young Financial Planner Organization in association with the Financial Planning Institute of South Africa.
Hello. Mandibulise kuninonke. Igama lami nguNkosazana Nandilenda Mase from the Eastern Cape eMampondweni. I am the chairperson for the South African Royal Princesses Network, and I'd also like to firstly send my appreciation and greetings to all traditional houses, to all the ministers, to His Royal Highness Zolani, and to all the hosts of this prestigious gathering and all protocols observed. Thank you.
Thank you. So I would start with a question about addressed to both of you. How do you think does cultural identity shape the way that young people think about money and value creation?
Thank you.
Would you like to go?
Yes,
All
I'll
right.
take it. So what I will say about social identity is that it is derived largely through one's psychology. And through studying financial planning, we see a very profound connection in financial psychology, ethics, decision making. We see it in the news all the time. We see it on social media. It's all around us, how money and the pursuit thereof really shapes a person's identity and who they look to become. So it is through financial empowerment and really enlightening the youth on the importance of understanding where their financial decisions derive from that we are able to shape better people who make better choices. We also look to really endorse principled leaders as a function of understanding their psychology through financial management and literacy.
Thank you. And Princess?
I'd actually like to echo what she just said. It's funny because before you asked this question, the first thing I wrote down, I like writing down small notes. I wrote ancestral mandate. And I believe that as traditional leaders, that is exactly what we have with our communities. So when we speak about financial awareness, we also need to remember that before you build financial wealth, you first need to build the psychological aspect of it. Because once you have the resources for what you've been working for, you need to know how to manage it. And more oftentimes than none, when we look at these shows, I'm sure many of us have seen like Moja Love and we see I Blew It. We always think, Wuti, oh, this is how I would have handled specific funds. So we need to learn how to empower people who are impoverished before they get these accesses to these funds. A lot of people speak about having a financial advisor, but yet we cannot afford such. So if we can first look at the psychological aspect of where people are and how they view money, the relationship that one has with themselves also forms into the relationship that they have with finances. So to answer that question, I just wanted to echo what the lady next to me said. Thank you.
Thank you. Those are amazing answers. I will have a short panel, but very, very powerful from what I hear already. So next question would be, how do you think, what are the main obstacles, now that we're only women now, that women in rural areas are facing when it comes to economic empowerment and value creation?
I think one cannot really speak about empowering the rural youth of South Africa without taking a very sharp look at leadership. When leadership make self-serving decisions, it's the rural youth of South Africa that suffer at the hands of those decisions and how they play out. Where resources that are mandated for rural areas, the youth, infrastructure, where those funds are mismanaged, misappropriated, and self-served, it's actually the women that suffer. And so how we alleviate it is taking it upon ourselves to really hold our leadership accountable, to interrogate the money moves that have been made, to understand where the money is going, because it's not that the money isn't there, it's that it is not reaching where it is mandated to reach. And so in terms of empowering our women in rural areas, it's about giving them access. And it's about making sure that we clear the channels of corruption, because those are the bottlenecks that are holding us back. Some of the most innovative, some of the brightest and most talented women are in the rural areas and bear the brunt of the socio-economic issues that we face.
To answer this question, I believe that we need to speak to our communities and finding a way in shifting their mindset from survival to wealth. And this can only come through us truly looking into the greed that has come into the money that is dispersed in rural communities. I was doing an activation a few months ago, and there's something that I noted that was very important, especially with the young ones. We look so much at building our communities and building all of these big buildings and everything, but we forget about the dignity of the people in our community. When you look at a child that is going to school and they grow up in an environment where they had holes in their shoes or their jerseys were worn out in winter, and that is what they are used to growing up. We forget to empower these kids and to empower our nation to realize that there's so much far beyond their current circumstances. So when I also looked at this activation, there was a run that I was doing for sanitary towels. Now, for many of us sitting in this room, that is something basic that we don't always struggle with. But these are the things that we tend to leave at the back of our minds when we are looking at building our communities. It's not just about building the best road, but sometimes it's about looking at that child that is going to be going back one day and building their communities and saying, this is where I come from and these are the people that empowered me. So we need to find ways in looking at our leadership and looking at the greed that currently exists. And instead of always trying to find ways to fight back, let's see how we can be progressive as traditional leaders. Because as I stand here as well, it is my responsibility to see how I can cover those bases. I'm not saying that I have the funding, but what I am saying is that we can work together and unite so that I know that when I have done an activation eMampondweni, I can one day go to Venda and do the same activation. I know that I can go to Ekiani. I know that I can go to KwaZulu-Natal, because we need to remember that it all starts within the mind. Yes, the greed is there, but we cannot forget the people that are suffering, because now we are sitting in situations where it is a dialogue. We are going back and forth with powerful people, but who are the people on the ground speaking to? And who is looking at them? So I've seen a lot, in how we can empower our women and how we can empower our children. So I'll just go back to the first words that I had said. It starts with shifting the mindset from survival, because that is what our people have been doing for a long time, is surviving. And let's find ways in changing that dialogue and changing the narrative. Yes, continuing having it with the people at the top, but shifting it to wealth for the people that are still struggling at the bottom. Thank you.
Great. So we are topping the topic of identity, and how from identity and the way we relate to ourselves is that we can relate to others and actually exchange value, right? So I would like to ask you your opinion on also, when we talk about finances, are we talking only about government-issued currencies, or do we have other currencies that we can build up value from or an exchange? And ideally from maybe the cosmologies of your traditional backgrounds, is there any words or any name for this relational dynamics of exchanging value that is not necessarily cash, that we can maybe remember and to see that we have maybe more value than what we think, right? To tap into the abundance.
The first word that I'd actually like to say is Ubuntu. The reason that I say that is because we come from communities whereby there's so much that we can do to assist people to become self-sustainable. For example, we speak about the land. Mna ke ndiphuma phaa eFlagstaff, ukhona umhlaba. Ndijonga, and I apologize for going into vernac a little bit there, but I become passionate when I speak about these topics. When I look at the people of my community, I know that there are farms, and we look at so many, it trickles into a lot of issues. For example, when you look at substance abuse and how people end up identifying themselves, if we were to now use our resources in the land that we have and create ways in which people can be self-sustainable, if I can take that child that I can see, maybe there's a very deep issue that I can't fix, they can't get into school, how do we now, as abantu emphakathini, find ways to say, this child, Jonga, this is how you plant spinach, this is how you plant cabbage. And then with people who have been educated in business, say, okay, gemdanam, hambuye pha uyothengisa noba kuserenki uthengise ufumane indlela yokufumana imali ekhaya lakho. Because now when we create these ways in which people can keep themselves busy in positive ways in our community, it takes it away from having us stuck in that identity of ukuhlupheka. Asinohlupheka sinomhlaba. And asinohlupheka singabantu. And this is why I said it starts with ubuntu. Umntu ngumntu ngabantu. I am because you
we
are. Yes. So I wanted to answer it with that. I don't want to speak for too long because I know I get very passionate about that. So I'll just leave it there. Thank you.
I think just to chime in on what Princess has said, you know, money is a function or a product of skill, of talent. Right? And so it is important for us to harness those things in our youth, to recognize it for exactly what it is, and understand that it can be capitalized. But what was happening before the capitalization, right? Bartering. So we were making exchanges among ourselves. You need this, I have this, we exchange. And that is how we build each other. That is how we empower one another. So as we sit here in privileged spaces, right, those of us that have been urbanized and have been exposed to westernization and have access that those in the rural areas don't necessarily have, it's important for us to never forget to reach back and pull people forward with us, because we now have created a channel for others to pass. And it's an exchange. It's an exchange of our heritage. It's sustaining our heritage in bringing those that we've left behind for, you know, for urbanization, bringing them forward with us and giving them the access that we've also had. So it's important to harness the skills, develop them as far as possible, but once again, make sure that that which is mandated to go into those areas actually reaches those areas. And it all comes down to accountability. It all comes down to changing the narrative and really interrogating those that have the power to do what they should and aren't.
Thank you. So now that we've connected into this concepts of value that are deeply rooted in the traditional identities of the land where we're standing now today, once we do this, how we can, let's say, start raising money for these business initiatives, once we have identified what we have that has this value, and we want to leverage that, we want to start trading at a bigger scale, what are different ways in which this money can be raised?
It's looking to the private sector, really. And it's all about the diversification of investments. So what we do from an investment perspective is risk management, which is at the forefront of investing. You have to manage the risks. And in doing so, you categorize, right? So you might have something that's aggressively invested, and that's supposed to generate the growth. Once the growth has been generated, you have to pour back the profit or the froth into the bucket that still needs development. So it's kind of building that structure across our societal landscape, where those that have managed to grow never forget that they have a responsibility to give back to the community and develop those that are underdeveloped. Strategy is at the forefront of it all. planning?
I was actually going to also add to that, having clear business models and profit potential. Because we need to understand before we get into, when we get into the risk management of it all, we need to see what the potential is behind it. So there can be many ways in which businesses can be started, but we also need to ensure that this is something that doesn't become a liability to the community indirectly. And also it goes back to transparency and also management capacity. Will certain individuals or certain organizations have the capacity to actually build what it is that they're trying to start? Because once we go into specific avenues without going through that risk management process and looking at the strat plans, that is when now it can become an issue. So we need to ensure that people have the capacity to make sure that our communities have the development required for such.
And in closing, partnerships, public-private partnerships. You have some, I have some. Together we have more than either of us could have had respectively. So it's about raising it among ourselves to give it to a shared cause, to a shared purpose. Something like this.
So it would be then identifying what are potential sources of money and how we can gather what is necessary, like a business plan, a risk management plan, and be able to create this dialogue so we can address those entities that have the money that can be private or public, so that we can start this dialogue.
Absolutely, but also those entities need to have those programs in place. We are pooling resources. We're saying, I cannot do it on my own. I'm going to need to partner. I'm going to need the added capital injection to be able to do it. So it's not about, the rural areas going to the corporates with their needs. They already know what the needs are. It's about the money going where it is mandated to go. The programs exist. It's the implementation and execution where we find that we fall short.
And so now we are on time. As a closing remarks, what, if you could leave us with one message for the traditional leaders here and everybody that has access to youth, and we'll have youth people listening to them and asking this question, how do I create value? How do I get to fund my initiatives? In one sentence, what could you leave us all with?
That would be very hard to make it a sentence. Because like I said in the beginning, as traditional leaders, we have an ancestral mandate to ensure that our communities are uplifted. There's so much that can be done in communities, and we kind of overlook a lot of things. Umzekelo, amabhayen wanxibayo, who makes them? The beads that we wear, who creates those? We need to look into the people who have been given these gifts in our communities and empower them. There's many ways in which businesses can be empowered and uplifted. And there's many ways in which we can also train the young ones to understand how we can uphold our culture, but also find ways to empower them and enrich them in knowledge, in finance, and in spirituality, so that our customs are not left behind. So I'm going to leave it there, but it sticks back to knowing that as traditional leaders, we have an ancestral mandate to ensure that our communities are forever uplifted. Thank you.
And on my end, I think the bit of advice that I would give is to stop waiting for permission. Stop waiting for the appointment. Stop waiting for the tap on the shoulder to tell you that it's your time. It's been your time. We're not looking to anybody. You are the person. There's no more I need to look to for validation. I need it from. No. It is within you. So when you move, you create motion. So take the first step. The next step will avail itself. It's in taking your steps that you come across people and things that can serve your journey. So stop waiting for permission. Realize the power in your vulnerability, because you will need to make yourself vulnerable. Drop the ego, ask for help, receive the help, and shout if it's not there.
Yes. Thank you very much. That was an amazing way to close, and it's been such an honor to moderate for such powerful local women.
Thank you, Andrea. Thank you, Princess. Thank you, Solana.
I think this was the first ladies panel. Let's give them a big round of applause. Ladies alone. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Andrea. Someone lost a phone. I have that phone. And I know it can be frustrating to lose a phone. But you will come to me and tell me what phone it is. And then I will give it to you only when you tell me, and I will dial the number on that phone. And if it does not ring. Yeah, no, we have a way of unlocking it. Thank you. Now, I wanted to, we're going to have a short intervention before the last session. And this intervention, we have put it at this point because of the language barrier. We did not make a facility for translation. So he will speak for 5 minutes and there will be a translation for 5 minutes. And he has traveled all the way from Seoul in South Korea. He is a mind education specialist and an executive director of the International Youth Fellowship. We led a delegation of Contralesa, Ms. Knowles, to South Korea during the month of September. We signed an agreement with the International Youth Fellowship. It owns universities in that country. We are going to be working together because South Korea is a country that doesn't have a single mineral. But it is a country that is in the top 20 richest countries in the world. It's a small country, but through a mindset, they have been able to be in charge for most of the minerals in the globe. So we are going to learn a lot from them. What they have done, they have set up an office here to work with us, but we will be sending our students that direction as well. I want to invite Dr. Kisong Kim. He is here. This gentleman is also an author. He has written several books, but let's give them time. We will interact with them during the session after 6. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. All Majesties, Honorables, and distinguished guests, thank you for having us today. We are honored to be a part of this very critical summit, also in line with G20. As Prince Nkiva introduced us, we are from South Korea, and we represent IYF. It's one of the largest youth organizations in the world, International Youth Fellowship, and it was founded 25 years ago. And our 3 key focus main areas are youth leadership and social services and international exchange. So we are registered NGOs in 53 countries, and we are very blessed to be working in partnership with the General Secretary of Contralesa, Prince Nkiva, and we will be working in South Africa for youth development. Today we want to highlight our Mind Education program, and right next to me is Dr. Kim from South Korea, and he will take us through to our Mind Education initiative. Thank you.
네, 여러분 너무 반갑습니다.
Everyone, thanks for having us.
네, 또 각 나라 이렇게 발전과 지역 발전을 위해서 열심히 일하시는 여러분을 보니까 너무 대견합니다.
So having attended this conference today and seeing how everyone is working in all corners of the country and the world for rural development as well as youth development, I was really happy to see that.
지금 화면에 나오는 이 사진은 1960년도, 70년도의 대한민국의 모습입니다.
And the picture that you're seeing in front of you is a scene from South Korea from the 1960s.
이때 당시 우리나라는 일본에게 36년 동안 식민 생활했습니다.
And by that time, Korea had been colonized by Japan for 36 years.
미국이 히로시마에 원자탄을 투하하면서 우리는 해방을 받았는데요.
And Korea gained its independence after America dropped atomic bomb in Hiroshima.
불행하게도 저희들은 다시 동족과 간에 전쟁이 일어났습니다.
But unfortunately, right after our independence, we had a civil war.
전쟁을 통해서 우리는 완전히 우리나라는 잿더미로 변해 있었습니다.
And that Korean War has actually left South Korea in ruins.
더 이상 회복이 불가능한 나라였습니다.
It was destroyed so much that it was beyond recovery.
1970년도에 우리나라의 1인당 국민소득이 60불이었습니다.
So GDP per capita in South Korea in 1970 was $69.
전 세계에서 가장 가난한 나라였죠.
So South Korea was one of the most poorest countries in the world.
2025년도에 우리나라의 1인당 국민소득은 38,000달러입니다.
And in 2018, GDP per capita in South Korea is $38,000.
네. 오늘 우리나라의 각 지역 발전을 위해서 우리가 여기에 모였는데.
So today we've all come here for our local and rural development.
좀 한국에 대한 사례를 좀 얘기를 드리고 싶습니다.
And today I would like to introduce the case of South Korea.
불과 우리는 60년 만에 전 세계에서 가장 빠른 속도로 발전했습니다.
So in a short period of 60 years, South Korea has achieved the rapid economic development.
우리나라를 발전시켰던 주인공들이 있습니다.
And they are the people who led Korea's development.
네. 이분이 누군지 아십니까?
Have you seen this man before?
현대그룹의 정주영 회장입니다.
He is the founder and the chairman of Hyundai Group.
그리고 우리나라가 가장 어려웠을 때 대통령이셨습니다.
And in the center, seated, is President Park. He was the president at the time of Korea's economic development.
이 두 분이 우리나라의 역사를 바꿔놓기 시작했는데요.
So these two pioneers have actually changed the history of Korea.
너무 배가 고팠기 때문에.
Because Koreans were so hungry.
많은 사람들이 죽어가고 있었습니다.
Many people actually did starve to death.
그래서 이 대통령이 소원이 뭐였냐면 우리 국민들을 배부르게 하는 게 소원이었습니다.
So the president's wish was to actually feed people.
근데 길이 없었습니다.
But there was no way to feed the Korean
우리는
people.
국토의 70%가 산이어가지고 자원 자체도 없었습니다.
Because 70% of the Korea's territory is mountains and we have no natural resources.
근데 대통령이 무슨 생각을 하셨냐면
But the president came up with an idea.
우리는 우리나라에서 직장도 없고 먹을 것도 없고 자원도 없고 하니까
Because Korea has no jobs, no natural resources.
지금 남아공의 인구가 약 7천만인데 우리나라 인구가 약 한 6천만 정도 됩니다.
So I think South African population is about 70 million, and Korea we are 60 million.
그러니까 잘 사는 나라에 사람을 수출을 하자.
So the South Korean president thought that we should export South Koreans to the rich countries.
우리나라 돈이 없으니까 돈 있는 나라에 사람을 수출해 거기서 돈을 벌어서 한국으로 보내자 이렇게 됐습니다.
So because we have no money in South Korea, let's export our people so that they can earn money outside and bring them home.
그래서 사람을 수출할 계획을 세웠습니다.
So he had a plan to export the people.
그래서 그 첫 번째 사업으로 뭐였냐면은 우리가 중동 건설 사업에 뛰어들자.
So our first project was to invest in a construction project in the Middle East.
그래서 거기서 달러를 벌어 오른 거예요, 이렇게.
So we send our workers to the Middle East and they earn dollars and bring them home.
그래가지고 이 장관들을 불렀습니다.
So the president called all the ministers.
장관들에게 대통령이 부탁을 했습니다.
And the president ordered the ministers.
난 달러를 벌어야 한다.
We need to go and earn dollars.
우리 국민들을 배부르게 해야 한다.
We need to make our people rich.
그러기 위해서는 우리가 중동 건설 사업에 뛰어들어야 한다.
Hence, we need to start these construction projects in the Middle East.
그러니까 자네들이 비행기를 타고 중동 사우디 사막을 갔다 와라.
Now, I want you to fly to the Middle East and do a site visit.
그 실사 조사를 해서 나한테 보고를 해라 했습니다.
And now, once you go and do a site visit, come back to me with a report.
자, 장관들이 비행기를 타고 중동 사우디 사막을 갑니다.
So the ministers flew to Saudi Arabia in the Middle East.
갔다 와서 대통령에게 보고를 했죠.
And then they came back to South Korea and they reported to the president.
각각 불가능합니다.
Mr. President, this project is impossible.
왜 불가능하냐?
Why?
나는 달러를 벌어야 한다.
We must earn dollars.
우리 국민들 배부르게 해야 한다.
We need to feed our people.
각각 안 됩니다.
Mr. President, I'm afraid it's not going to work.
세 가지 이유로 결사 반대를 했습니다.
So for 3 reasons, the ministers were against the project.
자, 첫 번째,
The first reason
그곳에 날씨가 너무 덥습니다.
was that the climate is too hot in the Middle East.
60도가 넘는 살인적인 더위 때문에 도저히 일할 수가 없습니다.
Because the temperatures go up to 60 degrees, it was too hot for the workers to work.
자, 여러분 60도가 넘으면 일할 수 있을까요?
Everyone, can you work in a climate that is over 60 degrees?
No.
네, 노였습니다.
No, the answer was no.
두 번째,
And second reason,
그곳에는 물이 없습니다.
there is no water in the Middle East.
물이 없으면 사막에 물이 있어야 일을 하죠.
There is no water in the desert, and you need water for construction.
세 번째, 술과 여자가 없습니다.
And reason number 3, there are no alcohol and no women.
술과 여자가 없으면 일할 수 있을까요?
Can the workers do their work without alcohol and women?
왜냐하면 노동자들이 해외 머나먼 땅에 갔을 때
Because when workers go abroad to do work,
고향이 너무 그리울 때는 그 외로움을 달래기 위해서 술을 마시고 여자를 만나. 그게 없대요.
you know, many times they miss their home country, so those are the things they like to enjoy, right?
그래서 세 가지 이유로 결사 반대가 돼. 길이 막힌 거예요.
So for 3 reasons, the ministers were against this project.
그래서 정주영 회장 대통령께서 누구를 부르자면은 정주영 회장을 불렀습니다.
So the Korean president then called Chairman Jung.
내가 장관들을 보냈는데 세 가지 이유로 결사 반대를 했어.
Chairman Jung, I sent the ministers to the Middle East and they came back with a report saying this project is doomed to fail.
나는 자네를 믿어.
But I trust you.
자네가 가면 될 것 같아.
I feel like if you go, we can make it work.
나는 달러를 벌어야 해.
We need to earn dollars.
우리 국민들 배부르게 해야 돼.
We need to feed our people.
우리가 태어날 때 가난하게 태어나는 것은 죄가 되지 않는다.
You know, it is no crime or it is no sin when we are born poor.
그렇지만 우리가 죽을 때 가난하게 죽는다면 우리 후손들에게 죄를 짓는 거예요.
But it is a crime when we die poor and our children inherit that poverty.
우리가 중동 사막에서 죽는 한이 있어도 우리 자식들에게는 이 가난과 수치를 물려주지 말자.
Even if we work and die in the Middle East, let us not give this poverty to our children.
자네가 가.
I want you to go.
정주영 회장이 똑같은 중동 사막을 갑니다.
So Chairman Jung went to the Middle East.
갔다 와서 대통령이 보고했습니다.
After he came back, he gave a report to the president.
각하,
Mr. President,
너무 좋습니다.
it's such a wonderful sight.
우리는 달러 많이 벌었습니다.
We have already earned so much dollars.
이제 대한민국은 더 이상 가난하지가
Now,
않습니다.
South Korea is no longer poor.
대통령이 깜짝 놀란 거예요.
And the president was so stunned.
야, 이 사람아, 날씨가 60도가 넘는데 어떻게 일한다는 거야?
But Chairman Jung, I heard that the temperatures go up to 60 degrees.
각하됩니다.
Mr. President, we can.
우리는 낮에는 잠자고 밤에 일합시다.
We can sleep during the day and we work at night.
밤엔 너무 시원하다는 거예요.
Because it's so cool in the night.
그 중동 사막은 건설을 하기에 가장 좋은 조건을 가졌습니다.
And also the Middle East has the best condition for construction.
그 건설의 첫 번째 조건이 모래와 자갈인데
The first condition for construction is the sand and stones.
사막이 모래가 너무 많고 자갈이 많아 다 공짜로 쓸 수 있습니다.
The desert is full of sand and stones. We can use them for free.
그리고 저 사막은 365일 동안 비가 안 옵니다.
And in the desert, it doesn't rain throughout the year.
우리는 365일 동안 일을 할 수 있습니다.
It means we can do construction work throughout the year.
쉬지 않고 달러를 벌 수 있습니다.
You know, we can earn dollars without ceasing.
대통령이 너무 행복한 거예요.
And the president was so happy to hear that.
그래, 그럼 물은 어떻게 하지?
But what about the water?
예, 각각 그것도 됩니다.
Mr. President, even that we can.
물 없으면 저 바닷물 많이 있습니다.
The Middle East is next to the sea. There is plenty water in the sea.
바닷물 강물로 다 바꾸면 됩니다.
You know, we can change the sea water into river water.
사우디 해변가에 담수화 시설을 만드는
So
겁니다.
by the Saudi Ocean, they've actually built a salination
술과 여자는 어떻게 하지?
plant. But what about women and drink?
그래서 됩니다.
That's why we can.
노동자들이 쓸데없는 돈 안 쓰고 100% 달러를 한국으로 보내줄 수 있습니다.
Since there's no alcohol and women, the workers won't be able to spend any money. They will send all their money to home.
그래서 우리나라가 중동 건설 사업에 뛰어들어 가지고
So South Korea was involved in this construction project.
어마어마한 달러를 벌이기 시작합니다.
And we have earned an incredible amount of dollars.
자, 우리나라를 망하게 하는 사람들이 있었습니다.
And there were people who destroyed South Korea.
그리고 아프리카를 망하게 하는 사람들이 있을 겁니다.
And I'm sure there are people who destroy Africa.
그 사람들이 누구였는지 아세요?
Do you know who they are?
우리나라의 장관들이었습니다.
The ministers in South Korea.
장관들은 날씨가 더워서 안 됩니다.
The minister said the weather is too hot, we cannot.
물이 없어서 안 됩니다.
There is no water, we cannot.
술과 여자가 없어서 안 됩니다.
There is no drink, women, we cannot.
안 됩니다.
We cannot.
안 됩니다.
It's impossible.
안 됩니다.
It's impossible.
안 된다는 생각 안에 자신을 가둬놓고 사는 사람들이었습니다.
They were trapped in this idea that they could not.
근데 우리나라 이렇게 잘못된 마인드를 가지고 있는 사람들만 있었던 것이 아니고
But in Korea, we didn't have only the people with this wrong
우리에게는
mindset.
올바른 마인드를 가지고 있는 사람들이 우리나라를 끌어가기 시작했습니다.
The people who had the right mindset, they led South Korea.
각하 됩니다.
Mr. President, we can.
물 없으면 바닷물 담수해서 먹으면 됩니다.
If there's no water, we can salinate water and we can drink it and use it.
날씨가 더우면 밤에 일하고 낮에 잠자면 됩니다.
If weather is too hot, we sleep during the day and we can work at night.
여러분, 자원이 많으면 발전할까요?
Everyone, can all the natural resources help us become wealthy?
절대 그렇지 않습니다.
They cannot.
아무리 풍부한 자원이 있어도
No matter how rich natural resources we have,
마인드가 뒷받침이 되지 않으면
we need to have the supporting mindset.
그 자원은 휴지 조각입니다.
Without that mindset, natural resources are like nothing.
한국은 아무것도 없었지만
South Korea had nothing,
몇몇 사람의 마인드가
yet some people's mindsets
이 엄청난 기적을 일으켰습니다.
have made the miracle.
우리에게 마인드가 필요합니다.
So we need this mindset.
저는 오늘 딱 한 가지 하고 싶은데요.
So today, I just want to do one thing.
날씨가 더워서 안 됩니다.
Oh, the weather's too hot, we cannot.
물이 없어서 안 됩니다.
There's no water, we cannot.
안 됩니다.
We cannot.
안 됩니다.
We cannot.
여러분, 안 된다는 생각을 지워야 합니다.
Everyone, please erase this idea that we
여러분
cannot.
마음에서 그 안 된다는 생각을 지우지 않으면 더 이상 발전이 오지 않습니다.
If we don't erase this idea that we cannot, then we cannot go forward.
그리고 마인드를 바꿔야 합니다.
So we need to change our mindsets.
각하 됩니다.
Mr. President, we can.
낮에는 잠자고 밤에 일하면 됩니다.
We sleep during the day and we work at night.
물 없으면 바닷물 담아서 먹으면 됩니다.
If we have no water, we bring water from the ocean and use it.
됩니다.
We can.
됩니다.
We can.
아프리카는 됩니다.
Africa, we can.
네. 다 같이 한번 따라합시다.
So,
마치겠습니다.
everyone, I think let us say in one voice.
할 수 있겠습니까?
Can you do it?
자, 아프리카는 됩니다.
Africa, we can.
됩니다.
We can.
고맙습니다.
Thank you very much, everyone.
forgetting that we have a networking session later. I'm going to invite a colleague from India. We have a long history with India, and we have citizens that are Indian in our own country. He has featured in one of the panels, and he does a lot of work with the United Nations. And we're going to be working closely with him. I just want to tell you that I went to India last month. I went to Varanasi and Ghazipur. Many of you are not aware that there are Africans who left Africa 500 years ago and established a community in India. And they are still Africans. And they have traditional leaders of their own right there. We went there because we want to connect with them. They don't have a connection with Africa. They speak a dialect that they understand that we would not understand. But spiritually, we understand each other. And one of the things that we must always underline is that blood is thicker than water. But you must never forget that spirituality is thicker than blood. Therefore, we are connected with our people wherever they are. Let's welcome Ridul from India to facilitate this last session, and he will introduce the panelists. Over to you, my brother.
Thank you so much, Royal Highness. So this session is going to be on how traditional leaders and young people can play a joint role in improving the agriculture environment and ecosystem, and also the food security in Africa. So welcome to all of you. This is going to be the last session, and we have two amazing speakers for this. First, I would like to invite Mr. Žarko Tarek, who is the Executive Chairman of Serbia Africa Investment Forum. So Mr. Tarek has been driving collaboration and investment between Serbia and African countries, particularly in sustainable development and rural transformation. He's also connected to international peace and development organizations. Now, I would also like to invite my second panelist, Mr. Tao Masemola, who is the chairperson of South Africa's National Heritage Council. So Mr. Tao has been steering efforts to preserve cultural heritage and promote inclusive development. His leadership includes advocacy for youth empowerment and leveraging heritage for economic development within rural and agriculture context. Now, because we have very short time left for this panel, I'm trying to set the context where we are working or we are discussing this topic. So I got three facts related to agriculture and food security. One is approximately 25% to 30% households in South Africa face food security. And when we are saying food security, we are talking about three things. One is access to sufficient food, affordable food, and nutritious food. Yeah, so 25 to 30% still face, they don't have access to, probably they don't have access to either sufficient food or maybe nutritious one or maybe affordable one. I also got to know one of the Kenyans who has been living in Joburg for last 8 months. She told me that most of the food felt like plastic. So possibly the food which she got access to was not really healthy food, which possibly in rural communities we can get. Another issue is that roughly 25% of young South Africans shared that they have access in building career around agriculture, but only if there is little bit more support provided. If there is no support in the current context, the number goes very low. It goes like not even 10%. So when we are talking about that, okay, youth and unemployment is increasing,
and we have this loss of traditional farming practices as well, and the climate change is impacting food and agriculture. This idea also comes, okay, what should we do? So these are the challenges, and I will now go to my panelists for solutions, something that they have seen working in their context. We already talked about one thing, which is how we can use rural tourism to inspire young people to take this rural economy-based jobs and careers. But other than that, Mr. Tariq and Mr. Tao, have you seen any promising models of youth and traditional leadership actually influencing agriculture and food security positively? Maybe you can share 2-3 examples where we can learn from and we can also try to replicate in other communities.
Good afternoon. Yes, I think in Ghana they've got a program where currently there's youth development, and the rural community supports youth programs towards production of, I think it's cocoa and the likes. But I want to say that for us, especially in South Africa, it needs to start with us from our traditional households, because we've got the indigenous knowledge systems that we have been practicing before colonization. And we have been led to believe that food comes from Woolworths, Checkers, etc., where food comes from our very own garden, whether it's a 4x4 or 1x4 or whatever it is. That's where we should start at. But also us as traditional leaders, we need to do exactly what the speaker that was speaking about now, and decide, us as a rural household, what do we want to specialize in? Because it is in owning industries that you get to be able to raise capital, sustain, and dictate the price of a product. So we decide whether we're going to be goat headers, and if we go into the goat system, we then look at beneficiation on that. So you now, and that's where the youth comes in, because you can use technology for going into market. It becomes fashionable. You're producing leathers, you're producing goat milk, goat cheese, and you can then export such products if you go into masses. We've already got land as our rural households. We start with our land, and we introduce our traditional agricultural systems, knowledge systems, because partly most, if not, most of those are able to survive the adverse changes of agriculture, the changes of climate, the changes of many other ways, many other things. You know, if you look at Fomabu Putatswana, they were some of the biggest producers of tobacco and maize. And they were using a normal flooding system for watering systems, and communities were given land parcels where they were looking after certain products. But through the government, they would then sell those specific products. So it really starts with us in creating that.
Very good day to you. First of all, I would love to congratulate to my dear friend and brother, Royal Highness Zolani Makiva, with this phenomenal summit. I think it's a crucial, and my deep gratitude to be invited here and to meet you all. So your Royal Highnesses, your Excellencies, brothers and sisters, I'm bringing the plenty regards and warm regards from Eastern Europe. I am from Serbia. Originally, I'm here for the last 30 years and more. But from Eastern Europe, we bring the love and care, and I believe a lot of experience that we can maybe share together with South Africa. We excel ourselves into different communal projects, cooperations, and we learn to work together. And I never could put it into one word. What is this together that we did it in Eastern Europe under all the circumstances and all the problems that we had in the past. And then I came in South Africa and I found a word. It is Ubuntu. And I'm so proud that previous panelists been talking about it, and believe you me, that is the only way for South Africa to excel. And I deeply believe in that. I believe as well that the ladies which they came before us here, they are our leaders. They should be up front. They should lead this country. They have a clarity, they have a vision, they have a knowledge, and many of the elders should listen this young generation. Again, I would love to, I'm president of the Chamber of the Commerce for the Sub-Sahara from the Eastern Europe. We are fully beyond this summit. We are working with Contralesa. We are going to be working with Contralesa even more in the both ways. And I believe that is going to be very fruitful. And I'm sorry that I'm taking so much, but I'm going to try to answer your question with one example. An example, it's me, believe it or not. How we can do it. We need to understand what is the beauty of South Africa and stop changing it. We need to enjoy in that beauty. Look at you, in your traditional attire. That is something to be exported, the beauty of South Africa. That hasn't been worked much about it. You know, the rest of the world doesn't know how beautiful South Africa is. What the rest of the world knows about South Africa, it has been presented with the Western media, which is trying to subdue the development of this country, or for that matter, Africa. Those are the facts. So we need to invest more in providing beauty and showing the beauty, motivating, explaining what Ubuntu is all about. And believing me, there is a big market there. Just for your interest, we had only 20,000 visitors from China last year. So that's nothing. What, in comparison to what can be done. Go back on me. Beauty of South Africa, it's a land. The sun, you, in the short term, organic. Stop thinking that everyone is going to become successful farmer, is going to have a big farms, big machinery, 10,000, 50,000 hectares plowed and done. It's not going to happen soon. One day, yes, but not going to happen soon. And we need to have something, and my previous panelists used one word that I must remember. We need to introduce something which is implementable, something that we need now. And what we have now, it's organic production of the food. That is, my friend has been talking about it as well. Organic, it's something that the world needs. Not GMO, non-GMO. That's what we need to focus. So what we did in my company, I'm CEO of the Cultivate Trading. I invested and opened a big plant of the avocado oil in Mpumalanga province. And we engage ourselves with the community, and we are motivating them, and we're going to be motivating them much more to plant organic avocado tree, which we are changing into the avocado oil. And that oil is going to be all over the world. By the way, for your information, has been proven that South Africa, we do have, believe it or not, the best avocado oil on the planet. So when you think about olive oil, you think Italy. When I say to you next year avocado oil, the world is going to think South Africa, or for that matter, Africa. Organic, it's a way out of the poverty and beauty of this country, enhancing beauty of this country. It's a way out of the misery. Enjoy in the beauty, and let's promote that beauty. That's with the warmest regards from Eastern Europe.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for these remarks. I guess these are very interesting points that you are raising. So I heard two specific points on which I have follow-up questions. So one to our first speaker, Mr. Tao. You mentioned about that it should start from our homes, the communities of the traditional leaders itself. The challenge that we see is that even if, let's say, traditional leaders wants to promote it, young people do not want to take up farming or agriculture as their primary career. It's not that lucrative. So how should or what should be done so that it can be made lucrative to them? That's the question to you, and then I'll come to you. Thank you.
It's not that lucrative because we have not formalized it. If we were to ask now, each royal household, how many families own cattle? Almost every family has 2, 3, 5, 10, 20 cattle. But everybody is doing it on their own. If we were to then say, we are going to specifically, as a village, specialize in Nguni. With that Nguni, we are now, government already has processes in place that will assist us in terms of supplying us with vaccinations, veterinary, and all the necessary things that we need from a health perspective for free. We just need to have a relationship and engage. Now, if you start now producing Nguni cows, you now also have hide that you can export. You need accountants. You need vets. You need, so then it becomes, so agriculture is not just only looking at planting and then selling it, the thing. If we create an industry around it, and we must be, we have to be intentional about it. Because we have to draw this thing up and then say, in this community, we need lawyers that are going to be able to defend us. We need accountants. We need bookkeepers. We need security. We need, so you can see all of these things fall out from us now being intentional because we are going to be mass producing one product that is going to give us multiple income streams. And in that way, we are then able to even, when our kids are still growing up, and mind you, this is what happened before colonization, right? Where the old people could tell that this child is a more of a talker, so they must play here, so they learn certain things. This one has got healing capabilities. They must play with these kids so that as they grow, they learn the healing processes. That's why we don't have universities in Africa, or we were not the people that first started university, because education, we grew up with it. So now we're just doing what we've already done. And then now when we bring up our kids, we already know that these kids in Germany, by the time the child is, I think, around 8, they already know that this child, we are channeling them towards sciences, biologies, or whatever it is where they channel. We're just saying we are doing the very same thing. And then so the kids from a young age start growing in the same interests of the same businesses that we are working in.
Well, I would absolutely agree with you, but there is some mechanisms that we need to implement as well. And it's a mind change. Mind change in the way that profit is not your only determining factor how you're going to live and work and make it. Remember that Ubuntu that I said. What we've done in my company, we incorporated communities, corporations, willingly. We gave them even the shares to share the profit that we are going to be making with the oil. So what I'm trying to say is that when we're going to have a primary production, we're going to have a processing that we need to get the help from the private investors or the government. Remember, the government needs to have a bigger say in the development of the rural community, but providing the facility not only in the primary production, in processing facility. And then the change of the mind that from the point that the part of the profit needs to come back into the community to enhance the education, to enhance infrastructure needed to make them interested to stay. And remember, you go to Italy and you say, oh, it's beautiful, but you ask Italian, they don't like it. When they come here, they said it's beautiful, but you ask local people, said, no, we don't like it. It's a matter of the perception. It's a beautiful country. We need to, in our business model, be and I know we have a lady from America, which I really greet with all my pleasure and happiness that you're here and then sharing with us all your experiences. But we need to change the mindset, and we need to share more with the people. We need to approach more on the socialistic way, not only on the capitalistic, not only on the profit way. The profit, the free market, for argument's sake, it's another word for the greed capitalist. We need to protect ourselves. We need to share. We need to enhance the people more to stay on the road.
Thank you so much. So something which I heard previously from you, and also you mentioned this point. So you are talking about creating a whole ecosystem of business around farming, not just planting and selling it. What I'm hearing from you, and something that I noticed, that while you might have the best avocados produced, but still you took it one step ahead. You had a value addition to it. You did not step on the raw like primary product itself, and you created the second layer, which is the oil. Yeah. So something which I have also noticed in India is that when you add little bit of values to the primary product, then you are able to have better profitability even from the agriculture produce. So would you like to raise any point, anything, any guidance regarding that, like to what extent we should do this kind of risk assessment and risk benefit analysis?
Would you allow me? Yes, but that's what I'm talking about. We started with the normal farming of the avocado, and when we found out that we can reach 30% bigger price with organic. So, and then obviously that kickback should come back and motivate young people and the women to stay in the rural area. And yes, our intention is that by the end of the next year, we're going to have our bottle distributed through all over the, well, to the major buyer, which is United States of America, Europe, and we have a big offtake agreements. The key, as you said as well, it's not only primary production. We need to educate people to have a processing facility for the goat cheese. That is the highly in demand item that I can tell you whole Eastern Europe, the world is going to go nuts about it, provided that we promote organic and purity and of Africa. And that's what the world is looking for. So I do believe that we need to go into the processing on the second and third even level.
Thank you so much. Would you like to respond to anything?
Yeah, I think he touched on all the major factors. And the only main thing that I will go back to is it's our mindset. We actually really have it here. This is a very beautiful country with resources. It is really up to us to look into us and say what we can do. Avocado, goat, cows, vegetables, herbs, all of these things. Honey, our honey, Russia is willing to pay a premium dollar for our honey. From anywhere in the country, our South African honey does not taste the same in Cape Town, in Venda, in Mpumalanga, and all of those flavorful honeys, Russia is willing to pay money for. To create a honey farm, it's one of the easiest things to do. Every single royal house should have a honey farm producing honey, and the off-takers is Russia. We just be intentional, us sitting here, to say that we are going to produce honey, we are going to sell it to Russia. We already change our economics.
Thank you so much for this. The last or second last point that I want to raise is, so what I'm hearing is you have been talking a lot about cultural heritage and traditional knowledge. And of course, traditional farming practices we have seen in many of the developing countries, they have their own ways of protecting their seeds, and also their seeds are climate impact resilient as well. So in that way, and of course different farming practices as well, there is a lot of wisdom in it. So there is one side to that. And then we have the new market and strategically driven investment in agriculture. There are two different things that I'm hearing here in the panel. So how would you like to balance this? In what ways we should also preserve our traditional language, traditional knowledge, but at the same time also look for these amazing avenues of, let's say, avocado oil and other things?
The first thing he said is organic. So everything that we have done, our IKS is organic. So already from just trying to monetize our organic production, he's used 30% more profit. So we don't really need to change much. The only thing that we can then do is, how do you then trade what you have produced organically? And that's where you can bring the latest technology systems. That's how you can then talk exports. That's how you can talk preservations and all of those things. But you can start from being organic. And nothing also stops us as we grow to then go mass producing as well, when we are looking for the bottom dollar. But what I'm saying is, through integration, we definitely can make it.
Yeah, just to echo on what you're saying, but I would love just to extend, because I'm from the Chamber of the Commerce as well. Tourism, organic production, organic food, and those are the two key areas that one can pay attention to and try not to change much, just to promote it. And another one very, very dear to my heart, and you coming from the Heritage Council, it's arts and culture of South Africa. I've done a few big expos in Europe about arts and culture of South Africa, and you would be amazed. I'm seeing my ladies there in the belly blankets. Just to tell you, I used to sell like a 10,000 rand a piece in Austria. So yeah, and you have a beauty in your hand that it's not been working on very much, believe me. So yeah, organic means original South African stamp, product, culture, traditional leaders. With Contralesa, we believe that this is the right spearhead to get more market and to get more people attention of what is right. And what is right is always very good for the people.
So much. This is quite interesting. The last thing that I want to raise before we open the floor for possibly only a few questions, direct questions. So please think about it. It's possible. A question can be asked in one single line, right? So please think about it. If you are thinking of any intervention, please limit it to only a question, single line question. Then we will be able to create space for more people to ask questions. So before that, okay, you already gave us a really nice idea of that possibly we should jump onto honey and produce it in different parts of the country and sell it to Russia. You already gave us an idea of focusing more on organic, which can definitely create possibly 20 to 30% more profit. Other than these things, what are a few other steps which should be taken at present in a nearby few, let's say, few months or few years? Maybe it could be a policy change, maybe it should be some mindset change that should be taken to be able to enhance the agriculture ecosystem and the food security in Africa.
I think the first thing is, let's be intentional. Let's learn from what Korea did. And this time I'm going to use a different example. Samsung. How many of us here have at least one Samsung equipment? Whether it's a phone, a fridge, a microwave, a TV, or whatever it is, right? We are sitting here, that product comes from Korea. I go again, 20 years ago, Korea had a less GDP than us. Yet today, all of us, we are sitting with those products. The same we can do. We just need to be intentional and make sure that the world carries our product. If KFC can leave Kentucky and come here, why can't our products leave our countries to go there?
Well, we're doing that. We're going to do it with avocado oil. It's going to be called Avosa, Avocado South Africa, and it's going to be all over the world, believe you me. So we're going to do the same with the macadamia oil, macosa, so we're going to be adding up. And I concur what you said with honey. I'm Serbian. We're very close to Russia. They're going nuts about honey and products from South Africa, but they don't know. We're kind of far. And what I would change, I would say something that maybe you guys not going to like very much, but we need to choose our friends. We need to look into the history. History teaches us a lot, and we need to understand about agriculture, but any other industry in South Africa. Why you've been working with South Africa for the last 100 years and you never opened a factory here? You didn't do it, sorry, goodbye, I'm going to go to the place where it's going to come here and open the factory. And being India, being Eastern Europe, being you name it, there is just so many areas where we can confirm friendship. Stop thinking on one line only. Today, look what is happening in the world. War 1, War 2, War 3, and who is paying? We paying. So, traditional leaders, I believe that you should lead us to confirm the new friendships and open the new markets. And you're going to open the new markets with being beautiful and who you are, not be westernized. I don't want that.
Thank you so much for this wisdom, and I hope this has inspired a lot of people here in the room. Hope they will be able to also consider agriculture and food ecosystem and farm produce as a viable career options for themselves, their children, and their future generations. So let's see if we have any enthusiast who is still struggling with specific question. We have the amazing guest here. Possibly they can help you with getting a specific response to it. Okay, so we have hands, 1, 2, 3 hands. Okay, I'll start with here. Please just limit it to a simple, specific question.
All right. Thank you very much. This is going to be very brief. The topic of this panel says, how can traditional leadership and youth play a leading role in agriculture and food security? Your presentations were very nice, but you didn't tell us how we can do it. You are the expert in investment, and you are in traditional heritage. How can we do it? Please tell us, because we don't know.
I thought we answered that one. To say that we have to be intentional, let's decide on a product that we are going to do and look at beneficiation on that specific product. We first have to be intentional, and we know what it is. And then I did say you actually need to sit down and write, what am I going to need to achieve? Whether we are going into oil or whatever you're going into, I'm going to need security, I'm going to need lawyers, I'm going to need accountants, I'm going to need this, that. We need to be intentional. But choose a product that we are going to promote, and we come together as a traditional household. I used an example of farms and say we decide to go to Nguni. With Nguni, we're doing Nguni meat, but there's beneficiation on that Nguni. I thought that one I answered.
Okay, so sorry to this. I understand, but I'm speaking on behalf of traditional leaders. Most of traditional leaders are not educated, right? They don't know how to do it. Yes, you told us, we heard, but we are asking as traditional leaders, can we come with a resolution to say that from here, you as the national heritage, you are going to visit all kingdoms and you are going to teach us how to do what you are saying we must do. Thank you very much.
I am now 11 months into my role. As I speak to you tomorrow morning, I'm going to Tabanchu to see Mahoshi, to have some of these conversations. It's a difficult one to say I must see each traditional household, but like Mpumalanga, they have grouped themselves in different areas where we've gone to then say, guys, let's look at, you are living right next to the Kruger. The Kruger National Park, as we speak, in July, there were 120% overcapacity, which means that You have your palaces. Why don't you make accommodation for the overflow? People can stay at your rural home and still visit the Kruger National Park. And those, so we're having those conversations. So let's group ourselves. It's important to group ourselves. To think that I've got a team of 30 employees, and of those 30 employees, there's a facets and a myriad of things that we can do. To then say we're going to just look at only one rural household, we will not finish. But like today, I'm speaking to a number of you guys. There is Contralesa. Through Contralesa, let's organize a workshop. In that workshop, I can even assist to bring a Department of Agriculture. I can assist to bring whatever. As government, I can instruct certain people to come and show face so we can have these conversations, CETAs, and all of those things. But what's important is let's be intentional. Our rural leaders are maybe not Western educated, but they are highly intelligent.
Thank you so much. Okay, so now we have a young person in suit. Let's see how interested he is or how curious he is in something related to agriculture. Please.
Good afternoon. My question is slightly related to this, but I will just jump into it. Where I want to ask what measures or policies can be used to put in place in order to prevent the expropriation of artifacts of indigenous knowledge systems, but also of the IPs, because I think majority of what you're saying has to do with IP. And how can that be protected so that it can be used later for trade? So what are the measures that can be used? An example that I just put here is pattern designs. We are, in our traditional, we're wearing patterns that are designed by Chinese people for our cultures. We are not designing our own patterns that we are wearing that are ours. So what policies can be put in place in order to, one, protect this, but also to celebrate what we are doing in the topic? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm sure you might have missed the plenary just before lunch, because that was specific on that, and I raised a very similar question, because it's something that we are currently fighting with and are challenged with. And I had a very beautiful conversation with my lady, Andrea, where we then said we must sit down and then look at developing our own policies that can protect us and sell them to the world. So, and we had a talk early in the morning. I'm going to hold you on what we agreed on in the morning. So we'll call you to this discussion, and so that we can then be able to protect our indigenous knowledge systems.
Thank you so much. And here we have the last question, please.
This isn't kind of a question, it's more I want to find out in terms of the development. So as you being part of the chamber and talking about avocado, have you now surpassed where government is? Because in South Africa, we can't export avocados. And if you've managed to get that regulations, please, I'd love that. Because it's quite important, because we do have large farms in South Africa where people do have avocados, but we can't take it out of the country. There's a regulation from the food safety sector which doesn't allow South Africa to export on that magnitude. So if you can answer that for me.
Yeah, briefly, sure. No, we are allowed to export. We've been instrumental in helping Department of Agriculture, I would say, last year. We got permission to export first 14,000 tons of avocado, fresh fruit in China. We are exporting avocado all over Europe. I just want to tell you that South Africa as such, it's very small in avocado. Kenya has over the 600,000 tons of avocado per annum. South Africa, 140,000 tons of avocado per annum. And I believe that, and I hope that South Africa government is going to enhance, together with buyers, which I am a buyer, to plant more of avocado. And we are talking now to the 3 provinces to enhance organic farming, being KZN, Limpopo, and Mpumalanga, and we're going to be doing something in Eastern Cape as well, probably next year or year after the next year. But yeah, we are we are exporting avocado fine, and it's growing, and should be okay.
In saying that, and is it now just restricted to you? Because I know for a fact, and I've been having this discussion with government, I've put people into the rooms to have this discussion, because we do have avocados, 100%, and because of this is where we now look at, okay, we have a problem here, right? Because you're saying South Africa does not have that, but we do. We have people that have the farms, they have the capability, they have the capacity, and when we want to do the export, the main thing is we're being told by government, no, that you can't export into X, Y, and Z country.
Don't talk to government, talk to me. Okay.
So that's what, there we go, that's the answer we're looking for. I think everybody here today is looking for that kind of answer in every panel that has been on here. Don't talk to government, come and talk to me. But nobody came up on these panels today and said, come to me. I have an answer, I have a solution, and that's what I was basically pushing you for.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Okay, so this panel has been really amazing, specifically because possibly everyone is connected to someone who has farms, or they themselves have farms. They can grow something, they can sell, they can get the profit out of it. This session definitely deserves a longer time to have this discussion. Unfortunately, we need to stop here. This is already 5:35. So thank you so much, my amazing panelists. They have been really amazing in sharing their personal insights. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And I give it to you.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you very much. No, please don't complain. Jarko is going to be here with us in the session to engage. But I also want to tell you about Serbia, where he comes from. He is our friend through and through. And they call themselves, by the way, Black Europeans, as the Slavs. In Central Europe. Have you heard of Montenegro? Montenegro, what it means the Black Mountain. It belongs to them. So I'm saying that through and through, where's my sister? Was sitting here? Okay, so I'm saying that please engage him. He is going, because he is doing that work with avocado, with our traditional leaders in Mpumalanga. He is on the ground. He stays in White River. He travels to Belgrade and elsewhere in the world. He wants to expand on that issue. And we're working with him. Kgoshi Mathupha Mokoena, our president, is interfacing with him together with the leadership in Mpumalanga, how to expand that program, and it will go to the areas. And the good thing about the platform like this, we get to hear this information. So Jarko, working with traditional leaders, will resolve that problem. And he will tell us his experience. He had his own frustration about this issue. So we worked with him, but he was leading from the front because he understands that market. He has taken this avocado to Romania, to the entire former Yugoslavia. And he's been saying to us, let's join hands, let's make it happen. Now we have a refinery. I'm not sure whether he spoke about that refinery. There's a refinery for the first time that does not only export the avocado as a fruit or a vegetable product, but he processes it into that oil. And then, boom, the containers have started leaving the shores of South Africa to go elsewhere in the world. Thank you very much. I want to invite the last person who's going to make a statement, a policy statement. We had intended to have a declaration, but because of the time, that declaration will make a summation and we will send it. It will be part and parcel of the engagement, including the presentations and everything, and consolidate and say these are the next steps that we are going to take going forward. Now, I want to invite Mr. George Sebulela. He is a business leader in South Africa. He has served as the Secretary General of the Black Business Council. He has also served as its chairperson. But today he is here as the leader of the African United Business Confederation. He's going to make that policy statement in the next 10 minutes. He is the one between us and the closing ceremony that we have this evening. Let's welcome him with a round of applause because he represents organized business. He is representing organized business, not only in South Africa, but in the entire continental landscape. There is no business delegation that goes to Davos without him. There's no business delegation that goes to Roscongress in Russia without him. There's no business delegation that goes to China or BRICS or anywhere. He is always a key point in that regard. So as a focal point, my brother, please deliver the good news. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's the most difficult position to be between the people and the alcohol. You know, it's always very yeah. Colleagues, thank you so much. I'm just going to spend a very short time just to give you my perspective. I must apologize because we're going in the B20 and then you have to go to this function, you have to go because it's busy currently. Esteemed traditional leaders, Royal Highnesses, spiritual custodians of heritage, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed a great honor and a profound privilege to make this closing remarks address for today on behalf of business. Yesterday and today we were gathered not only to reflect on our shared past, but to shape what we call a new Africa future, one rooted in our traditions, strengthened by unity and driven by inclusive economic development. The Rural Investment Summit's theme, which I thought is a great theme, the traditional leadership championing rural development in Africa, was indeed a very, very well thought through theme. Let's unpack what we think the role of the traditional leadership in economic development could be. Across Africa, more than 60% of the land and a majority of natural resources lie under the custodianship of traditional authorities. This places traditional leaders as the very center of Africa's economic transformation. So you cannot transform economy without taking into consideration the role of the traditional leaders. And the key roles in economic development include, among others, the following. One is the custodians of land and communal assets. Traditional leaders guide decisions on land, allocation of agriculture, mining, tourism, energy projects, and industrial development. Their stewardship ensures that development benefits communities, not just external investors, but it benefits the local communities. The second, protectors of economic interest. They mediate partnership between investors and communities, ensuring fair compensation, transparent agreements, and sustainable development. It is very, very sad. I said the same thing today at the B20, that traditional leaders were supposed to be in the center of the discussion of the B20. Indeed. Because when the investors land in our country, the unfortunate thing is they land in something. And then they end in something. When they come to your own land, they demand. When in essence, it should be the other way around. So that's the role that we want to see traditional leaders playing. champions of social and cultural stability. Economic growth thrives where there is peace, cohesion, and trust. Traditional leaders foster this environment through cultural governance, dispute resolution, and social integration. And this is, if you have been to China, you would realize this is the core of the success of China, where they take cultural stability and cultural pride as a key participant in the economic development. The drivers of youth empowerment and skills development. Traditional leadership structures are well positioned to mobilize youth into agriculture, creative industries, technology, and entrepreneurship, sectors that will define the future of our countries, the future of Africa. As you know, that agriculture is one of the biggest job creator in our country and in Africa in totality. The gatekeepers of rural economies. Most African economic potential lies in rural areas, yet these regions still remains underdeveloped. Traditional leaders are the primary planners and facilitators of rural livelihood programs, infrastructure rollout, and economic inclusion. You know, often when we watch TV, we travel to different places in rural places where our grandparents comes from and so on. You get so worried that this development is taking longer and longer and longer and longer. And this poverty is taking longer and longer. And you know what happens? Then everybody else they leave their own places or place of origin, and they all go to Gauteng, and then Gauteng get clustered, and then a lot of many other things happen. Because there is nothing of activity that is happening in those areas. Why traditional leaders must champion rural development in our country? Rural Africa holds the greatest promise for the continent's economic resurgence. It's a home to vast agricultural potential. There is very few countries in the world that's got so much vast land of agricultural development than in Africa as a whole. The renewable energy corridors, you can see the mushroom of all renewable projects that have started in Africa. And the key is you start to see now the majority of all these projects, just like the World Cup 2010, they're all owned the majority by foreign companies. Now, this already tells you that we need to do something better, and this is where the role comes in. The mineral and natural wealth, this we talked about it all the time. As you know that South Africa and Africa, they're the largest mineral resources owner than any other country in the world. If you look at platinum, we're probably the second producer of platinum. But we take this platinum as raw, we drop it in Japan, they make catalytic converters, they came and sell them to us 4 times the price because there's no beneficiation that is taking place. So all of them will be carried. Coltan, that makes cell phone. If you know, DRC is the #1 producer of coltan in the world. So there's many of those good stories. Heritage, tourism, and cultural industries, I think the panelists have already hampered on it in detail. And then untapped human capital. Without unlocking rural economies, Africa cannot achieve industrialization, food security, or inclusive prosperity. Therefore, traditional leaders must therefore be at the forefront of all the reforms that are required, in particular land as a major important economic activator. Community-based enterprises and cooperatives, digital and financial inclusions. We want some connectivity to take place in those rural places because without connectivity, there's a less production. And that's how we were dispossessed as underdeveloped areas. rural infrastructure development. We want schools, roads, and ICT and water to be available in those particular areas. The business commitment which I want to put forward and support to the traditional leadership is as follows. We believe, as part of the declarations that must be considered, and I hope just as a business we put it forward, that one, there must be what we call institutional partnership frameworks, the establishment of permanent traditional leadership economic forums within your own communities. And that helps quite a lot, because then the programs, the development programs are properly managed. The support for community-owned enterprises. That will assist traditional authorities to establish community trust, rural investment companies, and cooperatives to benefit from all these big projects that are happening in the mines. Because we must stop also when we put this, we have seen it many times in different places. I think Khosi Pilani, you'll attest to this one, that when we start putting cooperatives, investment schemes together for a particular mining development project, retail development project, people fight among themselves. They fight among themselves because they think other people are rich before the deal is concluded, which is a problem. So it's important to be cohesive and make sure that the schemes are put in a manner that people understand, and they understand that profit is not made first day. It can take longer, but there must be a strategic development. Capacity building and leadership development. We provide training and technical support to traditional councils in areas such as governance, contract negotiations, economic planning, and project management. Very important, because without those skills, if we are not capacitated, there is nothing we will achieve. And it's important to keep on upskilling each other. Facilitating investment into rural areas. We work with both global investors to channel sustainable projects, and this is where business comes in, so that we can begin to work with organized structures in those rural environments. We can then begin to lobby to go and invest in those particular areas, and in particular areas of agriculture, ICT, infrastructure, and manufacturing. The other one is advocacy and policy engagement. Champion the formal recognition of traditional leadership as equal partners in economic development, land use planning, and national investment strategy. The last but not least is the empowerment of youth and women, collaborating with traditional leaders to empower rural youth and women through entrepreneurship, skills development, and digital inclusion. In the rural areas, women are not only going to be used in a hard labor. They must be able to be in planning, in structuring these transactions properly, because this is how history has taught us that they will be sidelined just because they can't voice their position. And I think it's important to make sure that they participate in the right position. In closing, Africa's economic renaissance will not be driven solely from capital cities or corporate boardrooms. It will emerge from our villages, our communities, and our cultural institutions. It will be built on the wisdom of our ancestors, the innovation of our youth. Traditional leadership is not a relic of the past. It is a bridge between heritage and progress. It is a foundation for peace and prosperity, and it is a critical catalyst for Africa's economic transformation. Therefore, on behalf of business, we stand readily, fully to walk this journey with you, Together, let us build South Africa, Africa that is prosperous, united, culturally grounded, and economically empowered. Let's build Africa for the Africans. Thank you.
Yeah, just here. Can I invite from Swatini Kingdom, Samu Magagula, joined by Princess Konanani Chibase from Limpopo Province, Venda Kingdom. They will present a token of appreciation to Mr. George Sebulela for his humble contribution to this summit. Prince Rode. We are now really closing. I want to invite the Deputy President of Contralesa and Ms. Sherry Knowles to make the last presentation. We have been, can you please come? We have been really honored that Her Royal Highness Queen Sekhuthadi Seiso Mabena was with us here from the beginning of this conference. She has represented well the apex leaders of the Institution of Traditional Leaders and brought so much dignity to this conference. And we thought that we have to do the honors because she carried all the kingdoms by representing them here so well, so humble, and even went to the extent of being a moderator. We want to give her a big round of applause. And we want to invite her to the stage, and we have asked these senior leaders to be the ones that make this presentation on our behalf, all of us, to her. She's young, but she's very talented and very determined to do game changers in her own kingdom. Thank you very much. Can we be seated so that we can then get the best picture? Yeah, where is the official camera person? Princess Andile, can you just ask the official photographer to come inside? Come this side. Okay, we will also do it outside. Yes. Okay, let's give them another big round of applause. We will. Just stay there. Can we express our appreciation? My brother, you are just 1 second late. The Queen has already taken a seat. No, I want to express my... You want to come back to the stage, Queen? Please, yeah. Sorry to do this to you. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you. No, we would not have done justice that we don't ask the Deputy President just to direct his only words of appreciation to Ms. Sherry Knowles on behalf of the Congress of Traditional Leaders with what she has done to support us in this activity. Deputy President.
Thank you once again, GS. Good afternoon, good evening, everybody. To Ms. Cheryl Knowles, this has been something out of this world. Your support has really transformed and changed even our mindset, I think so. Because most of the people who came here down, maybe not even knowing what they were feeling like, they came out of this very inspired with all these motivational and inspiring presentations. But I wanted to share just a little bit of experience. During our interactions and presentations, there was a point where people were advising that we need to make sure that we take charge and we make good partnership. Now, I wanted just to share with you so that you don't think it's going to be that easy. Oh yes, it was Mayor from the government, Mayor Moyo, Mayor Tandi Moyo. She was saying they are ready to support as government. I can tell you, yes, there is that possibility, but you can still get disappointed. And don't despair. I remember, of course, it was a long time ago, around 2000, when I was trying to enter into an agreement for mining, and one of the chief directors, if not DDG, refused to sign my agreement because he was saying, I cannot be leading that in that agreement. Because the agreement was that we're going to have 90% and our partner was going to have 10%. As a technical partner who would only rise or increase his shareholding to 50% once he has completed and he can present a bankable feasibility study. Now, this official refused completely. I had to bring the partners from Canada to come and confirm what I was telling him. And his mindset was, you cannot have that percentage. You can only have 26%. And this time we were not a BEE. We were the owners. So you can see that mindset, it's still there in our people. So I'm just warning you so that you don't get disappointed when you face these kind of things. We still have a long way to go, but we need to be resilient and determined that this is our property. This is our asset. We need to make use of it to the benefit of all of us. Thank you very much. You've been a very wonderful audience, and we wish you all the best, and we hope this will come again in a different environment where you can now even come and present your successes that has been drawn out of this summit. Thank you very much. God bless.
Let's give Sherry a chance as well just to make her remarks.
Yes, yes, thank you. Thank you. Wow, so on behalf of the Mount Reynolds Family Foundation, we'd like to thank you. And we're here to honor all of you today. I met Zolani, his royal heritages, in Zambia. And that was, what month? What month was that in Zambia? Probably in the beginning of this year, sometime probably close to the beginning of, and that many months ago, he said, I've got this idea for this Rural Investment Summit. And he was so persuasive. He said, you know, the Mount Reynolds Family Foundation, the KETO program, you have to come here and partner with us in South Africa because I have this great idea. And I want to bring together the traditional leadership, and I want to bring in the youth leaders from all the rural areas in South Africa. And I want to start something new. I want to start an initiative. I didn't know HRH Zolani Makiva, but then we invited him again to speak in Ghana because we had another youth leadership conference in Ghana. And so when we met in Ghana, he pulled me aside and he said, we have to talk about this rural investment summit that I want to have in South Africa. He's very persuasive and he doesn't stop, right? So the reason why we're here today is because this man does not stop, okay? Okay. He talked us into being here. And so I know why he wanted to be here. He wanted to be here to bring all of you beautiful people together to start a groundswell, a tsunami of the rural communities, the traditional leaders, to stand up and be the leaders of South Africa. You know, okay? And he talked me into it after 2 conferences and said, we need to partner with the Mount Reynolds Family Foundation. So why are we here? Okay, because we know why he was here. Now why are we here? We're here because we want to combine. We know that you have so much talent in your youth. You're just overflowing with great ideas, with unusual history, with a lot of challenges, with a lot of strife you've had to go through to get to where you are. And we acknowledge that. But that strength that comes from the perseverance, the problems that you've had, that can help youth all over the world, right? Right? That's a story. You're a storyteller. We talked about being a storyteller yesterday. So we want all of your youth to be storytellers for all the youth all over the world. And I think that's beautiful. So we need your help to talk to all of these youth leaders from 17 to 26 and say, you need to join this program and you need to combine with youth leaders in developing countries all over the world and tell the South African story. Tell the story of the traditional leadership. Tell all these stories that you know about the land, about the people, about your heritage. We need to know that. We need to know that. The youth all over the world need to know that. Okay? And we can only hear it from you. Okay? So that's why I'm here. Okay? I'm here to pull all these youth together, to have them join with wonderful youth leaders all over the world, to combine a strong youth network, because of course we know we're stronger together, right? We're stronger together. And as I think I've told some of you, we've got leaders all the way from, Afghanistan, Pakistan, we hear stories every day of these wonderful, talented youth leaders who are struggling with unemployment, with poverty, with addiction, with mental health issues, with all kinds of things. Having great ideas and wanting to be an entrepreneur but not knowing how to do it. Dysfunctional homes, domestic violence. We see it all. But you've got a great story to tell because you've lived through so much. You're survivors. Okay, every one of you, you're survivors. Your youth are survivors. You're storytellers. We need you. So please have your youth join the Kektel program so that you can help them, you can mentor them to join and be with the youth all over the world. Isn't that what you want? Isn't that what you want? Don't you want to be connected? Don't you want your youth? We kept hearing over the past couple days, like, we are the traditional leaders. We are leading our youth. How many times did I hear that over the past couple days? We are teaching our youth. Okay, please teach them by networking them with these youth all over the world. You're in charge. Get them into the program. And then, guess what? Make them stay there. Make them stay there. It takes a long time. We have a hard program, and we make it hard on purpose because we want the youth to expand their mind. We say, we have not done our job unless we've expanded your mind till you think it's going to explode. And not with our ideas, but with their own ideas. Okay, with their own ideas. We want their minds to explode, and then when they're thinking outside the box and thinking of things they've never thought about, then they need to share them with the youth their age group. You have a lot to offer. Please bring it to the table. So thank you very much.
Okay. You are excused. You may take your seat. Okay, I'm going to ask the TG to make the announcement of where this occasion that starts after here is located, because it is in a different floor. But the TG will make one sentence of a vote of thanks. It's a necessary formality to be done. The Treasurer General of the Congress of Traditional Leaders in South Africa, Inkosi Charles Falendoda Malinga.
Asibonge Nopala, Program Director, Dr. Zolani Mkiva. Let me begin by thanking you for conceiving this idea that is giving birth today. And allow me to stand on the protocol that has been observed in the interest of time. So I'm rising here on behalf of Congress of Traditional Leaders of South Africa, Institute of African Royalty, as well as Kektil. I'm sent to pass their gratitude, to convey their appreciation. They would like to express their heartfelt gratitude to each and every one of you for participating and contributing to the inaugural Rural Investment Summit. Your presence and input were invaluable to the success of this event. A special thank goes to Sherry Knowles for tireless efforts and dedication to driving positive change, not only in Africa, but across the diaspora. Your commitment is truly inspiring. Thank you, Mama. We appreciate you. A big thank also goes to the organizers, technical staff, media houses, as well as our engineers sitting there at the back. More often than not, we forget about their contribution to such an event. So we appreciate your work. You made this event successful, but more so that you painted a picture to the outside world and give them the taste of what was happening inside in this Orchestra House. Siyabonga. We wish you all the safe journey as we travel back to our various destinations. Siyabonga kakhulu. The last announcement I've been asked to make is that we have an after-party event, kind of closing dinner. It's a very informal event where we'll be afforded an opportunity to network with each other. The venue for this long-awaited event will take place on the 8th floor, where there is a swimming pool in the same building. Thank you.